Chapter 1358. The Divine Mountain was occupied? This news could not be kept a secret. The entire Sword Mainland was in an uproar. From the appearance of the four experts, to the four clans, to the occupation of the 9 stone steels, until now, this place had always been under someone's control. During this period of time, a few clans tried to force the 4 clans to allow them to enter and obtain the secret arts left behind by the Sword Ancestor. Their idea was directly destroyed by the 4 clans. These clans were either killed or injured. Their strength plummeted, and in the end, they became inferior clans. Since then, the Divine Mountain had always been under the control of the 4 clans. The 4 clans grew stronger and stronger. Rumor had it that many of their experts cultivated the secret arts on the stone steels and disappeared for a long time, never to be seen again. They knew better than anyone else that these missing experts were all cultivating the secret arts. As long as they succeeded, each of them would become a top-tier expert. Everyone gritted their teeth in anger at the 4 clans' tyrannical behavior, but they did not dare to say anything. Now, they suddenly heard that someone had occupied the Divine Mountain and chased the 4 clans out. Everyone was in disbelief. Hence, there were people who went to the Divine Mountain to investigate. They were shocked after seeing what they saw. The people of the 4 great clans all retreated from the Divine Mountain and stationed themselves within 1,000,000 miles. They didn't even dare to take a single step closer. Only now did they truly believe that someone had occupied the Divine Mountain, forcing the 4 great clans to leave. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that someone could be so powerful. Rumor had it that even the 4 clan leaders were no match for that person. The Sword Mainland was in a state of shock. Someone is going to fight against the 4 clans. They knew very well that the 4 clans were very powerful. Their greatest fear was the 4 great cultivators. They were existences that could not be defeated. Without their existence, the 4 clans would not have dared to occupy the 9 stone tablets on the Divine Mountain. Many people realized that the 4 experts would soon show up and kill the guy on the Divine Mountain. 5 years. The Sword Mainland was in complete silence. All the forces had their eyes on the Divine Mountain. The tranquility of the Sword Mainland was the calm before the storm. It wouldn't be long before the 4 great experts came out of seclusion, and at that time, a great war would break out. 5,000 years ago, after the 4 powerhouses killed their enemies, they never appeared again. It was as if they had disappeared. However, everyone knew that the 4 powerhouses were cultivating the secret techniques on the 9 stone steels. In 5,000 years, their strength could definitely rise to another level and become even more terrifying. At the end of the 10th year. Boom! On this day, in the sky above the Sky Sword King's territory, a sword intent as thick as a mountain soared up into the sky. The terrifying sword intent swept across the entire sword continent. When the sword intent swept across, everyone felt fear in the depths of their souls. It was a boundless fear. In the face of this sword intent, they felt that they were so weak that they could not withstand a single blow. Those geniuses knew that the gap between them wasn't that great, and that they could challenge the 4 great experts. But in front of this sword intent, they lost all confidence. It was as if there was a huge chasm between them, and they would never be able to catch up to the 4 great experts in their lifetime. Everyone knew that Sword King Patriarch had come out of seclusion. In the next few days, the other 3 patriarchs came out of seclusion one after another. Every time they came out, their sword intent soared into the sky, as if they were showing off to each other. All the forces in the Sword Continent knew that the 4 great experts were much stronger than before. They were already a mountain that they couldn't cross. The 4 great experts' actions were nothing more than a form of deterrence. They wanted to tell the people of the Sword Continent that as long as the 4 great experts were present, they would never be able to ascend the Celestial Mountain and cultivate the secret techniques on the stone steels. Hua! 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 4 silhouettes turned into streams of light and flew towards the Celestial Mountain. The sword intent on these 4 people was powerful. Wherever they passed, the sword intent would tear apart the void. The sword intent didn't dissipate for a long time, telling everyone that they were heading towards the Celestial Mountain. Tell everyone to retreat. As soon as they arrived, they waved their hands to disperse the people in the periphery. At their level, not to mention 1,000,000 li, even a 10,000,000 li area would be threatened. It was a piece of cake for them to cause the sky to fall and the earth to crack. The people of the 4 great clans retreated without a trace. The 4 great experts flew up into the sky and appeared on the celestial mountain. They could vaguely see a white mist below them that blocked their divine sense. Open. The terrifying sword intent of the 4 experts turned into a huge sword and slashed at the white mist. This white mist was not ordinary. On the sword continent, no one could break it apart except for them. Boom. 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 They broke the white mist as soon as they attacked, shattering it piece by piece. The remnant sword intent didn't dissipate, so the white mist couldn't reform. Is that Tion? As the white mist dissipated, they saw a young man sitting cross-legged on a rock from above. As soon as they came out of seclusion, they had a rough idea of the situation. An expert that even the 4 patriarchs couldn't deal with was indeed worthy of their attention. We have been in seclusion for 5,000 years. Someone dares to ignore our 4 great clans. It seems that we haven't fought for a long time. Everyone has almost forgotten how powerful we are. Sword King's eyes were sharp as if he wanted to pierce through the young man below. Sword King was his son. Someone had broken one of his secret techniques, causing his strength to plummet. After coming out of seclusion, Sword King was the first to know. Sword King Patriarch had a lot of resentment towards the young people below him. The other 3 old ancestors nodded. This old man will deal with this kid. Sword King said. Good. They had all heard about the Sword King Patriarch. It was normal for Sword King to fight now. They also wanted to see how much his strength had improved in the past 5,000 years. Although the 4 of them had joined forces, they had always been fighting among themselves. Everyone wanted to become the strongest sword celestial on the sword continent. If any one of them became the strongest sword celestial, their clan would also become the strongest. Over time, the 3 great clans would be left behind, and they might even lose the qualification to enter the Divine Mountain. The 4 experts were fighting fiercely. Fortunately, their strength was about the same. To become the strongest sword celestial, one had to defeat the 3 of them. For the time being, no one could do it. The 4 of them appeared together to deter the restless clans and warn them not to act recklessly. Otherwise, they wouldn't mind beheading them. Sword King used his finger as a sword and swept it at the young man. The sword broke through the limit of the heavenly law by 30 times. As the sword was unleashed, the temperature in the sky dropped instantly. The sword intent was surrounded by a vast white mist. Everything within a radius of 1,000,000 miles was cold. The cold not only cooled the surroundings, but also the Yuanshen, which could freeze it in an instant. Sword King's ice sword is getting stronger and stronger. Blue King Patriarch said. It's stronger than 5,000 years ago. Even Yuanshen can feel the chill of the ice sword, Xian King Patriarch said. The 3 old ancestors' expressions changed slightly. Sword King Patriarch had made great progress, and they could see that his strength had increased by a great deal from this sword strike. Hua 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 hua, the sky seemed to be frozen. When the sword was about to hit the young man's back, the sword intent suddenly disappeared, as if it had been devoured. Sword King Patriarch's expression changed slightly. He slashed out 2 more sword intents, which disappeared near the young man. It's a formation. Blue King Patriarch said. It's a powerful formation. Stone King Patriarch said. They could tell that there was a formation set up below that could block the sword. It seemed powerful enough to block Sword King Patriarch's sword. Sword King Patriarch snorted coldly. No matter what formation it is, it's useless in front of me. No one can survive if I want to kill them. Boom. 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 The sword intents turned into sword dragons and blasted at the formation below. Sword King Patriarch's sword speed became faster and faster. One strike was more than 100 strikes. The formation below kept devouring the Sword Intense and was far slower than Sword King Patriarch. Soon, ripples appeared in the formation. The formation couldn't absorb them in time. Sword King Patriarch's eyes flashed with pride. He finally forced the other party's formation to appear. As long as the formation appeared, the rest would be simple. Boom! 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 Rays of sword light bombarded the formation. The bombardment lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. In Sword King Patriarch's opinion, if he attacked continuously for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he would be able to kill a person countless times, let alone a formation. It didn't break. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, what Sword King Patriarch imagined didn't happen. The young man below was still sitting quietly. The formation was also intact. What kind of formation is this? It can actually block my sword intent attack. Sword King Patriarch stared at it but couldn't see the grade of the formation. If one incense stick can't burn, I don't believe I can't break this formation in an hour. Sword King Patriarch felt ashamed and attacked again. No matter what, he had to break the formation. He was one of the 4 great experts. If he couldn't break the formation, everyone would laugh at him. Sword, come. With a swish, a white immortal sword fell into his hand. This white immortal sword emitted a white cold light. It was Sword King Patriarch's Ice Soul Celestial Sword. Swish. Swish. Ice Soul Celestial Sword was one of the 4 great divine swords. With the Ice Soul Celestial Sword, Sword King Patriarch's speed instantly increased. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply and layers of frost appeared on the formation's ripples. This Tion is really capable. I don't know where he got this formation from. It's really rare that Sword King can't break it. Logically speaking, Sword King Patriarch should be able to break the formation with his divine sword. After an hour, Sword King Patriarch's pupils shrank slightly and he stopped attacking. He stared at the formation below with an incredulous expression. It still didn't break. I underestimated this Tion. Sword King Patriarch was expressionless. He really couldn't stand it anymore. Chapter 1359. Sword King Patriarch wanted to be the first to deal with Tion so that the other 3 patriarchs would be wary of him. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But who would have thought that this would be the result? Sword King Old Ancestor actually couldn't move an unknown formation. He even used a supreme divine sword, but he couldn't do anything about it. Sword King Old Ancestor had the thought of vomiting blood when he encountered such a thing. Where did this guy come from? Sword King Patriarch had no choice but to agree with Xian King Patriarch. The 4 patriarchs attacked together. Rumble rumble rumble, the 4 patriarchs attacked together, each with a divine sword in hand. Every slash was earth-shattering. The people who were far away could still feel the power from the divine swords. They couldn't help but look at each other. How powerful was Tion that forced the 4 pinnacle sword immortals to use their divine swords? If it weren't for the fact that the 4 great experts were terrifyingly strong, they really wanted to go and check out what was going on. Unfortunately, with the 4 great experts keeping watch, they didn't dare to extend their divine senses inside. They were afraid that once they reached in, the sword would shatter their divine senses, causing them to be injured. They couldn't go in. The movement inside was like an itch in their hearts. They couldn't wait to find out what was going on inside. Unfortunately, they couldn't find out now. They couldn't accept the fact that the 4 experts had joined forces to attack. It was indeed incredible that even their people couldn't deal with an ordinary array formation. The sword lights bombarded the formation. Layers of ripples flashed, but it didn't shatter. This was very rare. Soon. We're about to break the formation. Half a day passed. The 4 top experts kept attacking the formation. After half a day, the formation gradually slowed down and couldn't resist their sword intent attacks. The 4 experts heaved a sigh of relief. They finally saw hope. It took so long to deal with a formation. They really couldn't imagine that there was such a terrifying formation on this continent. For a moment, they suspected that this formation was left behind by Sword Ancestor. They had traveled the Sword Continent for so long and encountered many formations. In their eyes, the formation was like a piece of paper to them. They could shatter it with a thought. But this time, their horizons were broadened. A spirit array could be so tyrannical. If they were to face such a spirit array alone, they might not be able to break it even after a month. They could not help but wonder if this formation was left behind by the Sword Ancestor. This Sword Ancestor was naturally the son of Sword. All the sword techniques in the Sword mainland originated from the Sword Ancestor. The four of them had always thought that they were the Sword Ancestor's disciples. They naturally thought that such a powerful formation had been left behind by the Sword Ancestor, but for some reason, it had been obtained by Tion. They also had their own thoughts. If they could capture Tion later, they really wanted to find the array formation. With such a powerful formation, if they could set it up in their family, they would feel more at ease. They believed that for a very, very long time, no one would be able to break their formation. With this thought in mind, the four powerhouses seemed to share the same thought. With such a spirit array, as long as they set it up properly, even if they weren't on the Sword mainland, no one would be able to break the spirit array and deal with them. Their attacks became even faster. They couldn't wait to break the formation and search the relevant memories from the other party's mind. Boom! Boom! The spirit array was clearly on the verge of breaking, but it still persisted. What the hell? A day and a half later, the four experts widened their eyes in disbelief. They originally thought that they would be able to break the spirit array after half a day, but a day and a half had passed. The spirit array below started to shake, but it persisted tenaciously under their attacks. It was like grass in a world of ice and snow, unable to freeze to death. This made the four experts so angry that they blew their beards and glared at Tion. Continue. We don't believe that a mere spirit array can stop us. The four experts were furious, and their attacks did not stop at all. They wanted to break the spirit array. The spirit array is about to be broken. It was 2 days later. The spirit array was about to stop operating, and it was covered with dense cracks. It was as if the spirit array would shatter into pieces if they used a little more strength. The four experts' eyes were bloodshot. After a long period of attacks, their eyes were bloodshot, and they carried a vicious aura. This guy should be proud of himself for forcing them to attack continuously. Fortunately, the spirit array below was about to be broken by them, which made them heave a sigh of relief. In front of the four experts, there was really nothing that could stop them. Even the spirit array below. Clatter clatter at this moment, there was a cracking sound, and a huge crack snaked up from below, splitting the spirit array in half. Boom! Another sword intent came down, breaking the spirit array. The spirit array was finally broken by them. The grand formation that Lin Fei had set up here was not an offensive formation. Instead, it was a defensive formation. It was famous for its extremely powerful defense. Brat, let's see how you can escape this time. Sword King Patriarch's eyes were bloodshot, and he slashed down with his sword. Clatter, a ripple flashed and devoured the sword intent, leaving the people below unharmed. There seems to be another spirit array below. Xian King Patriarch was stunned. There was a ripple flashing. I'm not seeing things, am I? Blue King Patriarch said. It seems like I'm not seeing things. Stone King Patriarch said. The three of them saw the changes below, and for some reason, a bad feeling emerged in their hearts. A thought kept flashing in their minds. Impossible. It's already very rare to have such a spirit array. There can't be a second one. Sword King Patriarch roared, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Boom. Boom. Sword King Patriarch roared, and he kept bombarding the young man below. The ripple appeared again, proving that there was another spirit array below. The four experts trembled, and they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They had worked so hard to break the spirit array, and in the end, they thought that they had succeeded. Now, there was another spirit array. Who could accept this? The four of them were shocked. Damn spirit array! Sword King Patriarch cursed. At this moment, everyone wanted to curse. They were here to deal with people, not to break the spirit array. You four, why aren't you breaking the spirit array? Continue. Just as they were feeling dejected, the young man below suddenly stood up and winked at them with a look of schadenfreude. Brat, come out. Sword King Patriarch roared, and he slashed out with his sword. Lin Fei laughed. Why do I have to go out? Why don't you come in? From the moment they arrived, Lin Fei knew, but he was still cultivating. Cultivating the world storm was more difficult than he had imagined. Even with the help of experienced stones, it was exceptionally difficult. The secret arts left behind by the ruler weren't easy to cultivate. Each of the secret arts on the 9 stone steels required 10 odd chaos years, and the fastest one required 7 or 8 chaos years. This was a long time. For example, the world storm that Lin Fei was cultivating in would take 6 chaos years to complete. 6 chaos years was the cultivation time of the ruler. Their cultivation usually required 2 or 3 chaos years. After all, everyone's talent was different, and their cultivation time varied. During these 10 years, Lin Fei didn't stop cultivating. He even used time acceleration. Opening God was in his hands. Inside, time doubled. Although there were targets, Lin Fei could choose to ignore them and focus on cultivating the world storm. Sword King Patriarch was infuriated. They wanted to break the formation, but they felt like coughing up blood. Naturally, they were furious. Break the formation. The 4 experts couldn't accept being ignored like this. An outsider dared to challenge them? He was asking to die. Without saying a word, they broke the formation once more. Another 2 days passed. The formation was at its final stage, and it was about to be broken. Cold light flashed in the eyes of the 4 experts. This was the first time they were working so hard. To deal with a brat, they kept breaking the formation. They had already decided that once they broke the formation, they wouldn't let this fellow have an easy time. Hong. The formation was broken once more. Sword King Patriarch stabbed forwards with his Ice Soul Celestial Sword. This time, he didn't believe that there really was a formation. But this time, there was wind. A hurricane swept over. Sword King's expression changed on the spot. He once again slashed out with his sword, splitting the hurricane in 2. However, Sword King's body trembled and his face turned pale. Not good, this is a world projection. Sword King Patriarch warned. One after another, hurricanes swept out and crushed their bodies. Their attacks couldn't affect the hurricanes at all. They could only watch helplessly as the hurricanes crushed them. Their bodies shook, their faces turned pale, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. In just one move, they were injured. You're wrong. This isn't a world projection, it's a world storm. Lin Fei's voice sounded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the world storm swept across. This was the first time Lin Fei used it. Only now did he know that it was even more terrifying than a world projection. It swept across, and the 4 experts couldn't bear it. Their faces turned paler and paler, and they retreated. World storm, how can you cultivate it so quickly? Sword King Patriarch shouted. When they saw the world storm on the stone tablet, their faces turned pale. They never thought that someone could cultivate it so quickly. Even if Lin Fan was at the beginner level, he was still a threat to them. Lin Fei activated the world storm and pounced towards the Sword King Patriarch. With 6 divine swords in hand, he slashed forward. Clang clang clang, the attacks landed on the Sword King Patriarch. Puff puff. Chapter 1360. The world storm, how can it be so strong? We are all 4 experts, but we can't even block the world storm. The 4 experts were enveloped by the world storm, their bodies constantly trembling. With their strength, they couldn't block the might of the world storm, and they kept vomiting blood. They thought that it would be easy to deal with a little guy. The other party's world storm caused them to vomit blood non-stop. Their combat strength was reduced to 80% to 90%, and they could only block the world storm. Lin Fei grinned. The world storm is too strong. I have only just learned it, and I can already suppress them. If the world storm reaches the great success stage, won't I be able to severely injure them with a single use? Lin Fei underestimated the power of the world storm. When he first used it, he actually wanted to suppress them so that Lin Fei could find time to deal with them. The only thing he didn't expect was that the power of the world storm was beyond imagination. The formless power of the hurricane was even stronger than the projection, thousands of times stronger. If they weren't the four experts, Lin Fei definitely believed that they would die without a doubt. They wouldn't be struggling like now, constantly vomiting blood. The four experts had a pained look on their faces. They couldn't imagine that the secret technique on the stone steel could actually be cultivated to the entry level. Moreover, it was in such a short period of time. From start to finish, it was only 10 years. To cultivate to the entry level in 10 years was simply unimaginable. They had cultivated the secret technique on the stone steel for a few chaos cycles. At this moment, they were suppressed by the world storm, and it wasn't easy to break it. They couldn't use their strength, and it was indescribable how depressed they were. Go. After a short exchange, they knew that they weren't a match for the other party. The world storm was too strong. They couldn't deal with it for the time being. If they didn't leave, they might die here. They were very fast, and it was very easy to leave. They all shot out, wanting to escape the range of the world storm. As long as they left this range, they would have a chance to attack. There was no way they could leave. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't let them leave. A black stream of wind appeared beneath his feet, and he instantly erupted with a speed that was 50 times the limit of the heavenly Tao. He surpassed them in one go, and the world storm swept towards them once again. The four experts were miserable. When they saw the black stream treasure beneath Di Tian's feet, their eyes widened, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Everyone, you won't be able to escape. This was said by Lin Fei. The hearts of the four experts sank. They couldn't break free from this speed, it was a nightmare they couldn't escape from. Di Tian, what do you want to do? They all stopped and focused on defending against the attacks of the world storm. Since they couldn't leave, they could only negotiate with the other party. Don't think that we won't be able to do anything just because you're suppressing us. After so many years, we've all collected top-grade treasures. At most, we'll take you down with us. Xian King Old Ancestor said coldly. You are indeed very powerful, but if you want to kill us, you definitely won't be able to. Stone King's Old Ancestor said. They knew this very well, which was why they dared to stop and negotiate with the other party. World storms were too difficult to deal with. They weren't easy to deal with, let alone that young man. Didn't you see how the Sword King Patriarch was injured in just one exchange with Di Tian? Lin Fei wasn't confident that he could kill them. Lin Fei couldn't help but pay attention to the counterattack of the four experts. It was already not bad for him to make them lower their heads. Moreover, all of them had cultivated protective mystic arts, so their bodies were very strong. You're right, this emperor can't kill you, but you can't afford to waste time like this. Lin Fei said with a smile, as long as you fulfill this emperor's 3 requests, this emperor will let you leave. The 4 experts never thought that they would have to negotiate with someone one day. This was a humiliation. But they had no other choice, the world storm was constantly crushing them, and if this dragged on, they wouldn't be able to bear it. They were already relieved that the other party could negotiate, but they were afraid that the other party wouldn't let them go. They could fulfill the 3 requests. The 4 clans had huge influence on the Sword Continent, and there was no request that they couldn't fulfill. As long as they could return today, they would be able to find a way to suppress the world storm sooner or later. The first request, this emperor wants you to collect star stones, the more the better. They knew about star stones, it was a kind of forging material, and the Sword Continent happened to have it. Although it was precious, they still had it. We can promise you this. They agreed to the first request without hesitation. They had exchanged star stones for supreme grade items, and they didn't have any points now, so Lin Fei naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. The second request: this emperor wants you to swear that you won't make a move against this emperor for 100 years. Lin Fei raised the second request. The expressions of the four experts changed. They were indeed prepared to get back at him, but it would be 100 years later, which made them very unhappy. Who knew how strong this guy would be after 100 years? You don't want to agree? Lin Fei said coldly. We promise you. Not making a move for 100 years, they could still endure it. After all, they needed 5,000 years to enter seclusion, so 100 years was really nothing. Moreover, they were injured this time, and they needed to go back to recuperate, so a few decades was necessary. The last request: this emperor wants to borrow the 4 great swords in your hands, and return them to you 10 years later. Lin Fei threw out the third request. No. Absolutely not. They could agree to the first 2 requests, and it wouldn't be too much of a loss for them. But the 4 great swords were the ultimate treasures in their hands, and they were incomparably powerful, which could increase their combat strength. Apart from that, the 4 great swords had a secret. Thinking of this, they realized that this young man also knew that secret, and their expressions turned even uglier. We won't hand over the swords, change to another one. The 4 great swords were too important, and they couldn't hand them over. Once they got the 4 swords, they would be able to obtain the things left behind by the sword ancestor, and then they really wouldn't be able to deal with this Tian. Lin Fei already knew that this would be the result, and it was just to pave the way for the next request. No. Lin Fei said, who knows if this emperor's request will be agreed to. The Xian King ancestor's face darkened. Tian, as long as you don't mention this request, we will agree to it no matter what it is. Of course, if you want us to kill each other and serve you, you don't have to think about it, we can agree to anything else. That's right, other than these, we can agree to anything. The Stone King ancestor said while coughing blood. Right now, the thing they wanted to do the most was to expand the scope of the world storm. Unbearable, too unbearable. Lin Fei pondered for a moment. All right, this emperor will believe you this once. Make a request. This emperor wants you to hand over a copy of the secret arts and divine abilities of the past generations on the sacred mountain to this emperor. This request shouldn't be too difficult, right? Who were the 4 great ancestors? They were the top experts of the Sword Continent. They immediately knew that they had been tricked. Compared to the secret arts on the 9 stone steels, it was more acceptable than handing over the 4 divine swords. After discussing for a while, the 4 of them agreed to Tian's request. They could master the world storm, but they didn't believe that they could easily master the other secret arts and divine abilities. Just like that, the 3 requests were settled. Lin Fei didn't stop releasing the world storm. Instead, he made them swear the heavenly Tao oath before stopping. The 4 experts were very sullen, but they had no choice but to return to their clans and collect the starstones and secret arts and divine abilities. In the next few days, they would send them up one by one, especially since the number of starstones exceeded the harvest in the myriad worlds. Sacred Mountain. This place had always been occupied by the 4 great clans, and this was the first time it had a new owner. As the 4 great clans retreated from the million-li radius, everyone in the Sword Continent knew that there was a powerful expert living here, one that was no weaker than the 4 great ancestors. This matter caused a huge commotion in the Sword Continent. The insufferably arrogant 4 great clans finally suffered a huge loss. It was as if they had vented their anger. Although they didn't personally take action, they were very happy to see the 4 great clans suffer. The various forces thought that the experts on the Sacred Mountain had made a move, but after the 4 great clans left, the Sacred Mountain returned to normal. They guessed that the movements against the 4 great clans didn't happen, as if nothing had happened. Everyone was confused. On the Sacred Mountain, Lin Fei rearranged the array formation. A large number of starstones made Lin Fei smile. Just when he was about to doze off, someone immediately sent him a pillow. What could be better than this? Lin Fei didn't rush to look at the secret art sent by the 4 great ancestors. Instead, he exchanged the starstones for supreme grade points. With so many starstones, my divine body should be able to improve to a very deep level. It was definitely possible to improve his divine body. The sacred mountain was quiet. The 4 great clans were also quiet. The 4 great ancestors didn't move, as if they had admitted defeat. Everyone knew that the 4 great clans were collecting starstones. Some people suspected that the starstones were sent to the mysterious expert on the sacred mountain. No one dared to verify it. Just like that, another 10 years passed in a flash. Nothing happened on the Sword Continent. On the sacred mountain, Lin Fei improved his divine body every day. A large number of starstones was equivalent to a large number of points. Lin Fei finally got his wish of fusing divine bodies wantonly, perfectly fusing them one by one. Finally fusing 100 divine bodies. After fusing a large number of divine bodies, Lin Fei had fused 100 divine bodies. His physical defense was much stronger than before. Sword Immortal by D's sword attack wouldn't leave a mark. After seeing the secret art of fusing 3,000 divine bodies with 3,000 clones, Lin Fei didn't feel much of a sense of accomplishment after fusing 100 divine bodies. He needed to continue working hard. Supreme Grade Experience Stones. With the Starstones, Lin Fei stopped temporarily after fusing 100 divine bodies. He started cultivating World Storm. It was already amazing to reach the entry level in 10 years. Chapter 1361. P.S. 5 chapters, 15,000 words. Vote for me if you have a monthly ticket. Another 5 years passed. On God Mountain, Lin Fei opened his eyes again and a huge hurricane swept out. The void space exploded, forming many bottomless black holes that connected together. With the help of a large number of top-grade experience stones, it took me 5 years to go from the beginner level to the middle level. My power has increased by at least 100 times. It really wasn't easy. Lin Fei sighed with emotion as he sensed the power of the World Storm. If it wasn't for the large number of top-grade experience stones, Lin Fei believed that he would need at least a few thousand years to go from the beginner level to the middle level. I've fused with 100 divine bodies, and the 4 expert sword intents can't break through my defenses. Now that I've reached the middle level, it's time to deal with them. Lin Fei stood up. He had been in this world for almost 30 years. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with such a huge improvement. Lin Fei cared a lot about the extreme sword left behind by the ruler. Perhaps it could even tell him how to leave the Sword Continent and return to the infinite worlds. Right now, Lin Fei really wanted to go back. After resting for a while, Lin Fei took out the black stream of wind and left the divine mountain in a streak of light. Sword King family. One of the 4 great families. Ever since he'd suffered at D. Tion's hands 15 years ago, the Sword King family head hadn't been able to catch his breath. His vitality had been greatly damaged, and it wouldn't be easy to recover. He'd thought that with the ancestors' help, D. Tion would be easily taken care of. The result was completely unexpected. The ancestor went into seclusion after returning, and the family sent the starstones they collected to God Mountain. The Sword King family head immediately realized that something had happened. Later, he asked around and came to a shocking conclusion. The ancestor and the others had failed. He couldn't digest this news for a while. The ancestor was one of the 4 experts. How could D. Tion have survived against the 4 of them? The Sword King family head couldn't accept this result. Whoosh! Suddenly, the expressions of everyone in the Sword King family changed. A powerful divine sense swept over, suppressing them and making them unable to move. Everyone looked up and saw a person standing in the sky. It's him. The Sword King family head sucked in a breath of cold air. It was this young man who had injured his vitality, and he had not recovered even now. Now that he was being suppressed by this divine sense, he did not dare to make a move. D. Tion, what are you doing here? Lin Fei had come for the Sword King Patriarch and was not interested in anything else. Great Ancestor Sword King, hurry up and come out, or I'll destroy your Sword King clan. Lin Fei's divine sense rumbled. He didn't believe that great ancestor Sword King wouldn't come out. Puff. Puff. The experts of the Sword King family coughed up blood, and their bodies swayed. Boom. In the forbidden grounds behind the Sword King clan, a beam of sword intent soared through the air. The Sword King ancestor flew out and stared at Di Tian, who was not far away. What are you doing here? It had only been 15 years since Di Tian had come to visit them personally, and the Sword King patriarch was completely puzzled. Lin Fei said with a smile, "Actually, it's nothing. I just want you to hand over the divine sword in your hand. I'm very interested in it." The Sword King ancestor was furious. "How dare you? Don't think that I won't dare to make a move just because I swore an oath. As long as you make a move, I can fight back. You want me to hand over the divine sword? Dream on. I'm not someone you can deal with." Lin Fei shook his head. "Since that's the case, I'll do it myself." Boom. Within 1,000,000 miles, the wind howled, one after another, as it howled. Lin Fei's target was the Sword King ancestor. The world storm descended. The Sword King ancestor was prepared, but when the world storm rushed over, his expression changed. He was blown into the storm, and his face was as pale as a piece of white paper. Cough. 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 The Sword King ancestor kept coughing up blood, and his eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? It's only been 15 years, and you actually pushed the world storm from the beginner stage to the middle stage. The Sword King ancestor had a hard time resisting the previous world storm. After all, he could resist it, but this time, he couldn't resist it at all. The power of the world storm was too strong to resist. Nothing is impossible. Lin Fei stepped into the storm. The Sword King ancestor didn't think that he would be at a disadvantage. It had only been 15 years, and the progress was too terrifying. If another 100 years passed, he would be killed on the spot. I must kill this Di Tian. The Sword King ancestor took out a golden talisman, and a hint of pain flashed in his eyes. This was a top-notch treasure prepared for the other 3 experts. In order to deal with Di Tian, he had to use it. Hua! The golden talisman tore open, and a jingguang shot out. The jingguang contained an unparalleled saber intent. Di Tian. The saber intent turned into a 300-meter-long golden saber, and it slashed at the Sword King ancestor at a speed that surpassed the limits of the heavenly Tao. The Sword King ancestor found this saber in a dangerous place in the Sword Continent, and it contained a terrifying attack. He suspected that it was a treasure left behind by the Sword ancestor. The Sword King ancestor believed that this saber strike would definitely injure Di Tian. It would be best if he could kill Di Tian. A one-time consumable treasure, just in time. Lin Fei's heart stirred, and he directly faced the jingguang, letting the saber strike him. Boom! Boom! The terrifying saber intent that could split mountains and split rocks struck Lin Fei, and the void behind him was split open, leaving behind an abyss. Lin Fei was forced back 3 steps. Not bad, not bad. The attack of a top-notch treasure only left a white mark on my body. It seems that its power hasn't reached the level of a ruler. Lin Fei had expected this. The fusion of 100 divine bodies had improved his defense to a whole new level. You actually blocked it. The Sword King ancestor was dumbfounded. He couldn't accept this result. After all, this was a treasure left behind by the Sword ancestor. Lin Fei rushed forward, and his 6 arms attacked. The Sword King ancestor barely blocked it, but its power couldn't break through Lin Fei's defense. Instead, he suffered countless attacks, and the blood he coughed up became more serious. Don't fight anymore, I admit defeat. Lin Fei's physical body could ignore the attacks, so the one at a disadvantage was Sword King old ancestor. It could be said that he had suffered a great loss. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. The Sword King ancestor seemed to have aged a few decades in an instant. He obviously couldn't accept that he had been defeated by a young man, and so thoroughly. Not even a top-notch treasure could harm Tion. In order to survive, he had to hand over the divine sword. Once the divine sword was in his hand, Lin Fei withdrew the world storm. The Sword King ancestor was forced to swear not to inform the other 3 ancestors, and then he left the Sword King family. The Sword King family patriarch and the others were already dumbfounded. Their ancestor wasn't a match for him, and he was defeated in just a few rounds. With the divine sword in hand, Lin Fei was in a good mood. This battle showed him how powerful the 100 Gates divine body was, and the world storm was enough to make the Sword King ancestor struggle. Combined with his own strength, he could completely suppress the Sword King ancestor. Stone King ancestor, come out. Lin Fei appeared in the sky above the 4 families. This time, he swept out with his sword intent, forcing the Stone King ancestor out. Lin Fei didn't waste any words. He attacked as soon as he saw the Stone King ancestor. The world storm crushed over, and the Stone King ancestor vomited blood on the spot. He was forced to retreat, and his 6 arms attacked. Under the attack of the storm, no one could withstand Lin Fei's attack. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the Stone King ancestor admitted defeat and handed over the divine sword. It wasn't that he didn't try to use top-notch treasures, but he returned empty-handed. The Sword King ancestor, the Stone King ancestor, and the Immortal Empress were all defeated. Such a huge commotion attracted the attention of the other 2 ancestors. When Lin Fei went over, the 2 of them were actually together. Lin Fei didn't care. He directly unleashed the world storm, crushing them until they vomited blood. They had no choice but to block the world storm and attack personally. They vomited blood and staggered, but they stopped attacking. Only now did they realize that they had lost. In 15 years, they had defeated so many people, which was beyond their imagination. The Sword Continent actually had such a genius. It was beyond their imagination. They reluctantly took out the divine sword and handed it over to Tion. Now that Tion was in a strong position, they couldn't do anything to him, and they might even lose their lives. Once the 4 divine swords were in his hands, Lin Fei returned to the divine mountain. The ancestors of the 4 great clans were all defeated by Tion one after another. Such a commotion couldn't be concealed and caused a huge commotion. No one could have imagined that this mysterious expert would be able to defeat 4 powerful experts in just 15 years. In other words, this mysterious Tion was already the #1 expert of the Sword Continent. The 4 divine swords are finally in my hands. Without wasting any time, Lin Fei obtained the 4 divine swords as he wished. With the 4 divine swords in his hands, Lin Fei couldn't wait to open the secret and check the ultimate sword art left behind by the ruler. This was the real good stuff. Swish! Swish! The 4 divine swords flew out and moved even though there was no wind. The 4 divine swords gave off a resplendent light and gradually flew together, fusing together. When the light disappeared, the 4 divine swords disappeared, and a black pearl appeared before Lin Fei, giving off a mysterious aura. Lin Fei tried to observe the black pearl. His divine sense immediately broke through the black pearl's outer layer and entered the black pearl, arriving in a strange space. Lucky kid, welcome in. The space fluctuated, and a face appeared in the sky, speaking calmly. You are the ruler. Lin Fei blurted out. That's right, I am the Son of Swords, or in other words, the ruler. The huge face opened and closed, its voice calm, not at all as overbearing as Lin Fei had imagined. This is the divine sense I left behind. Since you've entered, it means you've collected the 4 divine swords. According to our agreement, you can obtain the sword art I left behind, Extreme Sword, the ruler said. The sky fluctuated, and a young man in white walked out. His face was blurry, almost indiscernible. Watch carefully. I'll demonstrate it once. How much you remember is up to you. The young man in white held an ordinary longsword in his hand, his expression calm. Chapter 1362. A sword technique left behind by a ruler. Lin Fei was more excited than anyone else. A ruler-level expert, especially one who cultivated sword techniques, was very precious to sword practitioners. Moreover, it was a set of sword techniques left behind. Extreme sword, there are a total of 9 forms. Lucky kid, watch carefully. Lin Fei was completely focused. The first sword, one sword from the west, requires 3 steps to cultivate. The white-clothed youth waved his sword. It was an ordinary sword, but it was untraceable. The huge space was split into 2, so fast that one couldn't even see a trace of it. What a fast sword. The speed of this sword seems to be the limit of the heavenly Tao. Instead, it seems to be one with everything around it. Even I can't see the traces of this sword. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. A ruler-level sword technique was indeed not ordinary. This should be a set of sword techniques left behind casually. Just the first form needed 3 steps to cultivate, and the speed had to be great. The limit of the heavenly Tao was extremely strict. Ordinary people might not be able to learn it. From this sword, Lin Fei saw the meaning of extreme. The speed displayed by the limit of the heavenly Tao was far faster than breaking through the limit of the heavenly Tao. This sword technique had reached perfection. Even Lin Fei had to admit it himself. The second sword, sword goes like the wind, can only be cultivated by 4 steps. The white-clothed youth used the second sword. This sword was completely different from the previous one. It was extremely strange. It was a straight sword, but the target's waist was cut in half. It was a full-range attack. Lin Fei could vaguely see that the wind contained in this sword was ever-changing. The starting stance was clearly to lure people into taking the bait. Ordinary people would pay attention to the starting stance and never think that it was just a fake. The real attack had already surrounded the opponent. The third sword, sword like the sky, can only be cultivated by 2 steps of strength. Rumble. The huge space moved along with this sword. The white-clothed youth used this sword, but it wasn't an ordinary sword. It was an attack from Heaven's Might. You were facing Heaven's Might, not a person. This sword was even more terrifying than treasured swords that contained Heaven's Might. Lin Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw this. This move had reached its limit, and almost no one could resist it. The fourth move, water drop. The fifth sword, scar. The sixth move, sly thrust. The seventh move, sword separation. The eighth sword move, heaven shattering. The ninth sword move, sword death. The white-robed young man's speed grew faster and faster, and each sword strike was more dazzling than the last. Lin Fei couldn't come back to his senses, and he was completely immersed in the Overlord's sword technique. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen a sword technique at the level of a ruler. This is the extreme sword. How much you can comprehend will depend on your talent. When you reach the ninth sword, you will also break through to the juggernaut level, the white-robed youth said calmly. Lin Fei's mind shook, and he came out of the sword technique. Thank you, Hegemon. You don't have to thank me. This is your opportunity. Lin Fei continued, I want to know how to leave the sword continent and return to the myriad worlds. This matter made Lin Fei very anxious. The sword continent was not bad, but it wasn't Lin Fei's place. It was equivalent to a foreign land. The juggernaut had left behind a strand of his divine sense, so he might know how to leave the sword continent. The white-robed youth reached out, and a Jingguang entered Lin Fei's sea of consciousness. It transformed into a jade slip, and he said calmly, when you have mastered the first and second sword moves, you will know how to leave. I hope we will have the chance to meet again. Whoosh! The white-robed youth dissipated like mist. Lin Fei's body shook, and he discovered that he was out. On the platform, the black pearl from before had turned into dust, and the 4 divine swords had disappeared. I wasn't dreaming just now. I really did enter a space, and I saw the juggernaut. It seems like the juggernaut isn't dead. Lin Fei was very excited. He had actually obtained the sword technique left behind by the juggernaut. The Juggernaut's sword technique would probably cause a huge commotion in the myriad worlds. Even the peak experts would appear to fight for it. I have to cultivate it. Only after mastering the first and second sword moves can I know how to leave. Lin Fei sensed that there was a seal in his sea of consciousness that was similar to the jade slip. After trying a few times, he was unable to break the seal. Although there was nothing he could do, he still had hope of leaving. Lin Fei was just trying his luck. The Juggernaut had said that the seal wasn't that easy to break. For the sake of leaving the sword continent, Lin Fei decided to cultivate the extreme sword, and he succeeded in mastering the first two swords. The level of the sword technique left behind by the Juggernaut was too high. Under normal circumstances, it would take a long time to cultivate it. Just comprehending it would take a long time. It was normal for each sword to take a few hundred years. Lin Fei wasn't willing to cultivate for that long. During this time, Lin Fei went to the four clans' territories and told them to collect starstones and send them up the God Mountain. After that, they could buy top-grade experience stones to aid their cultivation. No matter what, the Juggernaut wouldn't have thought that someone could use such a method to take shortcuts. Lin Fei had defeated the four great experts in one fell swoop. The four great experts didn't dare to disobey his words. Thus, they started collecting heavenly star stones from all over the Sword mainland and sent them to the Celestial Mountain, wave after wave. Another 10 years passed. Lin Fei originally thought that with the help of the peak-grade experience stones, he would be able to improve his sword technique. Who would have thought that it would take him 10 years to improve his sword technique bit by bit? I finally succeeded. During these 10 years, Lin Fei successfully grasped the first two swords. He didn't have time to learn the third sword move. During this time, Lin Fei passed the lightning tribulation and stepped into the fourth step of the Immortal Emperor realm. With a powerful physical body, Lin Fei's 100 god physiques rose to 300 god physiques. He easily passed the lightning tribulation, and his strength underwent a heaven-defying transformation. Originally, the four experts weren't convinced. But after witnessing the lightning tribulation, they were convinced. This number one expert lived up to his name. Their defensive techniques couldn't block the terrifying immortal lightning. They couldn't be like Tian, bathing in the immortal lightning without feeling any pain. It's down here. Lin Fei barged into a danger zone of the Sword mainland. This was the most dangerous place in the entire Sword mainland. Even the four great experts had to tread carefully. Now that Lin Fei had fused 300 divine physiques, this place wasn't that dangerous anymore. Barging his way through, he finally arrived at the lowest point of the danger zone, where he saw a stone door. Rumble. Not long after, the stone door was broken and Lin Fei walked through it. Inside the stone door was a long-distance teleportation array that could send him back to the myriad worlds. However, he didn't know where exactly it was. Lin Fei didn't care. He would return to the myriad worlds first. Who knew what would happen after a few decades? Lin Fei was in a hurry to return. The Sword mainland was meaningless to Lin Fei. Inside the stone door, an ancient teleportation array appeared. Lin Fei took out his true spirit and placed it inside. It was a peak-grade true spirit. Time to go back. Chapter 1363. The Eternal Sea. This was a place that even the rulers of all realms feared. Usually, few people came here. Even if someone did, it would be a fourth-step expert who came here to try their luck. Whoosh, on this day, a few figures flew over. These people seemed to be in a very sorry state, and their bodies were more or less injured. Apart from that, they kept looking back with panic in their eyes, as if something terrible was chasing them. They flew over. A wave of blue caught up with them, accompanied by cold air that froze large swaths of the void. Oh no, they're catching up. Damn, what kind of fierce beasts are these? They're too terrifying. Our attacks can't break their defense. When they saw the ice-blue beasts, their scalps went numb with fear. They were originally a team, and now there were only 5 people left. They were all fourth-step experts, but in front of these ice-blue beasts, they were so weak that they could not withstand a single blow. 2/3 of the original group had been killed, and now there were only a few of them left. If not for their life-saving treasures, they would have died in the first wave of attacks. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another fourth step expert could not hold on and was frozen into a statue, falling from above. They were so frightened that they did not dare to attack again and hurriedly fled forward. "We're dead," one of them said in a trembling voice. "They're too powerful. The cold air they released almost froze us to death." The remaining 4 people cried out in despair. They had never thought that they, as fourth step experts, would encounter such big trouble. The Eternal Sea had been rumored to be so terrifying, so they did not pay much attention at first. Now, they regretted it. If there was medicine for regret, they would definitely come back. This was simply a nightmare. Hundreds of ice blue beasts caught up. The ones at the front were especially powerful, and they could not withstand the cold air they released. They had to rely on the immortal armor on their bodies. Even so, the cold was bone-chilling, and the great Tao power in their bodies was about to be frozen. Half an hour later, they were almost overtaken. Their secret techniques and divine powers could not stop the ice blue beasts from catching up. They used treasures to deal with a few of them, but they could only injure them but not kill them. This time, they were truly in despair. At their realm, they did not want to die at all. However, they were powerless to deal with these ice blue beasts. The Eternal Sea was indeed more terrifying than they had imagined. Whoosh! At this time, a ripple came from the void. A white light flashed, and a black-clothed young man appeared not far away from them. "I'm finally back." The black-clothed young man stretched himself, and his voice fell into their ears without missing a single word. Where did this person come from? A strange look flashed across the 4 people's faces. Suddenly, they discovered that the ice-blue demonic beasts that were charging towards them were all charging towards the black-clothed young man, letting out angry roars. "What's going on? These demonic beasts aren't coming for us. Why would they attack others?" They could not think of a reason. Suddenly, one of them stared at the black-robed man, and a flash of understanding flashed through his eyes. "Look, doesn't that person look familiar? He seems to be a celebrity." "Is that so? It looks really familiar. I remember now. Isn't this person Tion, the one who issued the test for the 2 palaces? Didn't he disappear for 40 to 50 years? Wasn't he already dead?" These people's eyes widened. Tion's matter had caused a lot of commotion, and many experts on the ranking list were involved. In the end, they heard that Tion had entered the Eternal Sea and disappeared without a trace. It was rumored that he had died in the Eternal Sea, which shocked all the realms. Now that he suddenly appeared, it was impossible not to be shocked. "Oh no, Tion is going to be besieged!" Someone cried out. At this time, they came to their senses. Those ice-blue demonic beasts had almost killed them. Wouldn't Tion be besieged and killed by hundreds of them? "Damn, it's you guys again." Lin Fei was still worried about where he would return to. He did not expect to appear in the Eternal Sea. He let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was feeling emotional that he was back, a sudden chill came over him. Looking up, he saw a group of ice-blue demonic beasts attacking him. Lin Fei recognized them at a glance. They were ice soul beasts. The ones flying in front were the ones that had chased after him previously. Obviously, they recognized him. Whoosh! Large swathes of cold air blew over, and the void was frozen. "Damn, do you still think I'm as easy to deal with as last time?" The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose. He took a step forward and walked into the cold air. Just as the cold air was about to get close to him, it was shaken off, and large swathes of cold air shattered. The leader of the ice soul beasts was furious. Its huge body crashed towards Lin Fei, and its wings moved like a pair of scissors. It broke through the limit of the heavenly Tao and cut towards Lin Fei's body. Clang, clang, clang! The ice soul beast's scissors did not move an inch. Lin Fei punched the ice soul beast, and the leader was sent flying. He moved and pounced on it again. You had a good time chasing after me last time, didn't you? Lin Fei punched the ice soul beast again. You still dare to chase after me now? You're courting death. Lin Fei punched more than 10 times in a row. Each punch hit the ice soul beast, and large swathes of ice were smashed. Let's see if you still dare to chase after me in the future. Lin Fei held a grudge against this guy. After such a long time, this guy had caught up with him again. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't feel good. The ice soul beast wanted to take revenge at first, but it didn't expect that Yi Futian's strength had greatly increased. It was in great pain, and after a few rounds, it was already seeing stars. This guy was domineering in the Eternal Sea, but this time, it was at a disadvantage. After beating it up, Lin Fei finally vented his anger. He kicked the leader of the ice soul beasts away. If you dare to attack me again, I'll barbecue you next time. Once the leader of the ice soul beasts was free, it shouted and commanded hundreds of ice soul beasts to attack Yi Futian. It was still planning to take revenge. Lin Fei didn't plan to kill these beasts. Since they attacked again, he didn't plan to show any mercy. Whoosh, using his finger as a sword essence swept across the sky and swept across the ice soul beasts. Bang, 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 hundreds of ice blue demonic beasts exploded, leaving behind numerous ice blue pearls that emitted an icy chill. In just a few decades, Yi Futian had killed all these ice blue beasts with one strike. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. The sword skill of a ruler was indeed extraordinary. That strike just now was the first form of the extreme sword skill left by the ruler, one sword from the west. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei put away all the beads. These beads were easy to deal with against ordinary level 4 cultivators. They were all good stuff. Whoosh! Lin Fei took another step and disappeared into thin air. Are we seeing things? The leader of the ice blue beasts was caught and beaten up by Di Tian. It seems like he killed hundreds of ice blue beasts with one strike. Even I couldn't see what was going on with that strike. The remaining 4 people were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a crazy guy. The ice blue beasts that almost wiped out their team were killed by Di Tian as if they were vegetables. If they saw it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it was real. Let's go. With Di Tian in front, he must be preparing to go out. We can leave Eternal Sea if we follow him. I heard that Sword Immortal Bai and the others are still outside. They don't seem to believe that Di Tian is dead. There will probably be a huge battle soon. The few of them quickly chased after him. Eternal Sea was shrouded by a mysterious power. Lin Fei couldn't sense Great Metropolis Heaven, so he couldn't use his Realm Lord power to return to Great Metropolis Heaven. He had to leave Eternal Sea. With the flow of black wind, Lin Fei's speed was very fast. Everywhere he passed, the ice blue beasts couldn't stop Lin Fei and were easily sent flying. Lin Fei really wanted to know what was going on outside. Although he was anxious, he had no other choice. He could only rush at full speed and try to leave Eternal Sea as soon as possible. Eternal Sea. There was a person sitting cross-legged on an uninhabited star. It had been 20 to 30 years. Ever since he sat cross-legged on the star, he hadn't left. His powerful consciousness covered the exit of Eternal Sea. There used to be some experts who were disgusted with consciousness, but after they were killed by this person, no one dared to say anything. Fortunately, no one entered Eternal Sea. It was a place that even rulers feared. Unless they were near the end of their lifespan, no one would be willing to go in. They might even die in there. This overbearing person was none other than Sword Immortal Bai, who chased after Lin Fei back then. Back then, Sword Immortal Bai was blocked by the ice blue beasts. He spent a long time breaking out, only to find that they had disappeared without a trace. He also found the palace on the corpse. There were many palaces. Sword Immortal Bai didn't know which one Di Tian went to and didn't dare to enter. Sword Immortal Bai had no choice but to leave Eternal Sea. He moved a star and sat on it, waiting for Di Tian to come out. He believed that Di Tian wouldn't die so easily. They waited and waited, and just like that, they waited for several decades. On this day, Sword Immortal by suddenly opened his eyes. He left the star and looked towards Eternal Sea. Ha ha ha, you're finally willing to come out. Just now, Sword Immortal by felt Tion's aura appear again. Sword Immortal by laughed. It's good that you're out. As long as you're out of Eternal Sea, before the people from the two palaces arrive, I can kill you. They can't say anything. The position on the leaderboard will belong to me. Sword Immortal by laughed happily. The decades of waiting were not in vain. The most exciting moment was coming. This time, Sword Immortal by definitely wouldn't let Tion leave under his nose again. I sense great metropolis world. Lin Fei sped all the way and finally left Eternal Sea. He sensed great metropolis world immediately. He could go back with just a thought. Tion, you're finally willing to come out. Rumble. Chapter 1364. Pillars of light shot into the sky, forming a space-locking array. This was a very high-grade array, and the one who set it up was no ordinary person. It was the number 1 Sword Immortal, Emperor Bai. Surprised, right? Sword Immortal Bai D walked out, his sharp eyes staring at Tion. You never thought that I would be waiting for you outside the Eternal Sea, right? A smug look flashed across his face. At this moment, Emperor Bai was indeed very pleased. In order to deal with Tion, he had spent a lot of time. Today, he could finally get what he wanted. Lin Fei was indeed surprised. This was not because he was shocked, but because he could finally vent his anger on someone. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. Emperor Bai did not like this laugh, because he imagined Tion not to be afraid. This was different from what he imagined. What are you laughing at? Sword Immortal Bai D said, I have already set up a space sealing formation here. With your strength, don't even think about breaking it. You won't be able to escape today. You managed to escape last time, but don't even think about it this time. Lin Fei clapped his hands and cheered, space locking array, I love it. Emperor Bai frowned at this strange action. He felt like he had missed out on something. For some reason, a bad feeling arose in his heart. Tion's behavior was different from last time. No matter what, he had to take down Tion first. Emperor Bai was afraid that a long delay would be detrimental to him. Glib tongue, I will suppress you first. Emperor Bai snorted coldly. He grabbed with his 5 fingers, and 5 sword mountains came crashing down, cutting open a large piece of the void. 5 sword mountains came slashing down. This was one of Emperor Bai's secret techniques. 5 elements sword mountain. A very domineering secret technique attack. With the previous lesson, Emperor Bai used his full strength and set up a space-locking array to prevent Tion from escaping. In such a territory, he had the advantage. Lin Fei activated his 3 heads and 6 arms technique. His 6 arms stretched out and punched at the 5 sword mountains. His punches landed on the 5 sword mountains, and sword chi slashed out. Clang clang clang, the sword chi slashed at Lin Fei's arms, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Not a single mark was left on the 6 fair arms. Old thing, you're old. Your secret skills are useless. Lin Fei laughed. His 6 arms shattered the 5 sword mountains and smashed them towards Sword Celestial Bai D. It's actually useless. A blood-colored sword flew out from Sword Immortal White Emperor's back. This was Sword Immortal White Emperor's Heaven's Might treasure sword. With one strike, Heaven's Might descended and stabbed towards the 6 arms. Clang clang clang, Sword Immortal White Emperor stabbed his arm with Heaven's Might. When the sword pierced forward, it was as if it had pierced a hard slab of stone. It did not budge at all, and its power could not penetrate through. Instead, it was shaken by the other party's sturdy arm, causing his arm to go numb. Old thing, you're really old. Lin Fei's 6 arms kept slapping down. Front, back, left, all directions. I'm not old, I'm the number 1 Sword Immortal. Sword Immortal by D was infuriated. He was the #1 Sword Immortal, and yet he was being called an old thing by a junior. How could he take it? His sword stance suddenly changed. Hua hua hua, the strange sword will landed on Lin Fei's arm, and its power increased by more than 10 times. Sword Immortal by D used his rank 2 strength, and his sword stance became even sharper. Within the range of the space lock, remnants of sword will interweave densely. It's useless. Lin Fei used his 6 arms to attack Sword Immortal by D. His attacks became faster and faster, suppressing the rank 2 attack. Very quickly, Sword Immortal by D was injured. Sword Immortal by D's injuries were not heavy, and he had a protective mystique. He was not easy to kill. His heart was in turmoil, and he could not imagine how much D Tian had improved. How is this possible? It's only been 40 years, and D Tian's body has become so strong. Even my rank 2 strength cannot break through. I don't believe it. Sword Immortal by D could not accept this outcome. D Tian, who had been chased all those years ago, had become so strong that even his sword will could not break through. Wind and Rain Sword Technique. Sword Immortal by D's sword stance changed again, and his sword will turned into drops of rain, each as thick as a finger. They came crashing down densely, and in an instant, Lin Fei was within the attack range. Peng peng peng, Lin Fei let the rainwater sword will hit him, and his body only shook slightly. Old thing, I killed 2 of your disciples, and you chased me all the way. Today, I'm right in front of you. If you miss this chance, you won't have it again. Lin Fei mocked. After merging 300 divine bodies, Lin Fei's body was unbelievably strong. Sword Immortal by D's sword will could not cause any actual damage. Lin Fei looked at Sword Immortal by D's changing expression, and he was in a good mood. Even you have a day where you have to suffer. Sword Immortal by D was furious. The sword skills that he rarely used did not even cause any damage to D Tian, and he felt a sense of helplessness. In 40 years, D Tian had become stronger than him. What a joke. Do I really have to use the top-grade mysterious item? After Sword Immortal by D used all of his sword skills, the 6 arms continued to attack him, and he was not injured at all. D Tian's mocking laughter rang in his ears. This made Sword Immortal by D unable to take it anymore, and he finally understood why D Tian was so calm at the start. It turned out that the other party no longer cared about him. I don't believe that you can block the attack of the top-grade mysterious item. After Sword Immortal by D used all of his techniques, he knew that he could not do anything to D Tian. D Tian's defense was too strong, so strong that even his sword will could not break it. At this time, Sword Immortal by D finally prepared to use the top-grade mysterious item. It was a treasure that he had obtained from a dangerous place, and it was rumored that it was a treasure that the ruler had casually refined. It contained terrifying power, enough to kill D Tian. In order to kill D Tian, Sword Immortal by D could not care less. If he allowed this to continue, the one who would lose would definitely be him. Sword Immortal by D had no choice. Old thing, it's my turn now. Lin Fei suddenly retracted his 3 heads and 6 arms, and a divine sword landed in his hand. It was the true self-world destroyer sword from back then. He stabbed upwards, and it was light and did not look powerful. But this sword was filled with danger in front of Sword Immortal by D, and his eyes changed color. Sword Immortal by D was the #1 Sword Immortal. The power of this sword far exceeded the sword skills that he had used. D Tian must have had a great opportunity in the Eternal Sea. Sword Immortal by D suddenly understood. Otherwise, there would not be such a domineering sword skill. With his knowledge, he could not see the path of this move. With a wave of his hand, Sword Immortal by D took out a green leaf and crushed it. A green light blocked in front of him, and he retreated. He could not win. This was the first time Sword Immortal by D felt so helpless. Chapter 1365. This sword was coming from the west. The sword technique left behind by the ruler was not just for show. In order to learn the first 2 moves, Lin Fei had spent large amounts of time and top-grade experience stones to learn them. Aren't you good with the sword? I'm going to use sword techniques to kill you. Lin Fei was just that simple. The bright sword landed on Sword Immortal White Emperor's body and was quickly blocked by the green light. Sword Immortal White Emperor retreated and reached the end of the space lock. His expression changed. Damn it. Sword Immortal White Emperor remembered that he had set up the space lock formation to prevent Di Tian from leaving. He didn't expect it to become a hindrance to him. Old thing, you are the top Sword Immortal. Everyone knows your name. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? You have waited for me for decades. We should get to know each other. A lazy voice rang out behind Sword Immortal White Emperor. I don't want to be close to you. The green light on Sword Immortal White Emperor dissipated. His uncle had used up a defensive treasure just like that. His heart ached. If they got to know each other, he wouldn't have to leave. Keep. The space lock formation was very strong. Sword Immortal White Emperor couldn't break it. He could only keep the flags and leave. Lin Fei wouldn't let Sword Immortal White Emperor leave. Voila! The second sword came. Coming from the west. Lin Fei wanted to experience what he had experienced before. Seeing Di Tian attack again, Sword Immortal White Emperor felt the terrifying sword technique attack again. He took out another defensive treasure. It was also a one-time use item. Sword Immortal White Emperor had two. He would only use it when he was in danger. He had no choice now. The treasure shattered, blocking a wave of attacks. You really have many defensive treasures. I wonder how many times you can block. Lin Fei smiled and attacked again. The more Sword Immortal White Emperor felt the pain, the happier he was. Sword Immortal White Emperor's protective technique was strong, but it couldn't block the sword technique attack. Other than using defensive treasures. These things weren't cabbages that could be bought on the streets. Di Tian, don't push me too far. Sword Immortal by Di used another defensive treasure. He was out of defensive treasures and stared coldly at Lin Fan. Ha ha ha, you're going too far. I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Why didn't you tell me to stop back then? Today, I'm just giving it back to you. Lin Fei said. You're forcing me to take you down with me. Sword Immortal by Di was furious. Lin Fei did not fall for Sword Immortal by Di's trick at all. I like it. If you have the ability, go ahead and blow yourself up. I really want to know if you can break my body after you blow yourself up. Other than the mystical items that Sword Immortal by Di had, there was nothing else that he could use against Di Tian. Apart from self-destruction. Sword Immortal by Di would never use such a suicidal attack unless he was forced into a corner. Lin Fei's words infuriated him. Sword Immortal by Di almost choked on his own saliva. When everyone heard about self-destruction, their first thought was to stop it. How could Lin Fei say that? Self-destruction was powerful, and Lin Fei was confident in himself. You better blow yourself up so that I can go back earlier. Lin Fei smiled at Sword Immortal by Di. Why don't you blow yourself up? I'll think you're a coward who doesn't even dare to blow yourself up. Sword Immortal by Di cursed in his heart. Damn it, why don't you blow yourself up? I only have one life. If I blow myself up, I'll be gone. This was the first time Sword Immortal by Di had heard of such a shameless person. Can't you give me a way out? Di Tian's strength had risen too quickly. This strongest body was a headache for everyone. Sword Immortal by Di did not dare to blow himself up. If he did, he would lose his life even if he did not kill Di Tian. Sword Immortal by Di valued his life very much. Di Tian, I admit that I was wrong to chase you down. At most, I'll just apologize and compensate you. Sword Immortal by Di regretted setting up the space lock formation. He had screwed himself over. Wrong? You're really thick-skinned. If not for my good luck, I would be like this for the rest of my life. Do you think you can solve this with just one sentence? Lin Fei shook his head. That was just the first form. Now try the second. Lin Fei had no intention of letting Sword Immortal by D off. He had to kill Sword Immortal by D today. The second form, Sword Like Wind. This sword was even stranger than the previous one. It was even stranger than Sword Immortal by D's sword techniques. It was impossible to defend against. Hua hua hua. Sword Immortal by D only felt the wind blowing. Rip, his unbreakable protective technique was torn apart. A wound was left on his chest, with remnant sword intent. I can't block it. Sword Immortal by D was already defending. Rip, facing this sword, Sword Immortal by D could not block the attacks from all directions. Only when they reached his body did the attacks show. He had no killing intent at all. In less than a moment, Sword Immortal by D was covered in wounds. Every wound was so deep that bones could be seen. The sword intent lingered for a long time, unable to heal. His body was bleeding profusely, as though he had just crawled out from a pile of corpses. The scary thing was that the attacks did not stop. Sword Immortal by D was helpless. He could not block this sword technique. Even his protective technique could not block this attack. It was many times stronger than the sword techniques he had spent so much time studying. I won't lose to a junior. Sword Immortal by D shouted in his heart. He struggled with all his might and took out a mystical item. It contained a terrifying attack and was one of his trump cards. World Storm. The wind howled and blew past Sword Immortal by D. Sword Immortal by D's face turned pale. He could not use the mystical item in his hand and his body trembled. World Storm, your world projection has actually reached the level of World Storm. This is all thanks to you. Boom, a huge storm swept over. Lin Fei would not let Sword Immortal by D have the chance to use his mystical item. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Sword Immortal by D. You are not the first to die. There will be people chasing after you. Don't kill me. Sword Immortal by D let out a cry of despair. Lin Fei pierced Sword Immortal by D's forehead with his sword. The power of the World Storm heavily injured Sword Immortal by D. Even if he was a peak Sword Immortal, it was the same. World Storm was a terrifying killer move that required 7 to 8 chaos cycles of cultivation. Ordinary people would not be able to cultivate it and might even die along the way. Lin Fei was an exception. Once Sword Immortal by D died, Lin Fei took the storage ring and let out Hairball to swallow Sword Immortal by D. He scanned the storage ring and there was a mystical item inside. It contained an attack mystical item. Including the one in his hand, there were 2 mystical items. This space sealing formation is not bad. It's mine too. Lin Fei took it without hesitation. After killing Sword Immortal by D, Lin Fei's thoughts were clear. This guy had to die. Once Sword Immortal by D died, he believed that those who dared to attack would have to think twice. As for the 2 palaces, Lin Fei was also very unhappy. He did not like the rankings, yet they wanted him to go up and even wanted to test him. Who would be willing? He was quite angry at the 2 palaces. Now that Sword Immortal by D was dead, he was in a much better mood. Back then, Gentleman Green Snake also chased after me. No matter what, I have to kill Gentleman Green Snake. Who knows, Sky Demon Realm Lord might even owe me a favor. Lin Fei pondered. Now, Lin Fei decided to return to Great Metropolis World to check out the situation. Hua Great Metropolis World. Lin Fei communicated with Great Metropolis World with a thought and returned to the highest level of the Sector Lord Stone Tower. This was one of the rights of a Sector Lord. Ordinary Sector Lords were not easy to kill. This was one of the important reasons. Back in Great Metropolis World, Lin Fei used his rights to check on the situation of Holy Heaven Academy. He did not want the situation to happen as he imagined. Lin Fei instantly had a clear view of the entire Divine Heaven Academy. The entire academy was the same as when he left. The outside was not sealed, the Great Array was not activated, and everything looked calm. Lin Fei saw many students training in the Stone Tower. Lin Fei even saw his daughter, Lin Yu, fighting with demonic beasts in one of the levels. In a short period of 40 years, Lin Yu's strength had already reached the early stage of Immortal King. There was time acceleration here. Lin Fei was not too surprised about this realm. Other than that, Lin Fei saw his wives cultivating too. They were working very hard. Seeing this, Lin Fei felt a tinge of guilt. These few decades, his wives must have been worried about him. Their strength had increased very quickly. Every one of them had reached the immortal monarch level. When he left, Lin Fei left behind a large amount of resources, enough for them to cultivate. There are experts guarding the academy. Lin Fei was a realm lord, he could see any movement. He saw the experts in the sky. Every one of them was a pinnacle expert. There were a total of 5 of them. Seeing this situation, Lin Fei could not help but feel surprised. He did not recognize these pinnacle experts. He did not sense any hostility from them. He realized that they were sent by someone to guard this place. To be able to command 5 pinnacle experts was not something an ordinary person could do. Go back and tell your master that Di Tian owes him a favor. Lin Fei's voice rang out in their hearts. The expressions of the 5 pinnacle experts changed. They realized who was speaking. Shock appeared on their faces. They stood up and left Great Metropolis World. If I'm not wrong, it should be the people from Tianyun Tower. The only cooperation was with Tianyun Tower. It was not hard for Lin Fei to deduce that. He believed that they had obtained great benefits from the experience stone. Otherwise, they would not arrange for experts to guard the academy. This favor, Lin Fei still had to return. Arranging for 5 pinnacle experts, Lin Fei could imagine how terrifying Tianyun Tower's power was. This was just the tip of the iceberg. Only they could command pinnacle experts. Seeing that Great Metropolis World was fine, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Ding, system reminder, the power struggle mission has not been completed. Ding, the player has appeared. The mission time has been extended by 1 year. Within 1 year, the player must devour the neighboring Kai Yuan world. Chapter 1366. How could I forget about this? Lin Fei had indeed forgotten about this. On Swordland, Lin Fei was studying the swordplay left behind by the ruler every day. He didn't think about anything else. He only remembered it when the system reminded him. Originally, he didn't have 10 years to complete it since he went to Swordland. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that it would be extended by a year. Kai Yuan World. Lin Fei repeated the words Kai Yuan World. Kai Yuan World was the world next door. Time was very tight to annex Kai Yuan World within a year. I was born to work hard. Lin Fei sighed. Somewhere deep in the void, the astral wind whistled past without stopping. A person was sitting cross-legged in the void. When the astral wind reached a certain range, it split apart as if it had met a rock. At this moment, this person suddenly opened his eyes, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. They finally left. This person stood up and instantly disappeared from the void. He appeared on the star and looked at the figures that were getting further away. Under the joy, a strange expression appeared on his face. Strange, why did they leave? Logically speaking, they shouldn't have left now. Kai Yuan Realm Lord found it strange. Ever since he failed to ambush Di Tian, Kai Yuan Realm Lord returned to Kai Yuan World and secretly paid attention to Di Tian's whereabouts until Di Tian entered Eternal Sea and disappeared without a trace. Kai Yuan Realm Lord didn't have much hope that Di Tian would come back alive after entering Eternal Sea. Iron Blood Alliance young Master Lang Yi secretly ordered him to take control of Great Metropolis World and turn it into another sphere of influence. Without Di Tian, Kai Yuan Realm Lord was confident that he could use his influence to secretly control Great Metropolis World and isolate Holy Heaven Academy. But when Kai Yuan Realm Lord was about to take action, 5 pinnacle experts appeared in Great Metropolis World. Their origins were very mysterious, and they weren't any weaker than him. As a result, Kai Yuan Realm Lord frowned. After some investigation, he came to a shocking conclusion. They were from Tianyun Tower. This result made the Kaiyuan Realm Lord very uncomfortable. He couldn't understand why the Tianyun Tower would arrange for a peak expert to oversee the great metropolis world. No matter how he thought about it, it didn't make sense. Because of the appearance of the people from the Tianyun Pavilion, the Kaiyuan Realm Lord didn't dare to make a move. Over the past few decades, his movements were very small, and there was almost no development. He secretly hated the people from the Tianyun Pavilion to death. Because of this, Kaiyuan Realm Lord was reprimanded by Langya Young Master several times. Today, their people had finally left. The Kaiyuan Realm Lord immediately sensed it. A rock had been moved away. As long as the peak experts of the Tianyun Tower were here, the Kaiyuan Realm Lord wouldn't dare to act recklessly. He was extremely wary of the Tianyun Tower. What's more, in the past few decades, the influence of the Tianyun Tower had expanded by quite a bit. The reason was very simple: the other party had grasped something called the experience pill, which could assist in the cultivation of secret arts and divine abilities, allowing one to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Any secret art that was difficult to cultivate could be cultivated in a faster time. As soon as this pill appeared, the entire universe went crazy. Now that they have left, this emperor can head to the great metropolis world and force them to hand over their management rights. Kaiyuan Realm Master had held it in for a long time. He didn't plan to come secretly anymore and was prepared to kill his way to their doorstep. When Di Tian was around, the Kaiyuan Realm Master might be wary, but it was different now. Walla, a man in black, stood side by side with the Kaiyuan Realm Master. Yuan-san, later on, you will attack the Holy Heaven Academy and give others the illusion that you are taking revenge. It's best if you make the matter as big as possible. At that time, this emperor will come personally, said the Kaiyuan Realm Master calmly. Understood. The man in black took a step forward and entered the great metropolis world. The Kaiyuan Realm Master had a faint smile on his face. Yuan-san is a peak expert. As long as he makes the Holy Heaven Academy restless and suffers great losses, this emperor will pretend to be passing by and help them chase away the man in black. At that time, this emperor will naturally be able to control the great metropolis world. This emperor really has to thank Di Tian for chasing away the people from the Heavenly Sect and the Wind Palace. There are many fewer restrictions now, ha ha ha. This was the idea that the Kaiyuan Realm Master thought of. It was simple, but the effect was very good. It was very easy to control the great metropolis world. The Kaiyuan Realm Master mainly wanted this excuse. With this excuse, it would be convenient for him to do the following things. Yuan-san charged into the great metropolis world. Boom! The aura of a peak expert spread out and enveloped the entire great metropolis world. The expressions of the people in the great metropolis world changed. Many of the weaker people vomited blood on the spot. How could ordinary people withstand the aura of a peak fourth-step immortal emperor? Yuan-san sneered. Without the Realm Master presiding over the great metropolis world, no one was a match for him. Everyone was as weak as an ant and could be killed by him. Di Tian, you destroyed my clan back then. Today, I will destroy your great metropolis world. Yuan-san pretended to say. His voice reverberated throughout the great metropolis world. He came for revenge. Everyone was shocked. Yuan-san turned into a beam of light and flew towards the Holy Heaven Academy. He came for revenge? In the Realm Master's stone pagoda, Lin Fei was delighted. A peak expert came for revenge. Why didn't he come earlier or later? Why did he only leave after the 5 peak experts arrived? Lin Fei's divine sense merged with the heavenly Tao. The entire great metropolis world appeared in his eyes. It's him. With one look, Lin Fei recognized the Kaiyuan Realm Lord standing in the void. What a great Kaiyuan Realm Lord. I haven't even made a move against you and you came first. From the looks of it, this person was clearly arranged by you. I'm afraid you have endured for a long time. A cold light flashed across Lin Fei's eyes. A peak expert that appeared out of nowhere and the Kaiyuan Realm Lord hiding in the void. Lin Fei wouldn't believe that there was nothing wrong with these two. The Kai Yuan Realm Lord must be trying to control the great metropolis world secretly. Lin Fei immediately understood. The Kai Yuan Realm Lord was much stronger than the peak experts. If it wasn't for Mo Wuji, he wouldn't have known that the Kai Yuan Realm Lord was hiding in the void. When the time comes, no one would doubt his reason. Lin Fei was very angry. Yuan San released his aura along the way. He was very fond of such massacres. In addition, the Kaiyuan Realm Lord had promised that as long as he did well, the great metropolis world would be handed over to him to manage. Yuan San would truly be under a single person and above tens of thousands. Yuan San felt excited just thinking about it and wanted nothing more than to attack the Holy Heavens Academy. People of the Holy Sky Academy, come out and accept your death. Boom boom boom. A thunderous voice resounded. When Yuan San saw the Holy Sky Academy appearing in front of him, he waved his hand and punched out. A long river that was tens of thousands of feet long was formed. The sky was instantly covered and darkness was cast. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort resounded throughout the great metropolis world. The 30,000 feet long stream of light shattered and disappeared without a trace. A huge palm appeared in the sky above Yuan San's head and slapped down. Yuan San's expression changed drastically. The huge palm slapped his body with terrifying aura. Whoosh. Chapter 1367. Great metropolis world's immortals were feeling uneasy. The extremely arrogant fourth step immortal emperor that enveloped great metropolis world was slapped to death by a huge palm that appeared out of nowhere. All the immortals had their mouths wide open in shock. Realm Lord actually left behind a trump card. No wonder no one dared to make a move. This fourth step immortal emperor deserved to die. It's good that he died. Personally witnessing a fourth step immortal emperor, and a peak stage immortal emperor at that, vomiting a few mouthfuls of blood was something that they would never encounter in their lives. Worth it. The pitiful Yuan San was slapped to death. This was something that even he didn't expect. Everyone in Holy Heaven Academy had a face full of shock. No one knew who was the one who instantly killed a peak stage immortal emperor with a single slap. All of their mouths were agape with shock. In a palace, Demon Emperor Silence Earth stood up and smiled. I sense Master's aura. I didn't expect Master to instantly kill a peak stage immortal emperor. Ha ha ha. As a follower, Demon Emperor Silence Earth easily sensed that Lin Fei had returned. From the start, Demon Emperor Silence Earth didn't think that Master would die. Although Eternal Sea was dangerous, Master had great fortuitous encounters and would definitely return alive. He actually died. Realm Lord Kaiyuan, who was hiding in the void, had an ugly expression. According to the development of the plot, this shouldn't have happened. Just now, he scanned with his spiritual sense. There were no peak stage immortal emperors in great metropolis world. This shouldn't have happened. Not good. Realm Lord Kaiyuan cursed in his heart. To be able to instantly kill a peak stage immortal emperor like Yuan San and so quickly that he couldn't stop it, there was no one else besides that person. Realm Lord Kaiyuan retreated. Realm Lord Kaiyuan, long time no see. A black-robed young man walked out and blocked in front of Realm Lord Kaiyuan. He was smiling at Realm Lord Kaiyuan. Why isn't this fellow dead? Realm Lord Kaiyuan cursed in his heart. He didn't expect Di Tian to appear and kill his right-hand man. Di Tian, it's great that you didn't die. Realm Lord Kaiyuan said in surprise, just now, I sensed that someone was trying to cause trouble, so I rushed over. Fortunately, you helped. Now that Di Tian appeared, Realm Lord Kaiyuan's plan was ruined. Now that Realm Lord Kaiyuan was prepared to cast him aside so that Di Tian wouldn't suspect him. Thank you very much. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. The Kaiyuan Realm Lord relied on the fact that he was acquainted with the Langya young lord. He wasn't afraid that Di Tian would dare to do anything. In front of the Iron Blood Alliance, Di Tian alone was nothing. It's good that you're back. I still have something to do, so I'll head back first. Kaiyuan Realm Master said as he prepared to leave. Lin Fei stood in front of him again. Kai Yuan Realm Master, it's not easy for you to come here. At least come to my palace and I will properly entertain you. Lin Fei laughed. The Kaiyuan Realm Master had a guilty conscience. There's no need. Next time. This will do. How could Lin Fei let the Realm Master of the Elemental Opening Realm leave? Boom! A world storm had descended. Kaiyuan Realm Master was instantly enveloped by the world storm. Lin Fei didn't expand the distance and restricted it to a very small area. Puff Realm Lord Kaiyuan's body shook, his face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You! How did you manage to cultivate the world storm? Lin Fei laughed, now you can go and be my guest. Kaiyuan Realm Master was much stronger than a peak celestial emperor. If he was in his own world, he would be even stronger. However, in Great Metropolis World, he had no advantage at all. Damn, how did Di Tian become so strong in just a few decades? Kaiyuan Realm Master was filled with fear. Just the world storm alone was enough to heavily injure him. Di Tian, I am Langya Young Master's man. If Langya Young Master finds out about what you do to me, he won't let you off. Kaiyuan Realm Master put on a brave front. Now, he hoped to use Langya Young Master to suppress Di Tian. That means that you don't want to be a guest. As for Langya Young Master, I don't know him. A long sword suddenly appeared in Lin Fei's hand. It was the true self-world destroyer sword. With a wave of his hand, 3 beams of sword light slashed towards the Kai Yuan Realm Lord, tearing apart his defense and slashing onto his body, causing him so much pain that he wanted to die. I will go, I will go. The 3 swords slashed his body and Kaiyuan Realm Master broke out in cold sweat. He was actually unable to block the attacks of these 3 swords. Di Tian instantly became extremely terrifying in his eyes. With just a wave of his hand, he gave off an extremely dangerous aura. You are really despicable. I invited you but you didn't go. I will slash you a few times before you are willing to go. Lin Fei said. Kaiyuan Realm Master had a bitter expression on his face. Highest level of the World Lord Stone Tower. The Kaiyuan Realm Overlord stood in his palace and stared at Di Tian who was seated above. There was no need to mention how sullen he felt. He was a world overlord yet he actually suffered such a huge disadvantage in the hands of Di Tian. If he knew that Di Tian was back, Kaiyuan Realm Master wouldn't have come even if he died. This fellow was just too overpowered. Kaiyuan Realm Master, you are really bold. While I am not at home, you are prepared to swallow my great metropolis world? Lin Fei chided Kaiyuan Realm Master. After inviting Kaiyuan Realm Master over, Lin Fei wasn't worried that he would escape. This place was isolated from everything. If Kaiyuan Realm Master couldn't sense Kaiyuan World, he wouldn't be able to return instantly. Slander, you are slandering me. Kaiyuan Realm Master didn't dare to admit this. At this moment, in his eyes, Di Tian was someone who could threaten his life. What if Di Tian killed him? Is that so? Lin Fei slapped the stone chair and appeared beside Kaiyuan Realm Master. He punched out and Kaiyuan Realm Master subconsciously blocked. His arm went numb and he flew backwards. This Di Tian is too savage. I can't continue like this. If not, I really won't be able to leave this place. As a world lord, Kaiyuan Realm Master controlled an entire world. When had he ever been looked down on like this? My strength isn't comparable to his, but I have a special item that contains a blade intent. It is enough to injure him. As long as he is injured, I can leave this place. At that time, he won't be able to do anything to me. Kaiyuan Realm Master immediately had an idea. A golden talisman appeared in his hand. He tore it open and tossed it towards Di Tian. A terrifying blade intent shot through the air and locked onto Di Tian. Di Tian, let's see how you block this. Kaiyuan Realm Master laughed. It was like he would see Di Tian being heavily injured by this blade intent. Lin Fei shook his head, as expected, you aren't honest. The domineering blade intent slashed onto Lin Fei's body. The entire palace was filled with blade intent. Ha ha ha, Tion, even if you don't die, you will be heavily injured. Let's see how you can stop me. Kayuan Realm Master laughed viciously. He took out a black whip that gave off heavenly might. With a whip, it turned into a giant black dragon that roared and bit towards Tion. He wanted to take advantage of the situation to kill him. Kayuan Realm Master feared Tion's strength, but now that he had the confidence, he wanted to take the chance to deal with Tion. Before the black whip arrived, an arm flew out and grabbed it. The blade intent dissipated and Lin Fei walked out. Kayuan, I knew that you wouldn't be honest. As expected, I was right. Voila, with a slash, the black whip was instantly sliced into two. Kayuan Realm Master was really confident in that celestial talisman. He spent a huge price to buy it and used it at crucial moments. To him, using it to deal with Tion was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. When he saw Tion walk out without any injuries on his body, his eyes opened wide. How was that possible? The domineering blade intent actually couldn't injure Tion. The black whip was sliced into two and Kayuan Realm Master's heart was dripping blood. Xiao xiao xiao, Lin Fei slashed with his sword. The sword light swept and Kayuan Realm Master turned into an ocean. He used his undying body and was filled with fear towards this sword technique. Voila! Lin Fei sliced the ocean apart with a single sword. Kayuan Realm Master felt pain and turned back into a human. His pupils constricted. How was his sword so strong? He felt pain from it. This was something that had never happened before. It hurts, right? This is just the beginning. Grade 2 strength along with the ruler sword technique was really terrifying. Undying body? He couldn't take it. Lin Fei raised his sword and slashed at Kayuan Realm Master. Kayuan Realm Master blocked a few at the start, but he cried out in pain. The celestial armor on his body was sliced apart after a few strikes. He turned into an undying body and the pain was unbearable. All his methods were useless against Tion. Kayuan Realm Master's tragic cries rang out in the palace. Voila! His undying body was sliced apart once more. Kayuan Realm Master's face was ashen white and his body kept on trembling. One could say that his essence energy was greatly damaged. He begged, "Don't hit me, I admit defeat. I will say everything, please don't slash me." Lin Fei felt great. For a world overlord to be fiercely slashed by him, that feeling wasn't just a little good. At this moment, when he looked at Kayuan Realm Master, there wasn't a single part of his body that was unharmed. He was covered in sword wounds and the remnant sword intent didn't dissipate. Lin Fei slashed again. "Now you know your mistake. Didn't you want to take my life just now?" Kayuan Realm Master said, "If I knew that you were so terrifying, I wouldn't have dared to attack even if I had 100 guts. Who has heard that the blade intent of a special item can't break your body? That was my mistake." Kayuan Realm Master tried his best to lower himself. At this moment, in the eyes of the Kayuan Realm Lord, Lin Fei was simply a devil king. He was the lord of a realm, but he was tortured so badly that he hovered between life and death. Even now, he could still feel the pain from his undying body. "Who asked you to have designs on my great metropolis world?" Lin Fei sat back on the stone throne and said arrogantly. "It was Langya, young master. I wouldn't dare to have designs on you even if I had 100 guts." Kayuan Realm Master quickly said. He was afraid that if he answered slowly, he would be hit again. "Who is Langya, young master?" "Langya, young master is the young master of our Iron Blood Alliance." Kayuan Realm Master hated Langya, young master to death. If it wasn't for Langya, young master's instructions, he wouldn't have to suffer and almost be killed. Previously in Heaven Fey World, Langya, young master used a special item to sneak attack you. He always wanted to kill you. For the sake of his life, Kayuan Realm Master couldn't care less. So it was him. Chapter 1368. Sector Lord Stone Tower. The Kayuan Realm Lord could be said to have said everything he knew without holding anything back. He had said everything he needed to say and didn't dare to hide anything at all. Every time Kayuan Realm Lord's eyes flashed, Lin Fei would slash with his sword. Who cared if you were a sector lord, he would just slash you. When the power of the second stage slashed down, even the Kaiyuan Realm Lord, who had an undying body, couldn't block it. Very quickly, Lin Fei knew everything. Among them, the Kaiyuan Realm Lord even revealed how the previous Great Heaven Realm Lord died. The person behind him was that Langya young master. That means that Langya young master will definitely eat me up? Lin Fei said. If it was before, Kaiyuan Realm Lord would definitely say that this was inevitable. But now, Kaiyuan Realm Lord didn't dare to think so. He, as a sector lord, couldn't even gain an advantage against Di Tian. Langya young master was here, wasn't it the same? He would be completely crushed. Cultivating world projection to the level of World Storm, Kaiyuan Realm Lord couldn't do it. This was a great ability that required a few chaos years. How is that possible? Even if Langya young master is here, it would be a waste of time. Kaiyuan Realm Lord quickly said. Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of that Langya young master. Just based on the sneak attack last time, Lin Fei wanted to slash him a few more times to vent his anger. Langya young master, Iron Blood Alliance, he. Lin Fei laughed coldly in his heart. Now, how to deal with Kaiyuan Realm Lord has become a problem. The safest method was to kill Kaiyuan Realm Lord. But once he was killed, merging with Kaiyuan World would be a huge problem. Iron Blood Alliance wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. If that happened, the entire world would be in chaos. Put him back? Lin Fei wasn't very willing. This fellow was obviously dishonest. Now that he was obedient, that was because he was afraid of him. If he left him, who knew what would happen? Thinking about it, Lin Fei couldn't think of a safe method. Finally, Lin Fei decided to let Kaiyuan Realm Lord stay in Great Heaven World. As long as he was in his territory, he wasn't afraid of anything happening. Kaiyuan, it's not easy for you to come here. Stay here for a while longer and cultivate your character. Lin Fei said with a smile. In order to prevent others from disturbing you, I hope you can hand over all your belongings first. I'll keep them for you. Kaiyuan Realm Lord's first thought was that he was unwilling. Is Di Tian trying to put me under house arrest? Just when the Kaiyuan Realm Lord was about to speak, he saw Di Tian moving the sword in his hand. A sword light flashed and his heart sank. His back was drenched in cold sweat. If he were to reject Di Tian, that bastard would definitely stab him with his sword. The Kaiyuan Realm Lord was extremely fearful. A single sword strike was enough to make the undying body feel pain. No one could endure it. Shameless, too shameless. The Kaiyuan Realm Lord cursed unceasingly. He couldn't muster any courage to fight against Di Tian. Even his most tyrannical saber intent was useless. If he just relied on himself, wouldn't he be completely suppressed? I'm a person who likes peace and quiet. I'm most afraid of being disturbed by others. Kaiyuan Realm Master revealed an ugly smile. He could only obediently hand over the storage ring. Take off your celestial armor and change into a normal celestial armor. Lin Fei said impolitely. He didn't care if the Kaiyuan Realm Lord agreed or not. He took off his celestial armor and didn't leave anything for the Kaiyuan Realm Lord. You can just stay here for the next few days. Lin Fei brought the Kaiyuan Realm Lord, who was wearing a white robe, to a courtyard on a mountain peak. I like this place a lot. The Kaiyuan Realm Lord felt really sullen and helplessly moved in. Lin Fei busied himself for a while before leaving the mountain peak. He is finally gone. The Kaiyuan Realm Lord heaved a sigh of relief. His face instantly turned dark. Shameless fellow, do you think that I will listen to you obediently? Dream on. The Kaiyuan Realm Lord kept thinking about escaping. The moment Lin Fei left, the Kaiyuan Realm Lord flew out. In mid-air, a power blocked in front of him. The Kaiyuan Realm Lord scoffed coldly and punched out. He didn't have any treasures, but his strength was still there. This punch didn't feel anything at all. The power in front of him was still blocking him. The Kaiyuan Realm Lord still couldn't get out. What the hell, I don't believe it. The Kaiyuan Realm Lord punched out again and again. The attacks of over 100 punches were still there, trapping him within the courtyard. After tossing and turning for an hour, the Kaiyuan Realm Lord helplessly sat on the stone table. Tian, you are a bastard. Scold all you want, anyways you can't get out. On the highest floor of the stone pagoda, Lin Fei retracted his spiritual sense. At the start, he predicted that the Kaiyuan Realm Lord would want to escape. He laid down a chaos formation outside the courtyard. Without the support of true spirit pills, the Kaiyuan Realm Lord could forget about breaking the formation. After the formation was laid down, it blocked all auras. The Kaiyuan Realm Lord couldn't send out any news and could only stay in the courtyard. He was controlled. Lin Fei wanted to let Great Metropolis World swallow the Kaiyuan world in the shortest time possible to expand the world. Now wasn't the time to rest. Lin Fei transmitted his spiritual sense to his wives, telling them that he had returned safely and that they didn't need to worry about him. He didn't let them out but let them continue to cultivate inside. Hua. Lin Fei walked out and appeared outside Great Metropolis World. He saw the world bridge and turned to enter the Kaiyuan world. This wasn't the first time Lin Fei came to the Kaiyuan world. This time, Lin Fei scanned the entire Kaiyuan world with his spiritual sense. After all, the Kaiyuan world wasn't a great world. With Lin Fei's fourth step Immortal Emperor cultivation, his spiritual sense was incomparably strong. The Kaiyuan world is indeed stronger than the Great Metropolis world. There are a total of 20 peak stage Immortal Emperors and 100 ordinary 4th step Immortal Emperors. The overall strength is several times stronger. Lin Fei scanned with his spiritual sense and knew the strength of the Kaiyuan world. He had to admit that a world with a Realm Lord would have more experts. Apart from that, the Kaiyuan Realm Lord had also curried favor with the Langya young master. He could obtain many benefits and nurture many experts. This was something the Great Metropolis world couldn't compare to. But now, all of this was nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. As long as he moved, he could kill all of them. But now, Lin Fei didn't intend to do that. Killing them was easy and wouldn't be of much use. Lin Fei landed on a mountain peak. Number 1 Battle General, Bao Mia, come and see me quickly. A formless voice spread out. Kaiyuan Palace. This was the biggest city in the Kaiyuan world. At this moment, in a palace, a fiendish bald-headed man was wiping the black long rod in his hand. The entire palace was filled with dense killing intent. Master is here. Suddenly, the bald-headed man lifted his head, lifted the black long rod and flew away. The other people in the palace didn't know what was going on. Why did their commander go out? He looked like he was in a hurry. The bald-headed man was very fast and appeared on the mountain peak in the blink of an eye. He knelt on the ground. Bao Mia greets Master. Chapter 1369. When the system released the World Overlord mission, Lin Fei released the 12 generals. The 12 generals needed to constantly devour to improve their strength. The stronger the better. Great Metropolis world couldn't satisfy them, but other worlds were different. The first general, Explosion, was arranged by Lin Fei in Kaiyuan world. Lin Fei arranged for each general to be in a different world. They could quickly improve their strength without any restrictions. Get up. In just a few decades, in less than 50 years, Explosion's strength had greatly improved. Back then, Explosion was the first general, the strongest. In addition to his tyrannical body, his strength was extraordinarily terrifying. This time, Explosion was already at the peak of 3rd step Immortal Emperor. This speed was extraordinarily fast. Explosion stood up. Master, are you preparing to attack Kaiyuan world? Explosion revealed his battle intent. Lin Fei knew that extermination was a fighter, a very fanatical kind. The 12 generals were born to fight. Only by constantly fighting could their strength improve the fastest. Kill, 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 kill. This was what Explosion needed to do. Hee, looks like you've been holding it in for too long. Lin Fei laughed. I've been holding it in for a long time. I've long wanted to kill those Kayuan world fellows and devour them. Explosion said fiercely. Tell me about your situation. Explosion actually wanted to say it long ago, but he didn't dare to. Master, ever since I came to Kayuan world, I first became a bandit and joined a bandit lair, Explosion explained in great detail. Lin Fei could actually use his divine sense to look, but he didn't do so. The 12 generals were like his sons, no different from humans. Lin Fei didn't want to do so. So when Explosion came to Kayuan world, he didn't want to join a big sect. He wanted to become a bandit. Bandits existed in every world. They robbed and committed all sorts of crimes. This just happened to meet Explosion's requirements. After joining the bandit lair, Explosion relied on his courage to fight and charge at the front. He quickly gained a foothold and his strength improved exceptionally quickly. In 2 years, he broke through the bottleneck and reached a new realm. After his strength increased tremendously, he killed the leader of the bandit lair and became the leader himself. Then, he started conquering everywhere. Others might not be able to do this, but it was not a problem for them to be annihilated. Within 10 years, they had become a powerful bandit faction. Kayuan world's great sects didn't allow this kind of existence. They began to encircle and annihilate them. The more they fought, the more valiant they became. They established a great reputation that lasted for 10 years. After that, the people of the Kayuan Palace appeared and recruited Bao Mie to surrender, becoming a member of the Kayuan Palace. In other words, Bao Mie was now a follower of the Realm Lord. Those major sects were helpless against him. Bao Mie became a member of Kayuan Palace and often went on expeditions to accumulate experience. In the end, he became one of the 6 great commanders of Kayuan Palace and led an army. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fei laughed after hearing that. It was most suitable to arrange for burst annihilation to come in. Receiving his master's praise, Explosive Destruction was very excited. This is what I should do. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm afraid of a tall tree attracting the wind, I would have killed the other commanders long ago. Extermination's status was not low. Lin Fei was indeed surprised. You should be advancing to the 4th step Demon Sovereign soon. I'm still a distance away. I need to devour a 4th step expert before I can cross this threshold. Answered Bao Mie. Bao Mie's body was extraordinary and he had become a warrior. The last step was not a small difficulty, especially when he became a commander. There were many things that he couldn't do openly as it would affect his strength. However, my current combat strength can also reach the 4th step realm. The stronger Bao Mie was, the more satisfied Lin Fei was. This is a supreme grade experience pill. It is specially used to assist in the cultivation of secret arts and divine abilities. You should cultivate the powerful secret art to the great success stage and break through to the 4th step Demon Sovereign. By then, you can fight to your heart's content. Lin Fei took out the supreme grade experience pill and gave it to Bao Mie. Master, you are so awesome. I heard that the experience pill auctioned by the Tianyun Tower is very popular. Those commanders of the Kayuan world are envious every time they talk about the experience pill. Bao Mie's eyes were even more fervent. I can't believe that I can actually use the supreme grade experience pill to cultivate secret arts. Master could even get such a thing. Those ordinary experience pills don't have much effect. You should focus on cultivating secret arts these days. Lin Fei smiled. As long as I successfully cultivate a few secret arts, I can kill a peak immortal emperor easily. Bao Mie patted his chest and guaranteed. Lin Fei set up an array on the mountain peak and left enough supreme grade experience pills for Bao Mie to cultivate the secret arts to the great success stage. At the same time, he took out the Tian Qi Divine Gate and accelerated the flow of time. Bao Mie didn't disappoint Lin Fei. A month later, Bao Mie came out of the Tian Qi Divine Gate. His strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. Coupled with the Chaos Divine Armor and Chaos Divine Staff, even a peak immortal emperor couldn't block his attack. Master, I have cultivated a few powerful secret arts to the great success stage. Bao Mie said excitedly as soon as he came out. Without the supreme-grade experience pills, it would take at least a few thousand years or even hundreds of millions of years to cultivate to the great success stage. Now, the time was completely shortened. How many peak immortal emperors can you fight in one go now? I can use the secret arts to fight 6 peak immortal emperors at the same time. Bao Mia said. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that Bao Mia could fight 6 peak immortal emperors. Bao Mia could do it. As long as I fight and devour 4th step experts at the same time, my strength will become stronger and stronger. At that time, 10 peak immortal emperors won't be able to do anything to me. Bao Mia said. Lin Fei was getting more and more shocked. The 12 generals truly lived up to their reputation. No wonder the insect queen valued them so much. She did not nurture them in the lower realm. She probably wanted to nurture the 12 generals after she ascended, and in the end, this technique was given to Lin Fei. There were a total of 20 peak immortal emperors and 100 4th step experts in the Kai Yuan world. Bao Mia could deal with 6 peak immortal emperors. As for the other 4th step immortal emperors, Bao Mia could kill them all. If you go back now, you can bring your people out to kill the 4th step experts. I want you to control the Kai Yuan world. What Lin Fei wanted to do now was remove the Kai Yuan realm lord's power. Master, don't worry. Besides those peak immortal emperors, no one in the Kai Yuan world can threaten me. Bao Mia's fighting intent surged. Go. Bao Mia turned into a stream of light. When Bao Mia controls the Kai Yuan world, I can collect star stones without restraint and collect everything that can be exchanged. Lin Fei thought. Lin Fei didn't decide to leave. 20 peak immortal emperors wasn't a small force. Lin Fei had to watch over them in case something happened. Bao Mia returned to his palace. Summon all the generals. Bao Mia was in charge of an army in the Kai Yuan palace. There were a total of 500,000 immortal soldiers. There were 10 generals in the army, and each general controlled 50,000 people. Yes. Bao Mia turned and sat on the throne, expressionless. Very soon, the 10 generals hurried over. They didn't know what happened for the commander to summon them so urgently. Among the 10 generals, 2 of them were walking leisurely, looking like they didn't fit in with the people around them. Commander, why did you summon us? Asked General Shi Jun. This person was one of the 2 and had the support of a commander. They were usually disrespectful to Bao Mia and weren't afraid that Bao Mia would do anything to them. In their eyes, Bao Mia was the leader of the bandits. What right did he have to sit in this position? The other 8 generals looked at him coldly with anger flashing in their eyes. Bao Mia laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Shi Jun, Su Wu, you 2 brats, you actually dare to look down on this commander just because you have the support of a commander. Today, I will make an example of you. You dare. The 2 were enraged. They had the support of a commander, yet Bao Mia dared to act recklessly. Bao Mia flicked his finger, shooting out 2 black streams of light. They were extremely tyrannical and landed on the 2. The 2 were also 3rd step immortal emperors. Their bodies were blasted into pieces and their primordial spirits escaped. Bao Mia opened his mouth and swallowed the 2 miserable primordial spirits. The 8 generals inhaled a breath of cold air. The commander was much stronger than they imagined. He killed 2 generals with a flick of his finger and even swallowed their primordial spirits. Hua hua hua, the 8 generals knelt down. Commander is mighty. Commander is mighty. Bao Mia waved his hand and sat back down. Today, I'm going to do something big. All of you, go and get rid of all the people planted by the 5 commanders. Also, get Shi Jun and Su Wu's army of 100,000 under control. Those left behind were Bao Mia's trusted subordinates. He imparted them the cultivation technique of devouring to raise their cultivation. All of them became fanatical. Go, invite the 5 commanders over. Tell them that this commander has obtained a batch of experience pills and is prepared to share it with them. Bao Mia gave another order and arranged for people to inform the 5 commanders. Bao Mia might be a murderous person, but he wasn't a reckless person. As long as he controlled an army of 3 million immortals, he would have the capital. Now, what Bao Mia wanted to do was to get rid of the 5 commanders. Lin Fei didn't leave the void. Bao Mia isn't all brawn and no brains. He knows what to do. At the start, Lin Fei felt that Bao Mia would directly kill his way over. Now that he was doing things in an orderly manner, he knew that Bao Mia was a qualified commander. Just as Bao Mia predicted, when the 5 commanders heard about this, they were tempted. They suspected that Bao Mia had done something evil and offended a strong opponent. They wanted their help. If it was anything else, they wouldn't be interested. However, experience pills could assist in cultivating sacred arts and secret techniques. It was the most popular thing now. The 5 commanders didn't suspect anything and went to the meeting together. In their opinion, even if the 5 of them went together, Bao Mia wouldn't dare to do anything. He wouldn't be able to fight the 5 of them alone. But in reality, they were wrong. When they entered the palace, Bao Mia activated the formation and directly attacked. He fought against the 5 commanders alone, suppressing them to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads. With a powerful secret technique, he killed all 5 of them and devoured them. Bao Mia's subordinates outside took the opportunity to attack. Chapter 1370. After killing the 5 commanders, he completely controlled the 3 million immortal army. It could be said that this was the strongest army under Kai Yuan Realm Lord. With Kai Yuan Realm Lord presiding over it, it was enough to control Kai Yuan world. It turned out that a long time ago, Kai Yuan Realm Lord had nurtured many disciples in the army under the 6 commanders. Especially the devouring cultivation technique, it was a unique cultivation technique. No matter who cultivated this technique, a seed of loyalty would be planted in their heart. They cultivated the devouring cultivation technique of Kai Yuan Realm. It was equivalent to handing themselves over to Kai Yuan Realm and they didn't feel anything. Kai Yuan Palace easily controlled the 3 million army. Kai Yuan Palace had a total of 8 pinnacle experts. They immediately acted to eliminate Kai Yuan Palace. After devouring the 5 commanders, Kai Yuan Palace's strength increased significantly. The 8 pinnacle experts couldn't kill Kai Yuan Realm and could at most injure him. During the siege, Kai Yuan Realm even killed one of the pinnacle experts and devoured his flesh and primordial spirit. During this period, Lin Fei attacked once and killed 2 pinnacle experts. Kai Yuan Palace was no longer pressured by Kai Yuan Palace. He killed and devoured the remaining 5 pinnacle experts and attracted the lightning tribulation. He passed the terrifying lightning tribulation and became a 4-step beast emperor. After his cultivation increased, Kai Yuan Palace was controlled by the immortal army. All the opposing forces died in front of the immortal army. Lin Fei left after Kai Yuan world became a 4-step beast emperor. There were 12 pinnacle immortal emperors and 100 4-step immortal emperors left in Kai Yuan world. They weren't a threat to Kai Yuan world. As long as they attacked separately, they could be wiped out. Moreover, the 100 immortal emperors of the 4 divisions allowed Kai Yuan world to increase his strength again. Lin Fei left with a peace of mind. He believed that Kai Yuan world would be handled well by Kai Yuan world. It wouldn't take long to completely control Kai Yuan world. Lin Fei ordered Kai Yuan world to collect some star stones and other materials to exchange for supreme grade points. After leaving Kai Yuan world, Lin Fei didn't return to Great Metropolis world. Instead, he prepared to go to Sky Beast world to kill that green snake gentleman. Other than that, he would attract attention. As long as Lin Fei was in Great Metropolis world, people would know about Kai Yuan world situation. Moreover, Kai Yuan Realm Lord didn't appear. This was not what Lin Fei wanted to see. Lin Fei was prepared to attract hatred. As long as he appeared in the Heaven Fei world, everyone would focus their attention on the Heaven Fei world and ignore the Kai Yuan world. A message from the Langyi Young Lord? On the way to the Sky Fei world, Lin Fei stood on the black stream of wind and sensed a movement in a jade talisman in his storage ring. He took it out and saw that it was the communication jade talisman he had received from the opening origin Realm Lord. Kai Yuan Realm Lord is right, Langyi Young Master is indeed concerned about the Great Metropolis world. Lin Fei used his divine sense to activate the jade talisman, and a sky screen appeared in front of him. The handsome face of the Langye young lord appeared on the sky screen. Kaiyuan, so much time has passed. Have you taken control of the great metropolis heaven yet? How many times have you told this young master? This young master is very disappointed in you, the Langye young lord on the sky screen roared furiously. He was obviously dissatisfied with the speed of the opening origin realm lord. After roaring for a while, the Langye young lord continued, "Come to the ghost city immediately." Something unexpected happened. Sword Immortal by D's jade talisman shattered, and he was suspected to have been killed by an expert. Rumor has it that Di Tian came out of the Eternal Sea alive, the sky screen dispersed, and the Langye young lord disappeared. The Iron Blood Alliance's intelligence network is quite impressive. They found out so quickly. Lin Fei thought, the ghost city seems to be an uninhabited star. The Langye young lord must be thinking of ways to deal with me again. I might as well go all out and kill the Langye young lord. Lin Fei naturally resented the Langye young lord for sneak attacking him. Now that he was thinking of ways to deal with him, he naturally could not let him go. The Langye young lord was the most doted on in the Iron Blood Alliance. He was a trump card that could be used at crucial moments. If the Langye young lord was in the Iron Blood Alliance headquarters, Lin Fei might not be able to do anything. But now, on the uninhabited star of the ghost city, he could do whatever he wanted. Lin Fei changed his direction and moved the black wind towards the ghost city. Ghost City. There was a huge city on an uninhabited star. A large-scale battle once broke out on this star. Most of the things on the star were destroyed. The star was filled with deathly aura, and there was no sign of life. If an immortal with low strength barged in, he would be surrounded by the deathly aura immediately. He would be corroded alive and turned into a skeleton. The Langye young lord was standing on a wide platform. On both sides of the platform, there were 8 men in black armor. They were all 4th step immortal emperors. This showed that the Langye young lord's status was not low. Kaiyuan, that useless thing. It's been so long and he still hasn't come. Anger flashed in the Langye young lord's eyes. He actually wants me to wait for him. How dare he? The Langye young lord was quite angry at the opening origin realm lord. In close to 50 years, he couldn't control a great metropolis world. He was simply trash. The Langye young lord hated the Tianyun Tower. Why did they arrange for 5 peak immortal emperors to stand guard outside the Holy Heaven Academy and not leave? The moment they appeared, the Langye young lord went to investigate and came to a shocking conclusion. They were related to the Tianyun Tower. That night, they smashed a large amount of things. The Langye young lord originally planned to slowly drag it out. He didn't expect that Di Tian would come back. Sword Immortal by Di, who was originally guarding outside the Eternal Sea, disappeared. Then, it was spread that Sword Immortal by Di's life token had shattered. This news was only known to the higher-ups. When the Langye young lord found out, his expression changed. When Di Tian barged into the Eternal Sea, the Langye young lord was happy for a while. Once he entered that place, he could forget about coming out alive. In just over 40 years, Di Tian came out with a huge increase in strength. Sword Immortal by Di was killed. The Langye young lord felt a certain amount of pressure. This was why he sent a message to the opening origin realm lord to ask him to come to the ghost city. The usually well-behaved opening origin realm lord put on airs this time and didn't show up. The Langye young lord was already planning to give opening origin realm lord a good beating. If it wasn't for his support, opening origin world would probably be as backward as the great metropolis world. They would be at the bottom of the world. Someone seems to have entered. The deathly energy in the ghost city fluctuated and the Langye young lord sensed it. It should be the opening origin realm lord. The Langye young lord had such a thought. He didn't use his divine sense to check. After all, no one usually came here. The person who could come here was definitely the opening origin realm lord. Huge waves of deathly energy appeared in front. A young man in black walked in. The drifting deathly energy was shattered and couldn't get close to him. Chapter 1371. Kaiyuan Realm Lord, you're so big. Langya young master subconsciously thought it was Kaiyuan Realm Lord and was prepared to give him a warning. But when he saw the man in black, his eyes nearly popped out and his words were stuck. Di Tian, why are you here? Langya young master was stunned. Guessing was just guessing. He didn't wish for Di Tian to come out of Eternal Sea in case it affected his plan. When Di Tian stood in front of him, Langya young master was still in a daze. He couldn't imagine why Di Tian was here. How did he know that he was in the Ghost City? This place is so beautiful. If you can come, why can't I? Lin Fei looked at Langya young master and said calmly. The Langya young master was indeed frightened by Di Tian's appearance. He quickly recovered. This place had verdant hills and limpid waters. It was clearly a dangerous place. Even immortals wouldn't come to this place. To think that he dared to say that. Di Tian, what did you do to the opening realm lord? Outsiders didn't know about this place. Langya young master immediately realized that something happened to Kaiyuan Realm Lord. Di Tian must have found out about his whereabouts from Kaiyuan Realm Lord. Kaiyuan Realm Lord said he was too tired recently, so he came to Holy Heaven College to rest for a period of time. Hence, he asked me to come over. Are you surprised? Right from the start, the Langya young lord didn't really treat Di Tian as a threat. It was just that Di Tian's luck was good and he managed to obtain the position of the World Overlord, which was why he had such achievements today. Di Tian, you're really bold. You actually dare to imprison Kaiyuan Realm Lord. Langya young master had a cold expression. He didn't think that Kaiyuan Realm Lord would take the initiative to rest for a period of time. Did Di Tian think that he was a 3-year-old kid? I advise you to release Kaiyuan Realm Lord immediately. Otherwise, you will be going against the entire Iron Blood Alliance. Langya young master didn't think about how Kaiyuan Realm Lord was imprisoned. Now, he realized that a great opportunity had come. It was a good chance to take care of Di Tian. Daring to imprison a Realm Lord was the same as breaking the rules. Even if Langya young master didn't do anything, as long as he spread the news, Di Tian wouldn't have a good ending. Lin Fei thought that Langya young master was strong. So, he was just using his connections. He was disappointed. This is not something you can handle. Lin Fei said, now this emperor wants to invite young master Langya over as a guest, so that I can host a banquet to entertain you. The Langya young master had already used his spiritual sense to inform the 8 fourth-step immortal emperors to suppress Di Tian. Di Tian, you're really brave. You want to invite me to be your guest? Let's see if you have the ability. Langya young master gave them a look. Go, suppress Di Tian and bring him back to the Iron Blood Alliance. Whoosh! The 8 black-armored men turned into 8 streams of light and shot out resplendent rays of light. Divine abilities and secret techniques blasted towards Di Tian. They were all 4th-step immortal emperors that had been carefully nurtured. They were very strong and were not far from becoming peak immortals. If there were no accidents, they would all become peak immortal emperors in the future. World Storm. Lin Fei immediately unleashed his World Storm. A huge hurricane swept over and crashed into them. It was even faster than their mystic arts and secret arts. Boom boom boom! The 8 black-armored men's bodies shook. The true self-world destroyer sword appeared in Lin Fei's hand. A resplendent sword light swept across their bodies. Instantly, they were torn into pieces and fell from the sky. They were surrounded by deathly chi and turned into white bones. Langya young master, do you want to leave with this emperor, or do you want this emperor to do it personally? Before the Langya young master could make a move, all the men he brought were annihilated. Especially that horrifying world storm, it caused the Langya young master's face to turn pale. Go! The Langya young master was only a peak immortal emperor. He wouldn't be able to kill his 8 subordinates so easily. Yet, Di Tian did it. Di Tian, you killed my men. The Iron Blood Alliance won't let you off. The retreating Langya young master didn't forget to leave behind a threat. He was filled with fear towards Tion. Even his father couldn't cultivate the world storm. How did he succeed? Wasn't the time too short? Can you leave? The hurricane swept over again. The area grew bigger and bigger. It enveloped the Langya young master. His face turned pale. Even the immortal armor on him couldn't block the hurricane. Come down. Two arms expanded and grabbed at the Langya young master. The heavily injured Langya young master took out a Heaven's Might treasured saber and slashed at Lin Fei's arm. The Heaven's Might treasured saber was repelled, but it actually didn't leave a mark. One of Lin Fei's arms punched the Heaven's Might treasured saber while the other slapped the Langya young master's face. The Heaven's Might treasured saber was sent flying for tens of millions of miles. He smashed into a ghost city and razed it to the ground. Impossible. How can Tion's strength reach such a level in just over 40 years? In the ghost city's heaven crater, the Langya young master vomited a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. He crawled up and prepared to escape. Boom! The entire ground started to tremble. Previously, you ambushed this emperor. It must have felt great, right? Lin Fei appeared in the sky above the heaven crater and slapped the heaven crater with his two arms. Huge cracks extended in all directions, and it was a ghastly sight. In the heaven crater, the Langya young master's body was trembling. More than 50% of his undying body had been destroyed, and the remaining 50% wouldn't be able to last for long. Lin Fei's arm grabbed out once more, grabbing onto the body of the Langya young master. He dragged him into the heaven and earth smelt and imprisoned him within. He wasn't afraid of causing any trouble at all. Lin Fei stripped off all the belongings of the Langya young master and locked him within. Let this young master out. Inside the heaven and earth smelt, the divine fire turned into a cage. The Langya young master shouted. Pa, pa, pa. In the cage, the Langya young master's body was in the form of a divine flame giant. It held a long whip and lashed at the Langya young master. The Langya young master felt a pain that came from the depths of his soul. After hundreds of times, he was on the verge of death. After capturing the Langya young master, Lin Fei was imprisoned in the heaven and earth smelt. Other than himself, no one in the world knew about this place, and no one could enter, let alone come out or spread the news. Fortunately, I imprisoned the Kai Yuan realm lord, so I could capture the Langya young master. In a place like the ghost city, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. He turned and left the ghost city, heading towards the heaven Fei world again. In the heaven and earth smelt, as long as the Langya young master scolded someone, the divine flame giant left behind by Lin Fei would whip him. The divine flame didn't just affect the physical body, it could also affect the primordial spirit. It was double the pain. When Lin Fei arrived at the heaven Fei world, the Langya young master became completely obedient and didn't dare to speak again. He didn't want to suffer from another whip. When he arrived at the heaven Fei world again, Lin Fei sighed. When he left previously, he was very strong, but compared to a peak stage immortal emperor, there was still a gap. At least, his physical body wasn't that strong. Now that Lin Fei's physical body was standing still, no one could break his defense. Green Snake Langjun, I hope you are in the Qing residence. That will save me the trouble of searching for you. Lin Fei flew towards the heaven Fei city. News of Sword Immortal White Thearka's death spread, and Lin Fei knew that he would be suspected. He was worried that he would release his aura and scare Green Snake Langjun away. If that happened, it wouldn't be easy to find him again. Since he was prepared to deal with him, Lin Fei was prepared to kill him in one strike. He didn't want Green Snake Langjun to have a chance to escape. Lin Fei's speed was very fast. He arrived at the heaven Fei city in the blink of an eye and appeared in the sky above the Qing residence. Qing residence. It was originally a very strong faction. But tens of years ago, 9 of their elders died in Tion's hands. The loss of 9 experts had a great impact on the Azure residents. If it wasn't for the Sky Demon Realm Lord acting to stop them, it was unknown how many experts of the Azure residents would have died. After that, there were rumors that Sire Green Snake personally chased after D. Tian all the way into the Eternal Sea. In the end, he lost track of D. Tian. Sire Green Snake was enraged and displayed his terrifying strength, killing many experts to vent his anger. After that, Sire Green Snake personally stood guard in the Qing Manor, stopping all the restless powers outside. With Green Snake Langjun around, they didn't dare to do anything. After losing 9 elders, Qing residents had Green Snake Langjun presiding over it. It expanded rapidly, and its territory expanded by a lot. Unknowingly, its strength increased significantly. The Heaven Fei Realm Lord didn't say anything and seemed to tacitly approve of Qing residents' actions. In just a few decades, Qing residents' strength recovered again. The 9 elders were also re-elected. Although they were lacking in strength, they weren't too far off. Qing residents' foundation was still very deep. Lin Fei scanned the entire Qing residence with his divine senses. There weren't many peak-stage demonic beast thearchs in the entire Qing residence, but there were still over 10 peak-stage demonic beast thearchs. There were 70 to 80 4th-step demonic beast thearchs and quite a number of 3rd-step demonic beast thearchs. Qing residence' strength was tyrannical and was comparable to a small world. Who dares to act rashly in Qing residence? A 4th-step demonic beast thearch flew out with surging killing intent. He waved his hand and punched over. Great Sword Chi. Lin Fei grabbed with his hand. 5 sword mountains that were over 100,000 zhang tall slashed towards Qing residence. Domineering sword intent spread out in the sky above Qing residence. This was one of the secret arts learned from the 9 stone steels. Swish, that arrogant 4th-step demonic beast thearch was sliced into 2 and stopped breathing. Boom boom boom, the 5 great sword chi were like mountains. The massive Qing residence was sliced into 5 sections on the spot. A large number of palaces and buildings collapsed. When the experts flew out, they were immediately sliced into 2. Blood flowed like a river, leaving behind 5 unfathomably deep ravines and lingering sword intent. Green Snake Langjun, your old friend is here. Aren't you going to come out and welcome me? Lin Fei's voice instantly echoed in the sky above Heaven Fei City. The entire Heaven Fei City noticed the sword intent emitted by the 5 great sword chi. The expressions of the peak experts changed. These 5 great sword chi were truly terrifying. A single sword could kill a 4th-step demonic beast thearch. Who was it? That was the Qing residents. But when their divine senses swept over, their expressions changed again. It's him. D. Tian. That D. Tian who underwent the tribulation in the Tianyun Inn. Why did he appear here? Chapter 1372. D. Tian actually came back, and he even came back from the Eternal Sea. This is unbelievable. Another big battle is about to begin. D. Tian's actions are unwise. Back then, Gentleman Green Snake was unrivaled, and he still dares to come back. This time, he's in trouble. That's not necessarily true. Back then, D. Tian made a name for himself, and Qing Mansion suffered a great loss. The 9 elders died one after another. Mansion Master Qing Yoming's face was extremely ugly. Qing Mansion has been overbearing for the past few decades. D. Tian is back just in time. We can just sit and watch the show. Everyone in the Celestial Demon City was discussing. They couldn't forget that scene until now. This was especially so for those powers that had been suppressed recently. They wanted nothing more than for D. Tian to start a massacre, not allowing the Qing Manor to continue being so arrogant. When they saw a 4th-step demon emperor being killed so easily, there was no need to mention how excited they were. It was as though they were the ones who acted. Sister, he's back. Bai Xiaofeng hadn't had a good time in the past few decades. Bai Xiaofeng knew immediately when he heard the commotion outside. He quickly ran to a quiet courtyard where 2 4th-step beast thearchs stood. The courtyard was filled with formations. Bai Shangyu was under house arrest. Ever since D. Tian killed the 9 elders of Qing Mansion, Gentleman Green Snake chased after him. Di Tian entered the Eternal Sea and no one knew if he was dead or alive. The people of Bai Mansion were afraid that Gentleman Green Snake would come and find them, so they put Bai Shangyu under house arrest. This house arrest lasted for almost 50 years. If it wasn't for his father, Bai Luo Shan, who was one of the 9 elders, it wouldn't be as simple as house arrest. This was also a show for Gentleman Green Snake. The old ancestor of Bai Mansion wasn't weak either. This was also to prevent Gentleman Green Snake from venting his anger on others. Almost everyone knew that Di Tian helped Bai Xiaofeng to expel the poison and had a good relationship with Bai Shangyu. Bai Mansion had to be careful about this. Bai Shangyu was no different from usual except that he couldn't leave the courtyard. Over the years, Bai Shangyu's strength had accumulated more and more, and he could break through to 4th step Beast the Arch now. When Bai Xiaofeng came in, she was watering the immortal grass in the courtyard. Who's back? Bai Shangyu was getting quieter. Bai Xiaofeng hated his family for doing this. Every time he saw his sister's appearance, his heart would always feel uncomfortable. If it wasn't for him, his sister wouldn't be locked up here. Di Tian, the sovereign emperor, is back and has killed his way to the Qing mansion. Moreover, he killed one of their 4th step demon sovereigns with a single move. Sister, you don't know, but big brother Di Tian's strength is getting more and more terrifying. He instantly killed his opponent with a single sword chi. Bai Xiaofeng said excitedly. Di Tian. He's back. Bai Shangyu, who had been watering the flowers, trembled slightly. Why is he so stupid? Gentleman Green Snake is in charge of the Green Mansion, so why did he come back? Bai Shangyu said worriedly. He put down the watering things. No, I must inform Di Tian. Bai Shangyu turned around and walked out. Young lady Bai, you can't take half a step out of this courtyard. A 4-step demon emperor said. Get lost. Bai Shangyu sent out 2 palm strikes in a row. The 2 4th step demon sovereigns' expressions changed drastically. Each of them took a palm strike head-on and retreated 7 or 8 steps before stopping. On the Sky Monster Sacred Mountain. The Sky Monster Realm Lord stood on the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back. He looked at the Sky Monster City and smiled. Di Tian is indeed a person with great fortuitous encounters. He can come out even after entering the Eternal Sea. Rumor has it that Sword Immortal White Emperor was killed by Di Tian. It seems like it's true. In just a few decades, not even 50 years, his strength has improved to such an extent. It's really unimaginable. No wonder he dares to attack the Green Mansion. The Sky Monster Realm Lord didn't want to stop Di Tian. Now, the Sky Monster Realm Lord was very curious about Di Tian. He had heard about the previous incident. Gentleman Green Snake even personally attacked Di Tian, but he didn't gain any advantage in the end. This time, Di Tian attacked again and targeted the Green Mansion. The Sky Monster Realm Lord really hoped to cause some commotion. The Green Mansion kept expanding and was about to break the balance. The Sky Monster Realm Lord didn't want to see such a situation. The Sky Monster Realm Lord was looking forward to it. Swish. 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 9 elders came together. They were reselected by the Green Mansion, and each of them was extremely powerful. It's Di Tian. Why is it him? Didn't they say that he was already dead? The 9 elders rushed out and were prepared to kill Di Tian. They wanted to establish their might and let others know how powerful the 9 elders were. But when they saw Di Tian, who was standing in black, their expressions turned extremely ugly. Why did this ferocious fellow come? They were proud of their tyrannical strength, but they couldn't be compared to the 9 elders back then. Not to mention fighting Di Tian. If it was any other time, they would definitely leave. But now, with the old ancestor here, they were full of confidence. No matter how ferocious Di Tian was, in front of their old ancestor, wouldn't he be so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow? Di Tian, you still dare to come to the Green Mansion? Do you really think that the Green Mansion can't do anything to you? Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to say anything to them. These fellows were even weaker than the 9 elders back then. Swish. 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 Lin Fei flicked his finger and shot out beams of great sword qi. They crisscrossed and formed an inescapable net. The 9 elders were furious. Di Tian actually dared to ignore them. Boom. 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 When the great sword qi slashed over, their expressions changed. They took out their immortal armor treasures, but they couldn't stop the great sword qi. Pieces of corpses fell from the sky. The 9 elders were killed in an instant. The secret technique of great sword qi came from the hands of a ruler. Lin Fei cultivated it to the realm of great accomplishment. The 9 elders of the Green Mansion couldn't stop it at all. The people of the Green Mansion opened their mouths wide. The 9 elders died again. Di Tian was getting more and more ferocious. He was even more terrifying than back then. Those were the 9 elders, but they were killed by the great sword qi directly. Gentleman Green Snake, if you come out again, this emperor will start a massacre. Lin Fei flicked his finger and the sword qi clashed. Di Tian, you demon. Qin Yuming flew out and stared at Di Tian like a morning bird. Once the old ancestor comes out, today will be the day of your death. The Green Mansion had recuperated for dozens of years. When Qin Yuming almost forgot about Di Tian appeared again. This time, he easily killed the 9 elders. Qin Yuming was so angry that he almost vomited blood. In order to cultivate the 9 elders, a lot of resources were spent, and they were killed in the blink of an eye. No one would not be angry. Qin Yuming was almost in a towering rage. He suppressed his thoughts and did not make a move. Killing 9 elders with one move, the secret technique of the great sword qi made even him feel fearful. You have no right to say this to this emperor. Hua hua hua, the great sword qi slashed across the sky, not giving Qin Yuming any chance to speak. Just as Lin Fei said, Qin Yuming had no right to talk to him. In the whole Green Mansion, except for Gentleman Green Snake, no one else had the right. Green Hell Palm. Qin Yuming's body expanded. His body was covered with green scales, reaching a height of 3,000 meters. His green palm slapped toward the great sword qi. After 100 palm strikes, he retreated more than 10 steps. The building behind him turned into a piece of powder, barely blocking the attack of the great sword qi. Chapter 1373. The great sword qi was too strong. The sharp sword qi could actually cut through his attack, and then cut his palm, and even his body. If it wasn't for the fact that the Green Snake clan had a demon body, they wouldn't be able to block the sharp great sword qi and would have been cut into several pieces. Qin Yuming, the palace master, was completely shocked. In less than 50 years, Di Tian's strength had reached this level. We can't let him attack again. His great sword qi is very overbearing and terrifying. Our Green Snake clan isn't so easy to deal with. Qin Yuming's murderous intent soared to the sky. Green Snake Ghost Step. Qin Yuming shouted, and his huge body shook. He took a step out and disappeared in the sky. Everyone's divine senses couldn't catch the trace of Qin Yuming. Green Snake Ghost Step. Qin Yuming used the secret skill of the Green Snake clan. What a terrifying secret skill, my divine sense can't even find a trace. Di Tian is probably in trouble. The onlookers were shocked by Di Tian's terrifying strength. With a secret skill, he suppressed the palace master Qin Yuming, forcing him to use the Green Snake Ghost Step and merge himself with heaven and earth. Hua Qin Yuming appeared behind Di Tian, and his cyan palm that was suffused with a dark green color slapped towards Di Tian's back. This palm was too fast. Voila! As if the great sword qi had eyes, it slashed out from behind Lin Fei and slashed on Qin Yuming's palm. Qin Yuming disappeared in front of them again in pain. Hua hua hua. Qin Yuming attacked Di Tian from all directions, from any angle, from any position, as if he had become a spokesperson walking between heaven and earth. This palace master is much stronger than the 9 elders. Lin Fei thought to himself. Being able to become one of the palaces in the sky demon world, Qing Palace indeed had some skills and had their own foundation. This movement skill that merged heaven and earth was indeed frightening. Lin Fei's powerful divine sense couldn't find the trace of the opponent. Di Tian, your secret skill is very powerful, I have to admit this, but in front of the secret skill of our Green Snake clan, your secret skill is useless. Qing Yoming's proud voice came from between heaven and earth. 1,000 transformations with one thought. The body of the green netherworld seemed to have split into many green netherworlds with the same aura. Once it appeared, it escaped into the world. Xiao xiao xiao. The first wave of attacks was over 1,000 attacks. Thousands of incarnations attacked at the same time. Interesting. Lin Fei laughed. Di Tian, you won't be able to laugh later. Qing Yuming was afraid of the great sword Qi, but after using the secret technique, there was nothing to worry about. He was the spokesperson between heaven and earth. You're just a clown, it's easy for me to kill you. Lin Fei shook his head, and the great sword Qi slashed towards the green netherworld. The great sword Qi naturally missed. You've been tricked. That's my incarnation. The real body of the green netherworld could be switched with the incarnations. Unless all the incarnations were killed in one go, the green netherworld was temporarily invincible and unkillable. Lin Fei wielded the true self-world destroyer sword and casually struck out. Although it did not seem to have any power, it was the first sword of the extreme sword. A sword from the west. The power of this sword had the same effect as the green netherworld's movement technique. The green netherworld who was hiding between heaven and earth had not finished being complacent. After a wave of fluctuation, he fell out from inside, and his face was full of horror. How did you do it? This is the secret technique of our Green Snake clan. Qing Yuming couldn't believe it. He was blasted out by a sword, and a sword mark was left on his chest. It was so deep that bones could be seen. Lin Fei did not answer, and casually struck out with his sword. The sword intent that was like a ray of sunlight swept towards the green netherworld. It was the sword from before again. The green netherworld felt a great danger shrouding him, and escaped into the world again. This was the only chance to save his life. The sword that was originally slow burst out with an unprecedented speed. The sword swept on the green netherworld's body. The green netherworld maintained the posture of escaping. Cracks spread out from his body, covering his entire body. A gust of wind blew over, and it broke into pieces, smashing onto the buildings of the Qing mansion. The mansion master is dead. Impossible, how could the mansion master die? We still have the old ancestor will definitely kill Di Tian. The powerhouses of the Qing mansion could not accept this fact. Their powerful mansion master was killed just like that. The onlookers also did not expect that the green netherworld that they could not deal with, would be killed so easily by Di Tian. Especially the sword technique that was displayed, it was too terrifying. Di Tian, this person, cannot be offended in the future. Many people from the major forces had this thought. The power of that sword, they could not block it. Obviously, the green netherworld wanted to escape into the world, but that sword exploded with a bright light, breaking through the limit. Few of them thought that they could block such a sword, and only the Sky Demon Realm Master could. The impact of the green netherworld's death was unimaginable. The young man in black in the sky became bigger and bigger in their eyes. Those who thought that they were not worse than Di Tian had to admit that they could not compare to him. The power of that sword was enough to kill them hundreds of times. Green netherworld's strength was strong, and he also had the secret skill of the Green Snake clan. Among the mansion masters, his strength was not the strongest, but he was also the strangest. They had been unable to crack this secret skill. Among all the mansion masters, no one was willing to fight with Green Netherworld. It was already not bad to be able to remain undefeated. Now, this troublesome opponent was dead just like that. Boom! At this moment, the Qing mansion shook, and a thick sword intent rushed out from the ground, forming a huge sword whirlpool. Everything within the Qing mansion's perimeter was twisted into pieces. The surroundings became empty. In the sword whirlpool, Gentleman Green Snake walked out, opened his mouth, and sucked the thick sword whirlpool into his stomach. He laughed evilly. Not bad, not bad, your strength has increased very quickly. Just nice to die under this Emperor's newly mastered great secret skill. Gentleman Green Snake played with a green snake in his hand. That green snake was abnormally cold, especially its eyes that were sinister. It stared at Lin Fei without letting him go, and its scarlet tongue flicked out. Gentleman Green Snake, even Sword Immortal White Emperor died in this Emperor's hands. Do you think you are stronger than him? Lin Fei said lightly. Gentleman Green Snake knew that his strength was not as good as Sword Immortal White Emperor, but that was in the past. Now that he had mastered a great secret skill, his strength had increased, and he had complete confidence to fight against Sword Immortal White Emperor. Ha ha ha, Sword Immortal White Emperor was very strong, but that was in the past. Now that this Emperor has mastered the top secret skill of the Green Snake clan, I am 100 times stronger than Sword Immortal White Emperor. As long as this Emperor is in charge, Qing Mansion can still cultivate experts. Gentleman Green Snake laughed loudly. Now I will let you see this Emperor's new top secret skill. The spectators were all shocked. They heard such shocking news from Di Tian's mouth. Sword Immortal White Emperor was actually killed by Di Tian. That was the #1 Sword Immortal. However, on second thought, Di Tian's swordsmanship was so terrifying. Sword Immortal White Emperor was also a sword expert, and a sword immortal at that. It seemed normal for him to die in Di Tian's hands. What shocked them the most was that Gentleman Green Snake had actually mastered the top secret skill of the Green Snake clan. They had a certain understanding of Qing Mansion. The secret skill of the Green Snake clan was very powerful. The higher the level, the more powerful the secret skill. Green Netherworld's secret skill was already very top, and he was a top expert in the Sky Fey world. This was already terrifying. Now that Gentleman Green Snake's strength had increased by 100 times, wouldn't he be close to the Sky Fey Realm Lord? They could not digest this news immediately. Gentleman Green Snake revealed a proud look. Even if Sword Immortal White Emperor did not die, he would kill Sword Immortal White Emperor after he came out of seclusion. Now that Sword Immortal White Emperor was dead, as long as he killed Di Tian, in the Sky Fey world, he would be second only to one and above all. He would be second only to one and above tens of thousands. Even that guy would be afraid of him. Ha ha ha. Mighty existence, I am your people, a descendant of the Green Snake clan. Use your mystique to shake the star world. Ancient existence, ancient devilish heavenly snake, come out. Gentleman Green Snake's expression was solemn. He formed thousands of hand seals and finally opened up a passageway that connected to the ancient lands. A terrifying aura came crashing down from the passageway. Once the aura was released, everyone's expression changed. A huge head stretched out, and a black giant with a long tail walked out from the passageway and appeared in front of everyone. In the huge Sky Fey world, everyone could feel this terrifying aura. Fuse. Gentleman Green Snake's handsome face revealed a sinister smile. The enormous ancient devil heavenly serpent was actually swallowed by Lord Green Snake. Lord Green Snake had a ferocious look on his face as the green scales on his body shone with a dim light. The aura within his body skyrocketed and his body grew to a height of 10,000 feet. Kakik, this emperor is the strongest. His aura rose to a terrifying level before stopping. The current Gentleman Green Snake was 100 times stronger than before, and his entire body was filled with power. Di Tian, tremble. In front of this emperor's power, you are so weak that you can't even withstand a single blow. A casual claw from this emperor can make you bleed, and a casual squeeze from this emperor can turn you into minced meat. After Gentleman Green Snake used the secret art, he became incomparably powerful. Everyone could feel his terrifying aura. Right now, Gentleman Green Snake already had the qualifications to challenge the Sky Fey World Lord. Is that so? Don't be too arrogant or else no one will laugh at you. Gentleman Green Snake's body was filled with immense power. In order to cultivate this secret art, he had spent a total of 3 chaos years, a long time, and a large amount of resources. This emperor will crush you into minced meat first, and let you know the consequences of offending the Azure residents. Gentleman Green Snake casually clawed, and a terrifying power covered the sky. Everyone felt extremely weak in front of this power. Gentleman Green Snake was too powerful. Grow, grow, grow. Lin Fei's body transformed, and his body became tens of thousands of feet tall, like a towering tree. He stood tall in the Sky Fei City, and allowed the giant hand to grab him, causing the void to explode. Gentleman Green Snake's claw grabbed the tens of thousands of feet tall Tian. Ha ha ha, this emperor is going to crush you. Gentleman Green Snake laughed, as though he could see the scene of Tian being crushed by him. Boom! 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 His arms shook, and power surged down, wanting to crush Tian in front of everyone. Chapter 1374. To think that I'm actually holding a fragment of the ancient Tao tree. With such a background, it's no wonder it's different from the other fragments of the ancient Tao tree. I can't even grab it with my strength. Lin Fei exchanged a palm strike with that person. Then, he grabbed the fragment of the ancient Tao tree and flew outside. When he heard what the fragment of the ancient Tao tree was called, he immediately realized that it was no ordinary fragment of the ancient Tao tree. The fragment of the ancient Tao tree exuded the aura of the great Tao. Lin Fei tried several times to store it in his storage ring, but he helplessly discovered that it was impossible. The tyrannical great Tao power of the ancient Tao tree constantly resisted the suction force of the storage ring. Lin Fei did not doubt that if he forcefully stuffed the fragment of the ancient Tao tree into the storage ring would immediately explode into pieces. The items inside would also be destroyed. Ignoring the fact that the fragment of the ancient Tao tree could be stored in the storage ring, Lin Fei's great Tao power was constantly rebounding against it. If it were someone with a weaker physical body, their physical body would have long since been shattered. Now is not a good time to absorb it. This is a troublesome matter. I need to find a quiet place. Lin Fei was not too worried about an ordinary fragment of the ancient Tao tree. He could just put it away without any hidden dangers. However, the fragment in his hand was different from the ones he had in the past. He would need some time to refine it. More importantly, the giant formed by the celestial river was still chasing after him. It was as if Lin Fei had snatched something from it and refused to let go. Even with Lin Fei's powerful regenerative abilities, he would not be able to kill the celestial river giant for a while. What Lin Fei needed to do now was to shake off the celestial river giant and the people behind him. Chase. That guy is just ahead. Behind the celestial river giant, 3 immortal emperors with powerful auras appeared. Their figures flashed and they entered the void, continuing the chase. Leave behind the fragment of the ancient Tao tree and I will spare your life. A cold voice came from ahead. The void trembled and a large area shattered. Immediately, a warship shining with the light of treasures and containing heavenly might rumbled. It was like a ferocious beast charging down a mountain. It quickly tore through the void and slammed into Lin Fei. The huge impact sent him flying. What a tough warship. Lin Fei's physical body was so strong that it was rare in the world. Apart from immortal venerables, there were not many who could match it. But now, it was sent flying by a warship. Yet, the warship was fine. It only shook up and down, but there were no cracks. This person's background was definitely not small. The black warship gradually shrunk and landed in the hands of a white-robed man. This white-robed man was obviously shocked by the strength of this person's physical body. Your physical body is very strong and your chi and blood are very dense. You actually managed to block an attack from my fierce tiger warship. Which sect are you from? Are you from the 2 palaces or the 3 halls? The 4 gates and 5 emperors would not be able to nurture a disciple like you. Lin Fei's chi and blood were messed up by this collision, but they quickly returned to normal. Another person from the forsaken land of immortals. Lin Fei knew the background of this person the moment he heard this. From his tone, it seemed like he didn't care about the 2 palaces or the 3 halls. Other than those ferocious fellows from the land of exiles, there seemed to be no one else. After Lin Fei was hit by this collision, the person behind him caught up. The celestial river giant also caught up. With a stab of the spear in his hand, the void shattered heavily, but it immediately recovered. This was a land of destruction. The strength of the void here was unimaginable to ordinary people. Even a ruler couldn't break open the void. Devil Emperor Thoreau, I didn't expect you to come as well. The black figure caught up and recognized the white-robed immortal emperor. After shattering the attack of the celestial river giant, he stopped advancing and formed a blockade. Devil Emperor Tianhen, since you are here, why can't I be here? Moreover, the ancient Tao tree fragment is a good item. Who wouldn't be tempted by it? The white-robed Devil Emperor Thoreau laughed. However, this immortal emperor in front of us isn't easy to deal with. Even my fierce tiger worship couldn't kill him. If we want to obtain the ancient Tao tree fragment, we will have to rely on our own methods. The black figure revealed himself. He had a tall and sturdy figure and was filled with strength. The most eye-catching thing was that he had a pair of black horns on his head. His eyes were scarlet red as he licked his lips. That's easy. Let's deal with these bugs first so that they don't disturb our fun. All right. Behind him, more and more figures broke through the void. They were all planning to get a share of the loot. The moment they arrived, they were attacked by two experts. The sky collapsed and the void shattered. They were caught unprepared and a few corpses fell from the sky. Cries of shock could be heard. They are devils from the forsaken immortal land. Everyone, run. They turned and fled, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. Bugs from the 10,000 worlds. What a bunch of cowards. No wonder each of them is so useless. They couldn't even block 30% of my strength and were killed. Devil Emperor Thoreau mocked. Their days are peaceful. How can they be as cruel as us? Devil Emperor Tianhen swallowed a big mouthful. When there's nothing to do, we can still change our tastes. Clearly, the two of them didn't care about the immortal emperors from the 10,000 worlds. Their strength was at the 3rd level and they had tyrannical fleshly bodies. It was true that they didn't care about them. Devil Emperor Thoreau, Devil Emperor Tianhen, the two of you really have a big appetite. We haven't seen such good stuff in the land of extermination for a few years. As the saying goes, those who see it should have a share. Why don't we attack together and kill that brat? Then, we can share it equally. It's better than those people from the immortal court. After the two experts chased away the bugs, another figure appeared in the void. Devil Emperor Thoreau and Devil Emperor Tianhen attacked together the moment they sensed the appearance of the figure. Their divine abilities were matchless and resplendent immortal light pressed towards the other party. The person who appeared in the void had a revolving ice heart in front of him. It emitted cold air and easily blocked all the attacks. Devil Emperor Luojiu, your nose is really sensitive. You always appear at the most crucial moment. Devil Emperor Tianhen sneered and stopped attacking. The two of them attacked together but couldn't do anything to the other party. Fear flashed in their eyes. We are all from the forsaken immortals. We should stick together. We are all clear of each other's capabilities. Why don't we get rid of this celestial river giant first? Devil Emperor Luojiu laughed with a ferocious gaze. All right. The three of them agreed readily. Although the celestial river giant was strong, it couldn't withstand the frenzied attacks from the three of them. After hundreds of moves, the celestial river giant was blasted into nothingness, leaving only the four of them. Brat, I thought you would escape. Devil Emperor Tianhen's gaze landed on the other party. In fact, the three experts from the forsaken immortals who attacked the celestial river giant had their divine senses locked onto the other party. As long as the other party dared to move, they would immediately stop and attack. Lin Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. Why did he have such fate with the people from the forsaken immortals? After killing Venerable Yao Yue's people, he now encountered experts from the forsaken immortal land. Each of them was an expert of the 3rd level, and all three of them were around the middle stage. The ancient Tao tree shard in his hand was extremely heavy. Lin Fei had to muster a large portion of his great Tao of true self to hold it and prevent it from falling from his hand. Run? Why do I have to run? Lin Fei laughed at the three of them. Any one of the three devil emperors had the same strength as him, yet they dared to laugh. This was the first time he had seen such a person. Take the initiative to hand over the ancient Tao tree shard, and we will spare your life. To be able to withstand an attack from the fierce tiger worship, your status in the myriad worlds shouldn't be low. We admire experts the most. Devil Emperor Solar said indifferently, once we make a move, you won't have the chance to choose. People from the forsaken land of immortals are so arrogant outside. I have learned something new. Lin Fei said, Devil Emperor Solar, you are a disciple of Venerable Guyu. Devil Emperor Tianhen, you are a disciple of Venerable Qingming. As for you, Devil Emperor Luojiu, you are a disciple of Venerable Heaven Trampling. Don't think that I don't know your origins. I just don't want to bother with you guys. The three Devil Emperors' eyes flashed with doubt. How did this guy know their origins? This was the first time they had come to the myriad worlds. Along the way, they had killed many natives, but no one had been able to reveal their origins. Yet, this young man in front of them knew. Who are you? Lin Fei laughed, I am a disciple of Venerable Rongzhan. As for my Tao name, you are not qualified to know. A disciple of Venerable Rongzhan. The three of them were shocked. Venerable Rongzhan was one of the three strongest immortal venerables. He had a fiery temper and was very protective of his people. He was famous in the forsaken land of immortals. Of course, when the immortal court entered the forsaken land of immortals, Venerable Rongzhan had even exchanged a few moves with that ruler to vent his anger. Devil Emperor Tianhen rolled his eyes. You said that you are a disciple of Venerable Rongzhan. Who knows? Moreover, we all know about the experts in the forsaken land of immortals. He secretly transmitted a message to Devil Emperor Thoreau and Devil Emperor Luojiu, the two of you, there is a problem with this kid's origin. If he is really a disciple of Venerable Rongzhan, it is impossible for us to know. To prevent any accidents from happening, let's take action now. Venerable Rongzhan was famous for being protective of his people. Even their old ancestor had no choice but to lower his head in front of Venerable Rongzhan. Since you said that you are a disciple of Venerable Rongzhan, then show us. Devil Emperor Thoreau snorted coldly. The fierce tiger worship in his hand expanded with the wind as it broke through the void and rammed over. Devil Emperor Thoreau loved to smash people into pieces. It was the same no matter who it was. He loved the sense of accomplishment when his enemy was smashed into pieces. I would like to see it too. Devil Emperor Tianhen also made a move. He pressed forward and the great Tao energy filled the air. In an instant, he blasted out over 100 punches. Fist shadows filled the sky and blocked all paths. The disciples of Venerable Rongzhan are all insufferably arrogant. I have long found them to be an eyesore. Devil Emperor Luojiu chuckled, today, I will start with you. Devil Emperor Luojiu grew 3 heads and 6 arms. As his 6 arms moved, his 3 heads let out a cold laugh. With the 3 of them attacking at the same time, Lin Fei felt a sense of pressure. This made Lin Fei very excited. The experts of the 3rd level were from the forsaken immortal land and had deep accumulations. They were the best opponents to fight against. Open. Chapter 1375. Green Snake Playboy personally used a top-notch secret technique to summon an ancient expert to fuse with. The strength of this grab caused everyone's expression to change. Di Tian was in big trouble. But the result shocked them. Di Tian actually blocked it. He really blocked it. It looked very easy. That was Green Snake Playboy's grab. If they were in his shoes, they would have been crushed into a puddle of blood. It was an instant kill. But now, he couldn't even move Di Tian's body. Di Tian is too strong. His improvement is too fast. Don't forget that Di Tian's physical body was already invincible during the tribulation. Decades have passed, his physical body must have become even stronger. With such a strong physical body, it's no wonder Sword Immortal White Emperor was killed. If it were us, it would be the same. All the experts in Celestial Demon City were in extreme shock. The extremely powerful strong snake playboy couldn't do anything to Tion. This was definitely something unimaginable today. Sky-splitting 3 strikes. Shock flashed in green snake playboy's eyes. He retracted his palm. It was glowing with a dark color and was glistening with oil. Once again, he executed a terrifying attack. This was the secret technique attack after fusing. It was a secret technique that involved consecutive attacks. Everyone saw 3 green shadows flash past in the sky. They came wave after wave, containing terrifying power. They could only see the green shadows. They couldn't see the exact trajectory. That meant that the attack had exceeded their range and reached an unparalleled level. Tion, let's see how you block it. After Lin Fei turned into a 10,000-meter tall giant, his physical defense was invincible. He stood there like a tall mountain, not dodging or dodging. He chuckled and said, "This emperor doesn't need to block. Your attacks are like scratching an itch before this emperor. They don't have much power." Pung! The first palm landed on Lin Fei's body. A powerful force crushed down like a giant millstone. However, this crushing force couldn't be unleashed on Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei's clothes fluttered. Not much. The next 2 attacks were domineering. Lin Fei still didn't move. He withstood it just like that. His expression didn't change. But to Green Snake, this was something that would never happen. This was an ancient secret technique. Why is it like this? How can Tion's physical body be strong enough to withstand my ancient secret technique? Why is his cultivation level lower than mine? The green playboy was brimming with confidence. He even had thoughts of challenging the Sky Demon Realm Lord. Killing Tion was the first step of the green playboy's plan. He wanted to display his strength so that the Sky Demon Realm Lord would know that his strength was not as simple as he imagined. Furthermore, he had cultivated a top-notch secret technique of the Green Snake clan. But now, all of this had been mercilessly dealt a heavy blow by Tion. There was nothing more unacceptable than the fact that a powerful secret technique could not display its might in front of Tion. Anyone would suffer a great blow. Green Snake finally understood what it meant to be looked at in a new light after 3 days. Tion was such a person. Gentleman Green Snake was not at his limit. He turned around and pounced over. In a few breaths of time, he waved his giant hand and attacked again and again. He had changed his method. Close combat. Green Snake gentleman, you are courting death. The 2 of them punched each other. The domineering power exploded in mid-air, turning into ripples that spread out. Sky Demon City was about to be destroyed. A hand appeared in the sky and grabbed at Sky Demon City. The celestial chi of heaven and earth gathered together and blocked the power, forming a cage. The power that leaked out was blocked by the wall. The Sky Demon Realm Lord had made his move. The Sky Demon Realm Lord would not allow Sky Demon City to be destroyed. This was equivalent to breaking the rules. The impact was too great. In a fight between such experts, the power released was enough to kill anyone. Gentleman Green Snake, you are very bold. Are you going to destroy Sky Demon City? The Sky Demon Realm Lord's cold voice echoed in the sky. After Gentleman Green Snake exchanged a punch, his expression became even more gloomy. The domineering power in his body had become chaotic after that punch. This proved that he was not as strong as Tion. Sky Demon Realm Lord, are you going to interfere in the matter between me and Tion? Our Azure Residence Elder and Residence Lord have died. Our vitality has been greatly damaged. Today, no matter what, I will kill Tion and avenge my clansmen. Gentleman Green Snake would not allow Tion to continue living. This kind of person was too terrifying. It was too difficult to kill Tion unless he was suppressed. After a long period of time, he would not have time to grow. Gentleman Green Snake would not let Tion leave. As long as he left today, the Azure residence would be destroyed. The inheritance of the Azure residence would end in his own hands. Lin Fei also did not intend to let Gentleman Green Snake go. He was already so powerful with just a top-notch secret art. If he did not kill Gentleman Green Snake this time, who knew if he would secretly attack Divine Sky Academy? When this guy went crazy, no one dared to underestimate him. Lin Fei had to get rid of him. Gentleman Green Snake was indeed worried that the Sky Demon Realm Lord would stop him. He spoke again. I want to open a life and death arena and fight to the death. The expressions of many experts changed again. Gentleman Green Snake planned to go all out today. D. Tian, long time no see. Your improvement is shocking. Lin Fei had a faint smile on his face. A life and death arena? He liked it more than anyone else. Today, he had to kill Gentleman Green Snake. Suddenly, the Sky Demon Realm Lord's voice sounded in his ears. Sky Demon Realm Lord is flattering me. Gentleman Green Snake wants a life and death arena. Are you going to agree? He should have cultivated a top-notch secret art. That should be his trump card to deal with you. The Sky Demon Realm Lord said. If you are not confident, I can stop him. This was already a show of goodwill. The Sky Demon Realm Lord did not really care about Gentleman Green Snake. However, Di Tian was a Realm Lord with outstanding talent. His strength improved extremely quickly. He might even reach that realm in the future. It was necessary to invest in him. A life and death arena is a life and death arena. The one who dies will definitely be him. Lin Fei smiled. It's best if the arena is sturdy to prevent any accidents. The conversation between the two only lasted for a breath. Agreed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Sky Demon Realm Lord waved his hand. A wide arena appeared out of nowhere. It contained a terrifying might and floated in the sky. Gentleman Green Snake was the first to fly up. As long as he was on the life and death arena, Gentleman Green Snake had the confidence to kill Di Tian. Moreover, the life and death arena was a realm lord's treasure. As long as one was on the life and death arena, one had to die. Otherwise, no one would be able to leave. No matter how strong one was, one couldn't break through the life and death arena. As for outsiders interfering, it was impossible. No one could attack through the life and death arena. To ensure fairness, few people would go on the life and death arena. Lin Fei flew up and stood on a spot on the life and death arena. After the two went up, a strange force appeared on the life and death arena. It sealed the arena. Even divine senses couldn't be released and were confined to the arena. Kill. The 30,000-meter-tall Gentleman Green Snake laughed sinisterly. He raised both his hands and blasted out like cannonballs. The void was crushed and shattered. Lin Fei wasn't slow either. He directly went up and punched. The domineering force was repelled. The aftershocks kept shooting out and slicing. If a fourth-step demonic emperor came in, he would be blasted into pieces in an instant. Bang bang bang, both of them attacked without any defense. In their eyes, defense was unnecessary. Every time they exchanged blows, the aftershocks would wreak havoc. No one knew how many times they had exchanged blows. All of them were intense clashes. The experts outside couldn't stay calm. Meeting such an expert was definitely courting death. Both of them were getting faster and faster. The crowd could see a green and black shadow moving back and forth. Gentleman Green Snake, your strength isn't enough. The green shadow flew out and grabbed onto the life and death arena. Only then did he stop. He lifted his head slowly with blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Di Tian. You are terrifyingly strong indeed. This emperor has executed a top-notch secret skill and still can't do anything to you. You are the scariest and most potential person I have ever seen. You are worthy of my strongest secret skill. Gentleman Green Snake stood up slowly. His 30,000-meter-tall body suddenly exploded. A green torrent gushed over like an ocean. A face appeared on the green torrent. Tion, I will let you witness this Emperor's strongest secret skill, endless destruction. Pa 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 pa. Gentleman Green Snake turned into a green torrent and swept over like a green bag. Everywhere he passed, the void was gone, leaving behind a giant black hole. Voila! The green torrent coiled around Lin Fei's body, and a mighty corrosive power attacked him. It was as if it wanted to corrode everything into nothingness. Ha ha ha, Tion, your physical body is very strong. This Emperor's demon body can't compare to yours. But no matter how strong your physical body is, under the attack of this Emperor's secret skill, you will turn into a puddle of blood. This was Gentleman Green Snake's greatest trump card. A secret skill that could corrode anything. Those who had seen this secret skill had already turned into a puddle of blood. Just this? Lin Fei laughed. Ha ha ha. Hua. Lin Fei's body emitted sword intent that was as resplendent as the moon and stars. They pierced out from the green torrent, and instantly, the green torrent was riddled with holes. Sword from the west. The true self-world annihilation sword flew up. Lin Fei broke free and swept his sword on his opponent's body. Large tracts of the torrent turned into dust and disappeared into the sky. Again. This was equivalent to Gentleman Green Snake's undying body. The power it contained was far stronger than the ordinary undying body. Peng peng peng. The green torrent exploded and split into pieces. Why can't I use this Emperor's strongest mystic skill? The green torrent turned back into Gentleman Green Snake. His face was pale and his eyes were blank. He had suffered a huge blow. No one could survive under this secret skill. Not even Tion. Why? Gentleman Green Snake, everything is over. Lin Fei said softly. A resplendent sword flew across the sky. The second sword was unleashed. An untraceable sword was released in front of Gentleman Green Snake. Chapter 1376. Patriarch. Patriarch. Voices of despair came from the Qing mansion below. In front of Tion, their patriarch, Green Snake Gentleman, had one of his arms chopped off. Sword marks were left on his huge body as he struggled to hold on. Tion waved his sword again. With every slash, more sword wounds were left on Green Snake Gentleman's body. The sword marks on his body became densely packed and intertwined. Tion, if I die, you won't have a good ending either. Green Snake Gentleman's expression was ferocious. He had lost. He had lost to Tion. It was a one-sided defeat. Even Green Snake Gentleman knew that he couldn't hold on for long. Tion's swordsmanship had reached the acme of perfection. Is that so? This time, the sword's momentum changed. It came at an extreme speed, and a frightening sword light swept across Green Snake Gentleman's body. The energy that had just been mobilized was cut in half. A terrifying force spread across the life and death platform. Before dying, Green Snake Gentleman had planned to self-destruct. Unfortunately, he had mobilized only a small portion of his energy. He couldn't mobilize all of it. Everyone saw a terrifying force sweep across the life and death platform. It was a terrifying force that made people fearful and didn't dare to touch it. The terrifying force dissipated. Tion was the only one left on the life and death platform. The terrifying force didn't have any effect. It only messed up Tion's clothes. Patriarch. The Qing mansion's experts collapsed on the ground. Dead. The spiritual pillar in their eyes had died. It felt like the sky had fallen. Without the old tenant, the Qing mansion was no longer the Qing mansion. They would be replaced by someone else. The life and death platform dissipated. Tion reappeared in the sky above the Sky Demon City. His sword intent instantly locked on the Qing mansion's peak experts and the four-step experts. Run. The subversive experts and the four-step experts instantly felt the killing intent. Even their patriarch was dead, let alone them. Tion clearly wanted to kill them and didn't allow them to stay. You guys go down and accompany your patriarch. An indifferent voice rang out in their hearts. After that, their bodies trembled as a wave of sword intent swept over. Those who were swept by the sword intent felt their bodies turn cold and directly fell to the ground. Even the peak experts couldn't block the attack. It's over. The Qing mansion is finished. In the future, I can offend anyone but D. Tian. Lin Fei had killed Green Snake Patriarch, a fourth-step demonic the Arch and a peak-stage demonic the Arch, but he didn't make any more moves. The massive Azure residence had lost its strength and someone else would naturally take action. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and rushed into the Qing residence. As though he had entered an uninhabited land, he found the treasury of the Qing residence. He violently blasted open the door and plundered the treasures wantonly, completely emptying the huge treasury. The Qing mansion is really rich and overbearing. These things are useless to me, but they are very useful to others, ha ha ha. Lin Fei released his doppelgangers and searched the Qing residence from top to bottom. It could be said that he had dug 3 feet deep into the ground and found 3 treasure vaults. Then, he packed up all the treasures and took them away. Realm Lord D. Tian, please come to the Saint Mountain for a chat. The voice of the Sky Demon Realm Lord rang out. All right. A passageway opened up in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei waved his hand and recalled all his doppelgangers. Then, he turned around and walked into the passageway. Quickly gather everyone and besiege the Qing residence. We can't let the people of the Qing residence leave. The peak experts who had been observing immediately took action the moment D. Tian left. They passed down the order and prepared to besiege the Qing residence. If it was during normal times, they wouldn't have the guts to do so. However, things were different now. Without Gentleman Green Snake, there was nothing for them to be afraid of. Even if D. Tian stole the treasures from the treasury, they wouldn't dare to make a move. Even when Gentleman Green Snake tried to self-destruct, he couldn't cause any harm to D. Tian. Wouldn't it be a one-way trip if they made a move? When Lin Fei came out of the passageway, he found himself on the Saint Mountain. Back then, he had stayed on the Saint Mountain for 3 days. Realm Lord D. Tian, congratulations. The moment he came out, he found himself at the peak of the Saint Mountain. The Sky Demon Realm Lord stood nearby and smiled at D. Tian. The Sky Demon Realm Lord was indeed very happy. Gentleman Green Snake's existence was indeed quite an eyesore. Moreover, Gentleman Green Snake's ambition was too great and he was eyeing the position below him. It wasn't good for D. Tian to interfere. D. Tian's action was equivalent to solving a huge problem. I also have to congratulate the Sky Demon Realm Lord. You have one less headache. Lin Fei chuckled. Sit. The Sky Demon Realm Lord didn't say anything. This was something everyone understood. With a wave of his hand, he placed food and immortal wine on the stone table under the pavilion and warmly welcomed them. The two of them sat down in the pavilion and started drinking. Not long after, the Sky Demon Realm Lord asked casually. I heard that you know Lady Lu from the Tianyun house. Lin Fei's heart stirred. He knew that the key item was here. Inviting him to kill Gentleman Green Snake was just an excuse. No matter how much trouble Gentleman Green Snake caused, he could easily kill him. This was the Sky Demon Realm Lord's true objective. I know him, but I'm not too familiar with him. Lin Fei didn't give an answer. Hearing that D. Tian didn't say anything, the Sky Demon Realm Lord's eyes flashed with joy. If I'm not wrong, Daoist D. Tian should have a lot of experience pills on you. So it was for experience pills. Lin Fei found it funny. The Sky Demon Realm Lord was really interesting. He actually came out just now. After observing for a while, he realized that the Sky Demon Realm Lord was very expectant. Daoist D. Tian, I guess you will be disappointed. How could I possibly have something as good as experience pills? Lin Fei drank a cup of wine. He wouldn't announce the experience pills for the time being. The Sky Demon Realm Lord didn't reveal any disappointment. Instead, he smiled. Daoist D. Tian, at our level, we don't beat around the bush. You and I are both Realm Lords. Who knows, we might have to support each other in the near future. As long as you sell me a batch of experience pills, I will tell you an important piece of information. Daoist D. Tian should be collecting star stones. I happen to know some information regarding star stones. These two pieces of information wouldn't be hidden for long if someone investigated them. Even though the Tianyun house didn't interfere in the affairs of the various worlds, everyone would be on their guard. It was normal for them to plant some of their own people in there. Lin Fei's face sank. He didn't seem too happy. Someone was secretly investigating him. It wasn't a happy thing. It was easy for him to feel angry. Daoist D. Tian, don't be angry. Actually, I have no choice. Besides me, no one else knows about this. The Sky Demon Realm Lord hurriedly explained. Lin Fei's expression turned slightly better. In his impression, the Sky Demon Realm Lord wasn't bad. Even though he was using him, after this incident, he probably wouldn't have such thoughts anymore. I want an explanation. The Sky Demon Realm Lord said. Actually, this matter is related to you. In another 500 years, the battlefield controlled by the two palaces will open. The realm lords of the various worlds will enter, as well as some first-rate clans and top forces. Battlefield? Lin Fei didn't have such an existence in his memory. You have only been a realm lord for less than 100 years. Naturally, you don't know about the existence of the battlefield. The Sky Demon Realm Lord's expression suddenly turned solemn. Because that was the battlefield against the Immortal Court. Lin Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Back then, the various worlds were ruled by humans. They built the Immortal Court, divided the territories, and turned the various worlds into a glorious emperor dynasty. Then, it was overthrown. The myriad worlds naturally became a land of war. Many years have passed, and it's controlled by the two palaces. Even if we enter, we probably won't find anything good. They would have taken it away long ago. Lin Fei said. That won't be the case. Back then, the battlefield was the last great battle. Countless immortal sovereigns and rulers personally went to that place. Even now, it's still filled with resentment. All kinds of great Tao energy interweaved. Even a peak immortal emperor would be instantly killed if he barged in. It's said that the battlefield will only have a peaceful period every 10 chaos years. In another 100 years, it will be the most peaceful period of the 10 chaos years. At that time, the rulers will join forces to open the battlefield. The Sky Demon Realm Lord said slowly. What's the realm of an immortal sovereign? Lin Fei suddenly asked. Lin Fei really wasn't clear about this realm. Your current strength should have entered the second stage. The Sky Demon Realm Lord's eyes lit up like torches. An immortal sovereign's strength has reached the 5th stage. It's almost impossible for people who haven't reached this stage to know. Dao friend has good eyesight. Lin Fei said, so the 5th stage is an immortal sovereign. I wonder how many immortal sovereigns there are in the various worlds. Back then, when the Immortal Court existed, the various worlds were filled with talents. Be it peak immortal emperors or immortal sovereigns, they reached a huge number. Even now, the various worlds are not as good as before. There are only a few rulers. On the surface, there are 36 immortal sovereigns, but no one knows how many there are in private. At most, there won't be more than 100 immortal sovereigns. The Sky Demon Realm Lord sighed lightly, however, this time, there might be a few more immortal sovereigns in the battlefield. What do you mean? In the battlefield, there are immortal sovereigns' inheritances. Every time the battlefield opens, there will always be someone who obtains the inheritance and breaks through to the 5th stage. They will become immortal sovereigns, the strongest under rulers. As for the immortal sovereign realm, Lin Fei didn't feel too much pressure. He would reach this realm sooner or later. Even if he didn't reach the immortal sovereign realm, it wouldn't be much of a problem for his battle prowess to match the 36 immortal sovereigns. This time, when the battlefield opens, I want to search for the immortal sovereign's inheritance. I still lack a secret technique that I haven't successfully cultivated. Dao friend should understand what I mean. The Sky Demon Realm Lord said urgently. The Sky Demon Realm Lord had waited for this day for a very long time. Through some investigations and some clues, he confirmed that Tion would have experienced pills on him. As long as he had this pill, he believed that he would be able to cross the threshold within 100 years. This would greatly reduce the time needed to cultivate. I am very interested in the information regarding the star stones that Dao friend mentioned. Lin Fei didn't answer the Sky Demon Realm Lord. Instead, he changed the topic. I quite like star stones. If you can satisfy me, star stones could be exchanged for a large number of peak grade points. Lin Fei had a huge need for star stones. Unfortunately, the speed of collecting star stones was too slow. Chapter 1377. The Sky Demon Realm Lord was extremely fast. He left the Sky Demon Realm and rushed to an unknown place. Both of them were Realm Lords now, and in terms of speed, the Sky Demon Realm Lord was slightly faster. Just with his movement technique, he could reach 36 times the speed limit of the Heavenly Tao. Lin Fei had never cultivated any movement techniques and purely relied on his physical body to reach 30 times the speed limit of the Heavenly Tao. Fellow Taoist Tion's physical body is really strong. I can only reach 36 times the speed limit of the Heavenly Tao by relying on my movement technique, but his physical body can reach 30 times the speed limit of the Heavenly Tao. I wonder how he cultivated. Just this speed alone left the Sky Demon Realm Lord in the dust. In the future, when Tion's speed reached 50 times the speed limit of the Heavenly Tao, that would be truly terrifying. He would be able to ignore all the astral wind attacks in the void. The two of them traveled in silence. During this time, Lin Fei did not say a word. He also wanted to know where the Sky Demon Realm Lord was taking him. At the beginning, they traveled through the cosmos. Then, the surrounding stars gradually decreased, and the cosmos became silent. Other than the two of them, there was no one else. The two of them traveled like this for a year. A year was not long to them. We are almost there. The Sky Demon Realm Lord landed on a dead star. This place was brown and devoid of life. It had been ruined for a long time. This is a dead star. The realm core was taken away by someone, and the star was destroyed. The Sky Demon Realm Lord said as he flew. Lin Fei was a realm lord himself and knew the importance of the realm core. Some experts used the realm core to cultivate certain treasures. To be able to snatch the realm core from the hands of a realm lord meant that one was extremely powerful and was at least an immortal venerable. The center of the star land. A bottomless pit appeared in front of the two of them. The star stone is in this pit? Lin Fei asked. That's right, the star stone is below the pit. The Sky Demon Realm Lord said, I will bring you down. The inside of the sinkhole was uneven. The two of them descended, and suddenly, wind blades came from below and struck them. The lower they went, the stronger the power. Lin Fei fused 300 divine physiques with ease. The Sky Demon Realm Lord was fine at the start, but he had no choice but to wear his immortal armor. The two of them descended into the depths of the heaven pit. The lower they went, the more wind blades there were. The sinkhole began to widen, gradually turning into an underground world. What a huge star stone! Lin Fei's heart trembled. He appeared in the sky above a dark world. He could see a huge mountain made of heavenly star stones from afar. There are a total of 10 star stone mountains in this place. It's very difficult for ordinary people to come down, but we demons are an exception. The Sky Demon Realm Lord looked at the Sky Star Stone Mountain and said, when I was chasing after an opponent, I barged into this sinkhole and found this Sky Star Stone Mountain. However, the Sky Star Stone isn't very useful, and the wind blades below are too powerful, so I left it here. Lin Fei swept out with his spiritual consciousness and really found 10 heavenly star stone mountains. Just as he said, if one didn't enter this place by accident, most people wouldn't be able to discover it. Only Lin Fei could easily block the continuous attacks of the wind blades below. I like it. 10 heavenly star stone mountains were enough to dig out a large number of heavenly star stones. To Lin Fei, who had always been lacking heavenly star stones, this was undoubtedly a good thing that came knocking on his door. After exchanging for all the heavenly star stones, his strength would greatly increase. He could also cultivate some secret arts and mystiques. Lin Fei was very straightforward. After the two of them came to an agreement, Lin Fei took out the experience pills. Ordinary experience pills were really not enough, but to the Sky Demon Realm Lord, one experience pill had little effect. Once there was a large amount, it would be of great help and would be of great help in cultivating secret arts. 10 Heavenly Star Stone Mountains. The Sky Demon Realm Lord obtained a large amount of experience pills, and even he was shocked. This amount was beyond his imagination. He was curious, what did D. Tian want these heavenly star stones for? Boom boom boom. The 10 heavenly star stone mountains were violently pulled out by Lin Fei with his hands. In the face of absolute strength, the 10 heavenly star stone mountains easily fell into Lin Fei's hands. He directly used them to exchange for supreme grade points, and the original number sword. That feeling was really wonderful. The 10 heavenly star stone mountains were exchanged for a large number of supreme grade points for Lin Fei. It was even more terrifying than the points collected by the Tianyun Tower previously. He only needed a single thought to return. The Sky Demon Realm Lord invited Lin Fei to the sacred mountain as a guest, but Lin Fei tactfully declined. After obtaining a large number of supreme grade points, Lin Fei still had a lot of things to do. First, he had to make a trip to the Tianyun Tower. It's best that you go to the land of war 500 years later. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Sky Demon Realm Lord said sincerely, if I miss this opportunity, the next time will be 10 chaos years later. After that, I will also go into seclusion. We'll talk about this later. Lin Fei did not give an answer immediately. The Sky Demon Realm Lord also did not say anything. Ordinary people would not refuse. Moreover, D. Tian's strength would probably be even more terrifying in 500 years. Even he did not dare to imagine what level he would reach. This kind of person must be on good terms. He left the sacred mountain. Lin Fei appeared in the sky above the Sky Demon City and landed at the entrance of the Tianyun Tower. With a large number of points in hand, Lin Fei needed to buy some rare materials to strengthen his secret arts. With a large number of supreme grade materials, he could buy skill strengthening stones to support his cultivation. That way, he would be able to increase his strength by a level. Big Brother Lin. At the entrance of the Tianyun Tower, a familiar voice came from behind Lin Fei. He turned around and saw Bai Xiaofeng running over. Just like the previous time, there was a trace of fanaticism. What a coincidence, why are you here? Bai Xiaofeng had been waiting here for a long time. Ever since he rushed over with his sister, he had witnessed the scene of Green Snake Lang Jun being killed. Then, the inheritance of the Green residence had been swallowed by someone. When Bai Xiaofeng wanted to look for Lin Fei, he had already disappeared without a trace. Someone said that Big Brother Lin had gone to the sacred mountain as a guest. Helpless, Bai Xiaofeng could only wait for him at the Tianyun Tower. Big Brother Lin, you killed Green Snake Lang Jun. You are really awesome. Bai Xiaofeng said with admiration, his eyes shining. Lin Fei looked around and did not see Bai Shangyu. He casually said, you came alone, where is your sister? After Bai Xiaofeng's excitement, he opened his mouth a few times to speak, but in the end, he braced himself and said, Big Brother Lin, my sister is at home. She said that she wants to cultivate in seclusion. Lin Fei clearly saw Bai Xiaofeng's change. Little Feng, is there anything you can't say? You can't hide anything with your face. Lin Fei said with a smile. This our old ancestor wants to invite you to our house as a guest. About last time, Bai Xiaofeng hated some of the elders in the residence, but he was interrupted before he could finish. Forget about being a guest. Lin Fei did not want to be a guest. It was meaningless. If they personally invited him, then it would be a different story. Bai Xiaofeng had indeed come to look for Lin Fei. Later on, the mansion master personally came to look for Lin Fei. No matter what, he had to invite Lin Fei to be a guest. The Qing residence had been destroyed, and the Bai residence had also made a move that day. Recently, the entire Bai residence was on tenterhooks, afraid that Lin Fei would come to kill them. However, the treatment of Bai Xiaofeng and Bai Shangyu immediately changed. They were almost worshipped, which made Bai Xiaofeng very uncomfortable. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Bai Xiaofeng's face showed worry. Big brother Lin, I know that our Bai residents did not do justice that day. Will you? Lin Fei said with a smile. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Don't worry, that kind of thing will not happen. Okay, I'm going to enter the Tianyun Tower. Do you want to come? These words dispelled Bai Xiaofeng's doubts. Just as he said, if Lin Fei wanted to make a move, he would have done it that day. He would not wait until now. Once he entered the Tianyun Tower, the person in charge of the Tianyun Tower immediately came up and said respectfully, Lord Di Tian, my master has been waiting for you for a long time. If it's Miss Lu, then please lead the way. Lin Fei did not find it strange that Lu Ziyue appeared in the Tianyun Tower. It had been a month since he killed Green Snake Langjun. Adding on the fact that the Sky Fiend Realm Lord had not appeared, the Tianyun Tower had a huge intelligence network, so it would be easy for them to find his tracks. Lin Fei felt that it was even better that Lu Ziyue was here. It would be more convenient to collect those rare materials. Pushing open the door, Lin Fei saw Lu Ziyue, who was wearing a thin black dress, revealing her beautiful curves. She looked back and smiled. Lin Fei, after not seeing you for 3 days, I have a whole new level of respect for you. Sometimes, I really wonder if you are the reincarnation of those celestial sovereigns. Lin Fei sat down naturally. I'm your big client. Aren't you going to give me a cup of good tea? When Lu Ziyue first saw Lin Fei entering the Eternal Sea, she was indeed shocked. The Tianyun Tower had a lot of information on that place. Even rulers would be fearful of that place. Others thought that Lin Fei would definitely die, but Lu Ziyue couldn't help but think so. She even used her father's power to send 5 peak stage immortal emperors to Divine Heaven Academy to oversee things. Lu Ziyue guessed correctly. When the 5 peak stage immortal emperors returned, Lu Ziyue knew that Lin Fei had returned. The only thing she didn't expect was that he would kill his way here so quickly and kill Green Snake Langjun in one move. Congratulations on becoming the 93rd expert on the Wind Cloud list. Lu Ziyue brought over 2 cups of tea that emitted a faint fragrance. She picked up one of the cups and said, There's nothing to congratulate me about. I'm not interested in the Wind Cloud list. Lin Fei shook his head. Today, I came to you to ask you to help me collect some rare materials. I want to see them in the shortest time possible. Just like last time, I will use experience pills to trade. Straightforward. Lu Ziyue was also very straightforward when it came to business matters. Lin Fei took out a list of materials. It was filled with materials that could strengthen one's cultivation of secret techniques. This was one of the best ways to increase one's strength. So many. Lu Ziyue was also shocked. Many of the materials on the list were very precious. What secret technique was this Lin Fei cultivating? When she thought of the information that a sword chi secret technique could kill a 4th-step demonic emperor, Lu Ziyue wasn't as shocked anymore. That's right. I need a large amount of rare materials. I believe you will be able to do it. Lin Fei smiled. Chapter 1378. Tianyun Tower was indeed the #1 merchant association. Lu Ziyue was very fast, and the items on the list were continuously sent over. In 3 days, Lu Ziyue gathered all the rare materials and handed them to Lin Fei. She also exchanged them for a large number of experience pills. After all, rare materials were more expensive. Miss Lu, it would be best if you could open a branch of Tianyun Tower in Great Metropolis. After getting the items, Lin Fei said. Tianyun Tower was the largest merchant association in all the worlds. Lin Fei hoped that Tianyun Tower would have a branch in Great Metropolis world to expand its influence. More importantly, Lin Fei would need a large number of rare materials in the future. Besides Tianyan Tower, not many people could do it. Those immortal venerables and rulers were completely different. They had the ability to collect them, especially rulers. I can't decide on this right now, Lu Ziyue said apologetically. You know, this is not a small matter. Lin Fei asked casually. It's fine. He took out another list. I'll have to trouble you to collect these rare materials. Once you've gathered them, just send them over. Lin Fei took out another list and handed it to Lu Ziyue. With the rare materials in hand, Lin Fei left Sky Fei World and returned to Great Metropolis World. He summoned Demon Emperor Silence Earth and gave him some instructions. He left Supreme Grade Experience pills for him to cultivate secret techniques and abilities, and entered the highest level of the Realm Lord's Stone Tower. Lin Fei sat cross-legged on a platform. The Land of War, the place where immortal venerables and rulers are buried, is a place worth visiting. I heard from Sky Fei World Lord that ordinary people aren't qualified to enter. I'm in no hurry for 500 years. Lin Fei put the matter of the Land of War to the back of his mind for the time being. The most important thing now was for Great Metropolis World to fuse with Kai Yuan World and complete the system mission. He didn't want to be forcefully killed. That would be too humiliating. Swish swish swish, 5 great sword chis flew across the sky. This was one of the secret techniques left on the 9 stone steels. Right now, the great sword chi's secret art hadn't reached great completion, but its might was already terrifying enough to kill 4th step experts. It would still be difficult for peak immortal emperors. I should take this opportunity to cultivate my secret arts and divine abilities. It won't be long before I have to fight with someone. Lin Fei took out the rare materials and the heaven-opening divine gate, entering it and activating time acceleration. Let's cultivate the great sword chi's secret technique to greater mastery first. Within the Heavenly Enlightenment Divine Pass, Lin Fei's cultivation lasted for over 100 years. To the outside world, not much time had passed, so they didn't feel anything. The heaven-opening divine gate was left behind by the 100 great emperors back then. Lin Fei had already guessed their strength. They should be around the 3rd or 4th rank of the strength realm. They were indeed very strong among the peak stage immortal emperors. 120 years later, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. The 5 streaks of sword energy became even brighter. The tyrannical sword energy sliced through the void. If it wasn't for the fact that the heaven-opening divine gate was extraordinary, it would have been sliced apart by this sword energy. The great sword chi at the greater mastery realm is indeed extraordinary. In 120 years, with the help of a large number of peak-grade experience pills, the great sword chi's secret technique broke through to the greater mastery realm. Now that he used the great sword chi's secret technique, any peak stage immortal emperors with a strength of the 1st rank would be instantly killed. The great sword chi's secret technique at greater mastery is extraordinary, reaching the pinnacle of the 1st rank of power. This is far from enough. Lin Fei thought, in their eyes, it isn't easy to break through the 1st rank of power. But to me, it isn't difficult to raise the power of the secret technique. Lin Fei indeed had the confidence to do so. Lin Fei opened the leveling system, and on the exquisite point exchange page, he chose the skill strengthening pills. These skill strengthening pills were not cheap, and each one cost 5 million points. It wasn't something a peak-grade experience pill could compare to. Fortunately, I've obtained 10-star stone mountains. I can afford the skill-strengthening pills that cost 5 million points each. This process lasted for a year. Every day, he raised the great sword chi's secret technique. The experience gained was very slow, and it was harder to raise than he had imagined. After using a large number of skill-strengthening pills, the great sword chi's secret technique reached the 2nd rank of power. A secret technique was raised to the 2nd rank of power. Usually, everyone used the 1st rank of power. In other words, there was a huge difference in power between the 1st rank of power. Only Lin Fei could do such a thing. Apart from this, he had to cultivate the secret techniques left behind by immortal sovereigns or rulers. Raising 1 rank at a time would take a long time. The 2nd rank isn't very powerful. I have to raise it to the 3rd rank. Then, my great sword Chi's secret technique will have great power. When they come, I can kill them all with one sword. With 10-star stone mountains, Lin Fei started to charge for the third rank of the secret technique. This time, it took 5 years. It took longer than the first time, and he used more points. Even Lin Fei felt the pain. Finally. Now that the great sword Chi's secret technique had reached the third rank, it was even more domineering. Compared to the second rank, it was more than 100 times stronger. The difference in power was too great. With this secret skill and the killing move of the third level of strength, there's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Fei dispersed the great sword Chi's secret skill. Now I need to work on my physical body and speed. A strong body was the foundation of Lin Fei's standing. Green Snake Gentleman was very strong, but in front of Lin Fei's strong body, he was overshadowed. Lin Fei decided to improve his body again. As for speed, that was a must. Right now, it was still too slow. In the Heaven and Lightning Pass, he had spent 500 years. Lin Fei had been improving himself. First, his body. Originally, he had 300 bodies. But thanks to the ocean of points, Lin Fei raised it to a terrifying 800 bodies, perfectly fusing them into one. It could be said that if Lin Fei stood still, Green Snake Gentleman could only stare. Such a strong body was very rare. The more bodies he fused, the stronger the power in Lin Fei's body became. It was like a bottomless pit. The speed of his body didn't increase much. It went from 30 times Heaven Dao's speed to 40 times Heaven Dao's speed. It increased by about 10 times. If this speed spread out, those people would be ashamed. Now, I can fuse with Kai Yuan world. With a thought, Lin Fei left the Heaven and Lightning Pass and kept the treasures. Kai Yuan Realm Lord sat on the stone table with a disappointed expression. His face was filled with resentment. Di Tian, do you think that others won't know after you imprison me? Let's see what you can do this time. Kai Yuan Realm Lord sneered and drank the celestial brew. Lin Fei walked out of the void. Dao friend Kai Yuan, you seem to be in a good mood. Why are you here? Kai Yuan Realm Lord was shocked when he saw the black-clothed Lin Fei not far away. Nothing much, I am bringing you out for a walk. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. Kai Yuan Realm Lord wanted to resist, but his neck was grabbed. His eyes were filled with shock. This speed was even faster than before. Kai Yuan Realm Lord was in disbelief. Lin Fei grabbed Kai Yuan Realm Lord's neck and turned to leave Holy Heaven Academy. He appeared on the world bridge and walked into Kai Yuan world. Once he entered Kai Yuan world, Kai Yuan Realm Lord revealed an excited expression. Ha ha ha, Di Tian, you are so arrogant. This is my world and you still dare to bring me back. Kai Yuan Realm Lord broke free from Di Tian's hand and appeared at a place not far away. He was in high spirits again. You are courting death. With the support of the world, I will let you know how weak you are in front of an invincible Realm Lord. Kai Yuan Realm Lord felt that he could finally hold his head high. With the support of the world's Heaven Dao, no matter how amazing Di Tian was, he could still teach him a lesson. World Cage. The world energy gathered and a huge cage descended from the sky. This was one of the Realm Lord's methods. You are so useless. Lin Fei shook his head. Don't you feel that the entire Kai Yuan world is different from before? Kai Yuan Realm Lord broke free and indeed didn't pay attention to the changes in Kai Yuan world. His heart moved and his expression suddenly changed. Where are my people? They are all there. As a Realm Lord, he scanned the entire world with a thought. He was shocked to discover that his original people had all disappeared. In Kai Yuan Palace, there was a person sitting. It was actually the subordinate that he promoted, Bao Mia. However, his eyes were cold and there were fanatical subordinates standing on both sides. Of course they are dead. You are all alone now. Kai Yuan Realm Lord felt his heart aching. These subordinates were all groomed by him and now they were all wiped out. His many years of hard work went down the drain. I didn't expect you to arrange for an expert. I have indeed underestimated you. Kai Yuan Realm Lord laughed coldly. However, you shouldn't have brought me back. There are no more subordinates to groom. As long as I kill you, everything will be fine. I am afraid you won't be able to do it. Voila! Lin Fei swept with his sword and the world cage shattered. Even the world cage can't trap me. An invincible realm lord like you is just a joke. Xiao 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 5 streaks of sword energy descended from the sky like a domineering king. Hua the first sword slashed onto Kai Yuan Realm Lord's body. Kai Yuan Realm Lord's body had an additional layer of protection. That was the world's power, but unfortunately, it was destroyed by the sword. The second streak of sword energy came, splitting Realm Lord Kai Yuan's sword into two. Kai Yuan Realm Lord turned into flowing water. The third, fourth, and fifth great sword chi shattered the flowing water one after another. After the 5 streaks of sword energy, the flowing water turned into Kai Yuan Realm Lord. His vitality was greatly injured and his body was trembling. He really couldn't imagine that he would lose so badly. At least they had fought before. This time, the start was completely one-sided. The strength of the sword energy was terrifying, too terrifying. 2/3 of the undying body was destroyed and only 1/3 was left. If you move again, I will immediately destroy you. Lin Fei calmly said, you should understand that I have the strength to insta-kill you. Dao friend Di Tian, what do you want to do? Kai Yuan Realm Lord instantly aged by 100 years. The invincible Realm Lord was just a joke in front of Di Tian. Chapter 1379. You actually want the heart of the world? That is impossible. Kai Yuan Realm Lord was furious. Even if I am willing, the Iron Blood Alliance won't let you get it. This is probably the reason why you didn't kill me back then. Kai Yuan Realm Lord didn't expect Di Tian to want the heart of the world. When he thought about the house arrest, he immediately understood. Apart from the Realm Lord, no one else knew about the mysterious existence of the heart of the world. Normal people wouldn't be able to discover it, and it was useless even if they got it. As a Realm Lord, it was different. When 2 worlds swallowed and merged, it could strengthen the world and bring huge benefits to the people there. One's own strength could also be raised. I think you will take the initiative to say it. That is impossible. Even if you kill me, I won't say it. Kai Yuan Realm Lord was highly regarded by Langya Young Master because of his identity as a Realm Lord. Once he lost his Realm Lord, he would only be a peak Celestial Emperor and wouldn't be outstanding among Celestial Emperors. Voila! A huge sword energy slashed over. Without any warning, the Kai Yuan Realm Lord was struck by a sword. His undying body became very small. If he were to receive another sword, he would most probably die. Stop, don't attack. Let's talk nicely. Kai Yuan Realm Lord spat out blood and stopped Di Tian from attacking. He was afraid that Di Tian would really kill him. Didn't you say that you wouldn't tell me even if you died? Then, I will just kill you. Anyway, you won't say anything. Lin Fei said in an orderly manner. Kai Yuan Realm Lord had never seen such an overbearing person. He was just being stubborn and Di Tian really attacked him. Between handing over the heart of the world and keeping his life, Kai Yuan Realm Lord would definitely choose the latter. It wasn't worth it to lose his life for the heart of the world. Kai Yuan Realm Lord didn't expect that. Di Tian would really attack. Dao friend Di Tian, you really want the heart of the world? Kai Yuan Realm Lord's expression was really ugly. After taking a few swords, he felt a deep sense of fear. If Kai Yuan Realm Lord was still controlling himself, he would probably be so terrified that his limbs would go soft and he wouldn't dare to say that. Kai Yuan Realm Lord, if you think that you will be fine if I don't kill you, then you are thinking too much. Lin Fei laughed. I know young Master Langya. I remember that the last time he informed you to go to the Ghost City, you were resting in the academy, so I went to the Ghost City on your behalf and met with young Master Langya. Di Tian, you tricked me. Kai Yuan Realm Master was so frightened that his face turned pale. Did you kill Langya young Master? Outsiders did not know about the Ghost City. The Kai Yuan Realm Lord knew that this was the place where he would meet with the Langya young master. He wasn't even Di Tian's match back then. Moreover, the Langya young master's face was pale. The Langya young master's face was extremely pale. Those people wouldn't let him off even if Di Tian didn't make a move. I'm representing you, but young Master Langya doesn't believe me. Lin Fei smiled. I accidentally used too much force. Langya young master is that one. Realm Lord Kai Yuan's body turned cold. If you hand over the world core, I can tell that you're quite strong. In the future, if you follow me, you will be better than them. At least you won't be killed by them. What do you think? Lin Fei knew that the Kai Yuan Realm Lord would agree. If he didn't hand it over, he would die. If he handed it over, he could live. Anyone who wasn't a fool would be able to survive. Why should I believe that you can protect me? The Kai Yuan Realm Lord didn't doubt Di Tian's words at all. If he met the Langya young master in the Ghost City, then he would definitely be dead. Xiao! Another huge sword energy pierced through the sky, giving off a terrifying might. If I used this sword just now, what do you think? The Kai Yuan Realm Lord was speechless. His pupils constricted. In front of this huge sword energy, he was so weak that he couldn't even take a single strike. Just now when he wanted to kill Di Tian could have killed him with a single sword. This sword broke the Kai Yuan Realm Lord's final line of defense. Invincible World Lord. He was a joke in front of Di Tian. He even wanted to fight him and even kill him. From the start, he was just a clown. Di Tian wasn't afraid of him at all. I promise you to hand over the world heart. The Kai Yuan Realm Lord also understood that if the Langya young master died, he would definitely be unlucky. Since that was the case, why not rely on a strong existence? Follow me. The Kai Yuan Realm Lord opened up a tunnel and walked in. This was an ability that only world lords had. They could head to any place in the Kai Yuan world. After breaking the Kai Yuan Realm Lord's final line of defense, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. It was easy to kill the Kai Yuan Realm Lord, but it wasn't so easy to make him hand over the world heart. If he was really courting death, Lin Fei could forget about obtaining the world heart. At the end of the tunnel was an underground world. Deep underground, magma spurted out, forming a patch of fiery red color. Two people appeared above the magma. The Kai Yuan Realm Lord flew forward. Everywhere he passed, the heat retreated and a path was opened up. In the depths of the magma, a fiery red lotus appeared. On the lotus, there was a little red fairy that was jumping up and down. That is the world heart. It doesn't have a fixed form and is ever changing. Even divine sense is unable to detect its existence. Only we world lords can discover it. The Kai Yuan Realm Lord waved his hand and the little red fairy flew over. It appeared on his palm and transformed into thousands of things. With regards to the world heart, Lin Fei was still clear about it. This thing was ever-changing and hard to capture. It was clearly in front of you but you might not be able to see it. Lin Fei was confident in his strength but he might not be able to capture the world heart in front of him. Only when the world lord personally went would he be able to see the world heart. Merging with the world heart requires a certain amount of time. The Iron Blood Alliance will definitely rush over and stop your great metropolis world from swallowing Kai Yuan world. Are you prepared? The Kai Yuan Realm Lord asked. No one was willing to hand over the world heart. The Kai Yuan Realm Lord wasn't willing either. Moreover, he was worried about something. If he didn't succeed in the end and Di Tian was killed by the Iron Blood Alliance, even he would be unlucky and his outcome would be the same. If you follow me, without my permission, the Iron Blood Alliance won't be able to take your life. Lin Fei smiled. How could he not tell what the Kai Yuan Realm Lord was thinking about? If the Iron Blood Alliance really dares to come, I will make them suffer and make them regret offending me. For you. The Kai Yuan Realm Lord struck out 100 layers of seals and sealed the world heart. Go. Lin Fei waved his hand and opened a tunnel. He brought the Kai Yuan Realm Lord into Great Metropolis World. They entered a desert and saw the world heart of Great Metropolis World. The difference between the two world hearts wasn't big and were both smaller. The Kai Yuan realm's world heart kept on struggling like it sensed danger and wanted to leave. However, it was blocked by the seals. The Great Metropolis World Heart sent a joyful message. Swallow it. Lin Fei could communicate with it and controlled it to charge over. A black whirlpool appeared and he swallowed the World Heart. Rumble. With this, the World Heart was swallowed. The Kai Yuan Realm Lord felt that he had lost control of the Kai Yuan Realm. The huge Kai Yuan world began to move with a rumble, flying towards the Great Metropolis. The world bridge outside broke into many pieces, and the things in the middle were crushed. This action caused the expressions of the Kai Yuan Realm's experts to change. They didn't know what was happening. Everyone, don't worry. This is Great Metropolis World devouring Kai Yuan Realm. Bao Mie's cold voice reverberated in the sky of Kai Yuan Realm. If it was during normal times, everyone would definitely stop him. However, in front of the Iron Blood world, they didn't have the courage. Kai Yuan Realm's peak experts were all dead and devoured by Bao Mie. Four-step immortal emperors wouldn't be able to escape this fate. Right now, they were just shocked. Bao Mie's subordinates were fanatical. They didn't have any reaction towards Great Metropolis World devouring Kai Yuan Realm. In their eyes, it was something that didn't matter. They just needed to follow the Grand Commander's footsteps. The two worlds merging caused a huge commotion. The nearby worlds were the first to know. Heavens, Kai Yuan Realm is actually going to be devoured by Great Metropolis World. Kai Yuan Realm Lord must be in trouble. Quick, report to the Iron Blood Alliance. We definitely can't let D. Tian's Great Metropolis World devour Kai Yuan Realm. These were the nearby minor world lords. If Kai Yuan Realm Lord was really devoured, then not long later, the surrounding minor worlds would be devoured too. They would lose their position as world lords and they would only be peak immortal emperors. D. Tian's bared fangs shocked them greatly. They all suspected that something had happened to Kai Yuan Realm Lord. They sent out the news and headed straight for Great Metropolis World. With their combined strength, they could still stop D. Tian. Halfway there, these minor world lords received a reply. They were to suppress D. Tian, but they definitely couldn't kill him. This made the minor world lords very surprised. Then, they understood that D. Tian was about to become a top 100 expert on the Wind Cloud list. Their Iron Blood Alliance was powerful but they didn't dare to kill him. Now, they could only suppress him. At this moment, a warship was traversing the seventh void. It was like a black shadow, a ferocious beast formed by astral winds. The warship was smashed into pieces. How audacious! Is D. Tian going against our Iron Blood Alliance? On the warship, a middle-aged man with an aquiline nose slammed his palm on the table. The warship instantly went silent. This person was none other than Lang Yi Young Master's uncle, Yun Tianchong. Lang Yi Young Master had disappeared for a month and his coordinates were lost. Through some clues, Lang Yi Young Master disappeared from Ghost City. After some investigation, they found out that it was related to Kai Yuan Realm Lord. Yun Tianchong brought people to Kai Yuan Realm to investigate Kai Yuan Realm Lord. They believed that the Kai Yuan Realm Overlord wouldn't be disrespectful to the Lang Yi Young Lord. Although the Kai Yuan Realm Overlord sounded very impressive, in the Iron Blood Alliance, he wasn't considered much at all. They had just left when they received a shocking piece of news. Chapter 1380. Two great worlds fusing. Both Great Metropolis World and Kai Yuan World were in shock. According to this process, the two worlds will need about half a month to fuse. Lin Fei sensed and calculated the fusion time. Dao friend D. Tian, they're here. Suddenly, Kai Yuan Immortal Emperor's expression changed. He felt the auras of the few world lords heading over. They were all old acquaintances. With such a huge commotion, they would naturally sense it immediately and rush over. Once Kai Yuan World fused, Kai Yuan Realm Lord was no longer Kai Yuan Realm Lord but Kai Yuan Immortal Emperor. Sensing the arrival of other world lords, his expression changed. If he was still a world lord, Kayuan realm lord had nothing to fear. After all, he followed Langya young master. But it was different now. Losing the world meant that his status was different from those world lords. Kayuan immortal emperor hoped that they could protect him. It's fine. No matter who comes, they can't stop the two worlds from fusing. Lin Fei said calmly. The two worlds fusing was inevitable. No one could stop him. 5 world lords tore through the air. They were very fast. In space, the 5 world lords saw Kayuan realm lord shatter the world bridge and fuse towards great metropolis world. As long as there was enough time, the two worlds would fuse perfectly. They didn't even dare to think of such a crazy action. Di Tian, however, dared to act. His first move was to devour Kayuan world. In their eyes, great metropolis world had always been at the bottom. Fusing with Kayuan world would expand their territory. It was the same as stepping on their heads. Moreover, with the first time, there might be a second time. Quick, stop it. Stop the worlds from fusing. The 5 world lords attacked together. Resplendent light shot towards the moving great metropolis world like a long river. The power of this move was extraordinary. Their mission was very simple. They had to force Di Tian to fight against them. Although it was rumored that Di Tian had killed the green snake Lang Jun of the Sky Demon World, they were world overlords and members of the Iron Blood Alliance. Di Tian wouldn't dare to act recklessly. More importantly, they were all world lords. One thought and they could return to their own worlds. Di Tian might not be able to do anything to them. They could be at ease here. They didn't need to worry about Di Tian threatening them. 5 world lords, who allowed you to act against the great metropolis heaven? Do you even have this emperor in your eyes? A 10,000-li mountain and river map flew out, manifesting 10,000 layers of mountains and rivers, blocking before the great metropolis world, blocking the attacks of the 5 world overlords. Lin Fei slowly walked out, his words were sharp as he stared at the 5 world overlords. Di Tian, do you know what you are doing? Realm Lord Palang said harshly, you are openly violating the rules of the Iron Blood Alliance. We are here to stop you. The Palang realm wasn't far from the Kai Yuan realm, so it would be a lie if Realm Lord Palang wasn't worried. He had to stop Di Tian's crazy actions. The 5 world overlords swept out with their spiritual senses. They were all peak stage immortal emperors, and their strength was barely at the peak of the first level. They were still quite a distance away from the second level. What I want to do is none of your business. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't have anything to do, get lost, lest you say that I'm bullying you later. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Ignore them. The 5 world overlords were peak stage immortal emperors, and their usage of strength was also at the peak of the first level. But they were still world overlords. When had they ever been disregarded like this? Di Tian, you are a world overlord, we are world overlords as well. Although you are ranked 93rd on the Wind Cloud rankings, today, the 5 of us shall experience how strong you are. Realm Lord Palang roared. The 5 world overlords made their moves. Boom. 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 5 world projections blasted towards Di Tian. The 5 world projections stacked together, and their might instantly soared. Numerous mountains came crashing down. They were extremely confident in this move. Even they admitted that they wouldn't be able to block it, let alone Di Tian. There were rumors in the outside world that Di Tian was terrifyingly strong, but the 5 of them didn't really believe it. To be able to improve so quickly in a few tens of years, one wouldn't be able to find many in a world. 5 world projections stacking together, hee hee. Lin Fei coldly laughed as an even more terrifying aura burst forth. The world storm turned into a gigantic black tornado that swept out. The tyrannical tornado swept over, sucking in the 5 world projections and causing them to shatter into pieces. It was a scene of complete suppression. Not good, world storm. The expressions of the 5 world overlords instantly changed. They wouldn't be able to block an attack of this level. Their hearts weren't tough enough, let alone a world storm of a higher level. Chi, 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 chi. The hurricane didn't care about what they were thinking. It swept over, and the faces of the 5 world overlords turned pale. Their eyes were filled with shock. Leave quickly. In less than a single exchange, they were defeated. Since we are here, we should at least leave something behind. Lin Fei's voice rang out once more. A great sword chi slashed through the air, and the 5 world overlords dove into the void. The great sword chi slashed through the air, blasting into the depths of the 7th level of the void. Severed limbs fell from the void of space. The Kaiyuan Immortal Emperor who had been at the back was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The 5 world overlords were defeated in less than a single exchange, and they were almost killed. Seems like following Di Tian isn't a bad thing. The Kaiyuan Immortal Emperor knew that he didn't have the ability to suppress the 5 world overlords, but Di Tian actually did it. Now isn't the time to kill them. However, that sword earlier was enough to make them not dare to come out again. Lin Fei silently thought. Just now, he had already shown them mercy. Di Tian sat cross-legged in the starry sky. Chi, 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 chi. The 5 world overlords returned to their respective worlds, their faces pale. There was no need to talk about their ugly expressions. Their faces were filled with shock, and their hearts were filled with lingering fear. That sword earlier had almost killed them. Since when did Di Tian's strength reach such a realm, and he even cultivated World Storm? This was a spirit's secret technique that was 1 level higher than world projection. Too terrifying. Di Tian's strength isn't something we can fight against. We can only wait for the Iron Blood Alliance to act. It's best if we don't interfere. Di Tian is too terrifying, the rumors aren't fake at all. If we weren't world overlords, we would most probably have died in Di Tian's hands. It's best if we don't interfere with the fusion of 2 worlds. The few world overlords escaped death, and after communicating with their communication talismans, they decided not to interfere. Revenge? They didn't dare to anymore. With such a ferocious existence like Di Tian, they wouldn't dare even if they were given 100 guts. This neighbor of theirs was ferocious and tyrannical, and they didn't want to pay with their lives. Today, they were lucky. If they were unlucky next time, they didn't dare to imagine what would happen. Chapter 1381. Trash. At the 7th level of the Void Realm. Immortal Emperor Yun Tiansong was furious when he received the news. A few realm lords couldn't do anything to Di Tian and were beaten badly instead. The Iron Blood Alliance controlled a portion of the world. The distribution of benefits was controlled by the Iron Blood Alliance, especially the weaker worlds. Almost all of them relied on the Iron Blood Alliance to survive. Especially those in remote places, they didn't dare to go against the Iron Blood Alliance. Di Tian didn't know what to do and wanted to merge the 2 worlds. Such a thing was not allowed to happen. If there was a first, there would be a second. Who would trust them in the future? Yun Tiansong didn't expect Di Tian's strength to be as strong as the rumors said. 5 realm lords couldn't do anything to him. Speed up. Yun Tiansong ordered, and the 3 warships broke through the sky. After Great Metropolis Heaven merged with Kaiyuan World, apart from the 5 realm lords at the start, no other realm lords appeared. This place was in a remote place and couldn't be considered a great world. Not many people paid attention to it. Moreover, with Lin Fei's notoriety, no one dared to look for trouble. The merging of Great Metropolis Heaven progressed quickly. Lin Fei had a certain level of control over both worlds. As for Kaiyuan Realm Lord, he stood aside. The people of Great Metropolis Heaven benefited a lot from the merging. Heaven and Earth's immortal chi increased and the landscape changed. It was different from before. The people of Great Metropolis Heaven became even more fanatical about Lin Fei. The fusion of 2 worlds was not something that just anyone could do. In the starry sky, Lin Fei sat cross-legged and didn't move. Looking at the time, the Iron Blood Alliance should be here by now. Lin Fei slowly opened his eyes as his lips curled up into a smile. Rumble. On this day, 3 warships rushed out of the void and appeared in the starry sky. The pressure from the warships started radiating outwards. They had come in large numbers. You 5 realm lords sent clones here. It seems you're really afraid of Tian. Yin Tian Song stood on the deck of the warship. In front of him were 5 realm lords. Their auras weren't strong and they were all clones. Their expressions were ugly. These 5 world overlords were none other than World Overlord Palang and the others who fled in fear back then. Immortal Emperor Yin Tiansong's status in the Iron Blood Alliance wasn't low. The 5 world overlords didn't dare to not come. For the sake of safety, they arranged for their clones to come over. They wouldn't feel any heartache even if they lost them. Sir, Tian is simply too powerful. We are no match for him. Saying such words again, they still felt an indescribable sense of grievance and helplessness. A dignified world overlord actually didn't dare to come here personally and send a clone instead. From this, one could see how fearful he was of Tian. Yin Tiansong flicked his sleeves. If the 5 realm lords were his people, he would have sent them flying with a slap. However, they were realm lords after all, so he had to give them some face. Humph, no matter how strong Tian is, there is a limit to how strong he is. Since I am here personally, there is nothing for you to worry about. Yin Tianchong's eyes flashed with coldness. Despite Yin Tiansong's words, the 5 realm lords still didn't think it was safe. Tian's brutality was imprinted in their hearts. Sir, we're almost there. 3 black warships flew over in a grandiose fashion. Tian, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes as he sensed their arrival. As expected of the Iron Blood Alliance. Even their entrance is so flashy. It's as if they're afraid that others won't know about them. Lin Fei stood up and revealed a smile. It's time for me to interact with the Iron Blood Alliance. With his current strength, Lin Fei wasn't that afraid of the Iron Blood Alliance. He had successfully cultivated the 3rd level of the Great Sword technique and possessed a terrifying trump card. Lin Fei wasn't worried. Perhaps he was worried about them. Tian, how dare you go against the rules of the Iron Blood Alliance? A deafening voice resounded in the starry sky like thunder. 3 warships flew over. The warships were filled with people and their baleful aura soared to the sky. The moment Immortal Emperor Yin Tiansong appeared, a terrifying might gushed forth. Because his strength had been cultivated to the 2nd level, he had the confidence to say such words when facing a world overlord. In addition, he represented the Iron Blood Alliance, a huge organization. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back and laughed. What is the Iron Blood Alliance? Who said that I must join them? That's merely your wishful thinking. Don't treat this emperor as the same as them, only serving you. This emperor is the ruler of a world. Lin Fei's voice was equally tyrannical. You represent the Iron Blood Alliance? That depends on whether I admit it or not. Immortal Emperor Yin Tiansong thought that Tian was a smart person. In front of the Iron Blood Alliance, as long as he lowered his head and gave up on merging with the great metropolis world, they naturally wouldn't dare to do anything. However, Tian's words infuriated Yin Tiansong. Tian, the rumors of you being lawless in the outside world are true. You're the first person to dare to say such words in front of the Iron Blood Alliance. Many thanks for the compliment. Lin Fei laughed. Here, I have to correct one point. The merging of the 2 worlds was the decision made by this emperor and the Kai Yuan Realm Lord. How can you doubt it? The first to be shocked were the 5 Realm Lords. They revealed looks of astonishment and said in unison, how is this possible? The Kai Yuan Realm Lord wanted to deal with Tian, how could he be willing? Immortal Emperor Yin Tiansong didn't understand much, but he didn't think that the Kai Yuan Realm Lord would willingly give up his position. Do you think we'll believe you? Lin Fei laughed. Brother Kai Yuan, come out and explain to them what's going on. Kai Yuan Immortal Emperor came out of the Holy Heaven Academy and appeared beside Lin Fei. When he saw Immortal Emperor Yin Tiansong of the Iron Blood Alliance, his expression became unnatural. Kai Yuan, tell me what's going on. Yun Tiansong's sharp gaze shot over. Kai Yuan, Immortal Emperor, is quite fearful of Immortal Emperor Yun Tiansong. When he saw Di Tian beside him, he took a deep breath and braced himself. Dao friend Di Tian is right. Kai Yuan world was indeed given up by me because the two worlds didn't have much development. Under Dao friend Di Tian's leadership, the two worlds merged into one. Whether it's me or the natives of the world, it'll be beneficial. Immortal Emperor Yun Tiansong's gaze was actually a warning to Kai Yuan, Immortal Emperor, to speak properly. When these words came out, the expressions of the people of the Iron Blood Alliance changed. Since when did the Kai Yuan Realm Lord speak up for Di Tian? He even spoke in such a dignified manner. Kai Yuan, you traitor! Immortal Emperor Yun Tiansong shouted and shot out two terrifying sword intents towards Kai Yuan, Immortal Emperor. Kai Yuan, Immortal Emperor's expression changed. Di Tian, save me! Immortal Emperor Yun Tiansong's strength reached the second stage. This attack's might was terrifying, and it wasn't something he could block. His undying body was already heavily injured and he couldn't block the killer move at all. Immortal Emperor Yun Tiansong couldn't accept the words of Kai Yuan, Immortal Emperor. He actually spoke up for Di Tian and it became unjustifiable. If word got out, people would think that the Iron Blood Alliance was bullying the weak. The most important thing now was to kill him so that Di Tian wouldn't have an excuse. The moment the sword move was unleashed, Kai Yuan, Immortal Emperor, felt immense pressure and subconsciously cried for help. Humph, you dare to kill someone in front of me! Lin Fei hollered and grabbed with one hand. His palm enlarged and grabbed the two sword intents. He exerted strength and crushed them, destroying the killer move. Your Iron Blood Alliance is too much. Kai Yuan world is mine, not yours. I can give it to whoever I want. Kai Yuan Celestial Emperor scolded after going through a life and death ordeal. In order to deal with Di Tian, they used him as an example. Kai Yuan, Immortal Emperor's heart turned cold and he was nearly killed. Kai Yuan, Immortal Emperor, directly fell out with them. Lin Fei found it funny. Immortal Emperor Yun Tiansong's attack was the most hopeful thing. Kai Yuan, Immortal Emperor, was also a peak Immortal Emperor and was a huge force to Great Metropolis World. Now that he attacked, he was on his side. Immortal Emperor Yun Tiansong wanted to kill Kai Yuan, Immortal Emperor. When Di Tian grabbed and blocked his sword intent, he knew that the rumors were true. Di Tian, you're clearly going against the Iron Blood Alliance. Yun Tiansong was shocked. How is this possible? How old is Di Tian? His physical defense is actually so strong. That was the power of the second stage. Immortal Emperor Yun Tiansong could kill Kai Yuan, Immortal Emperor, if he wanted to. Now, he treated Di Tian as his opponent. Whatever you think, no one can stop the merging of the two worlds. Lin Fei said, if you know what's good for you, leave this space. If you appear in front of me again, I will kill you without mercy. Good, good, good. Immortal Emperor Yun Tiansong said, good, 3 times. This emperor will personally suppress you and bring you to the Iron Blood Alliance. Immortal Emperor Yun Tiansong was still not convinced by the experts on the ranking list. All of you deal with Kai Yuan, Immortal Emperor. The rest, stop the merging of the two worlds. Immortal Emperor Yun Tiansong ordered. Kai Yuan, Immortal Emperor, was a traitor, so he was an enemy. Dao friend Di Tian, they are going to attack. Kai Yuan, Immortal Emperor's expression changed. He had yet to recover his strength, especially with his undying body. Facing so many experts, it was hard to guarantee that he would not be suppressed. Just them, hee hee. Lin Fei laughed. World Storm. Lin Fei summoned the World Storm and swept it over. A huge hurricane appeared in front of the 3 warships. Run! The 5 realm lords saw the World Storm and immediately fled, not daring to stay. Hong hong hong, the World Storm swept over. Just as Immortal Emperor Yun Tiansong was about to attack, his mind shook and his expression changed. He recognized it. How is this possible? This is a World Storm. Not good, they can't block it. From the start, Immortal Emperor Yun Tiansong did not take Di Tian seriously. The 5 realm lords suffered a huge loss, so how could they dare to say anything? The 3 battleships were all filled with experts that were brought here to deal with Tion's subordinates. But at this moment, when faced with the world storm, the bodies of the experts trembled and they all fell down, falling into the boundless starry space. In less than a few breaths, 2/3 of the experts on the 3 warships were lost. Other than the 4th step experts and the pinnacle experts who were barely holding on, the rest were dead. Chapter 1382. Tion, the Iron Blood Alliance will not rest until you are dead. In the blink of an eye, Immortal Emperor Yuntiansong's men suffered heavy losses. Their eyes turned red as they watched their men fall from the sky. They couldn't accept such heavy losses, and they wouldn't be able to explain themselves when they returned. An expert at this level wasn't a nobody that could be nurtured again after they died. That required time and large amounts of resources. Divine Spirit Body. Immortal Emperor Yuntiansong shouted. His body turned into 1,000,000 feet tall, covered in ancient runes. He held a blood sword that was 10,000 feet long with both hands. He swung the sword, bringing along a ray of blood light. Tion, die. The blood light swept over, blotting out the sky. Immortal Emperor Yuntiansong had to force Tion to stop his attack. He immediately used the 2nd level of power. The blood light blotted out the sky, covering billions of miles of the starry sky. Immortal Emperor Yuntiansong didn't believe that Tion could withstand it. Yuntiansong could temporarily withstand the world storm. If he didn't force Tion to stop now, he would soon become a general without an army. Immortal Emperor Yuntiansong didn't want to see this happen. At this point, Immortal Emperor Yuntiansong didn't dare to hold back. This Tion was truly terrifying. He actually cultivated the world storm. Only a few people in the entire universe had successfully cultivated it. Immortal Emperor Yuntiansong couldn't help but feel apprehensive. My lord, save me. My lord, save us. We don't want to die. The weaker 4th step immortal emperors couldn't withstand more than a few rounds before they were swept away by the world storm. They screamed and fell from the sky. Before the world storm, they were so weak that they couldn't withstand a single blow. It didn't matter how many of them there were in front of Tion. Even the peak stage immortal emperors could barely withstand the storm. They were like a lone boat in the vast sea that could be drowned at any moment. Great Sword Chi's secret art. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't move at all in the face of the blood light. He grabbed with his 5 fingers, and 5 Great Sword Chi appeared. The Great Sword Chi turned into a great golden sword Chi, and its power soared as it swept over. The Great Sword Chi transformed into a sword and struck out. It was overbearing and sharp. The golden sword swept away the blood-red wave and split it into 2. The split wave was then cut into pieces by the Great Sword Chi. The sword did not stop moving. The sword cut through the blood-colored wave, and the sharp sword energy swept across Immortal Emperor Yuntiansong's body. Boom! Between heaven and earth there was a tremor. The 3 warships at the back were sent flying with a loud boom. They exploded in midair, breaking apart into pieces. The towering immortal Emperor Yuntiansong fell from the clouds. His gigantic body turned into a black stream that evaporated by 60%. He reverted back to his human form but was still pale and on the verge of death. Everyone, let's go. Immortal Emperor Yuntiansong was scared out of his wits after barely blocking the sword. He turned around and tore open the void in order to escape from this dangerous place. Too terrifying, Tion has hidden his strength too deeply. The power of a single secret art can actually erupt forth with the power of the 3rd level. If it wasn't for the fact that I've cultivated the gigantic divine spirit body, I would have died for sure. Immortal Emperor Yuntiansong didn't dare to linger after being wounded by 1 sword and losing half of his life. Tion was so vicious and merciless that he would definitely destroy him. Whoosh! One of his feet stepped into the void, and one of his arms was sent flying. A voice sounded in his ears, if you take one more step, this emperor will kill you with 1 sword and not one of your arms. Try me if you have the ability. A faintly discernible sword intent locked onto Immortal Emperor Yun Tian Kong, D. Tian. If you want to fuse the two worlds, this emperor will not interfere. Is that alright? Immortal Emperor Yun Tian Song's expression was very ugly. Being locked onto by such a sword intent was not good for anyone. Everyone, take a step back. The sea is wide and the sky is wide. Immortal Emperor Yun Tian Song was wary of this sword. He would definitely die if this sword landed. The power of the third level was unimaginable. Immortal Emperor Yun Tian Song did not dare to act recklessly. Most of the people on the three warships were dead. The remaining peak Immortal Emperors bitterly held on. When they saw Immortal Emperor Yun Tian Song being heavily injured by one sword, their mental support collapsed. The current Lin Fei had terrifying combat strength. Even Immortal Emperor Yun Tian Song's second-level power couldn't break through his body. His defeat was inevitable, starting from the very beginning. This was his fate. This emperor is quite interested in your Iron Blood Alliance. You can stay in our Heavenly Sage Academy for a while. This emperor said that this area under the starry sky is this emperor's territory. You are not qualified to speak in this emperor's territory. Lin Fei grabbed Immortal Emperor Yun Tian Song with one hand. With this grab, Immortal Emperor Yun Tian Song's body could not move. His sword energy could not pierce through Lin Fei's palm. Immortal Emperor Yun Tian Song was defeated. The remaining peak Immortal Emperors escaped the calamity. They did not dare to disobey Lin Fei and obediently stayed on a mountain peak in the Heavenly Sage Academy. Dao Friend D. Tian, thank you for saving my life. Immortal Emperor Kai Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. After witnessing this scene, he could no longer imagine how strong D. Tian was. Even a great expert like Immortal Emperor Yun Tian Song was suppressed. You are this emperor's person. This emperor will naturally protect you. Ha ha ha. Following such a person, his future days should be good. Immortal Emperor Kai Yuan thought. After Immortal Emperor Yun Tian Song was suppressed, Lin Fei sat cross-legged under the starry sky. The fusion of the two worlds was getting faster and faster. In 3 more days, the two worlds would completely merge and the territory of the greater Great Celestial World would expand. After suppressing the people of the Iron Blood Alliance, no one else appeared. Lin Fei was happy that they did not appear. It was fine even if they did. After all, they would be treated the same. Realm Lord, this little one just received news that the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance knows that Immortal Emperor Yun Tian Song is being suppressed by you. He personally came to the Great Celestial World and said that he wants to invite you back as a guest. Immortal Emperor Kai Yuan hurried over. The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance was a tyrannical figure. Immortal Emperor Kai Yuan was very afraid of him. So be it. Look at how nervous you are. You are still an Immortal Emperor, a peak Immortal Emperor. Lin Fei said indifferently. His expression did not change. Could it be that you think this emperor can't stop the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance? Just a little. Immortal Emperor Kai Yuan naturally would not say it out loud. The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance is coming with great momentum. We need to be on guard. Immortal Emperor Kai Yuan said. No need. Even if the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance's strength had reached the 3rd level, Lin Fei was not worried. His current divine body was far stronger than before. Even if the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance came, he was destined to return empty-handed. Lin Fei closed his eyes again and sat cross-legged under the starry sky. It seems like I can only resign myself to fate. Immortal Emperor Kai Yuan thought to himself. Chapter 1383. The great metropolis Heaven and the Kai Yuan world were still merging. The world overlords who belonged to this region all knew of this shocking news. They naturally didn't dare to do anything. Initially, they were still mocking Realm Lord D. Tian for being arrogant and ignorant, actually daring to fuse two worlds together, causing the Iron Blood Alliance to act. Who would have thought that an expert like Immortal Emperor Yun Tian Song would be directly defeated? A commotion broke out among the sector lords. Had the Emperor Realm Lord become so powerful? They silently rejoiced that they didn't act presumptuously against the Realm Lord Tion earlier. Luckily, they managed to put on a good show in front of the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance. Not long after, another piece of news circulated out. These world overlords were all shocked. The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance personally went to the great metropolis Heaven. This was definitely sensational news. For the sake of a single Tion Realm Lord, the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance personally went there. How important was this to Tion? It has been a very long time since these world overlords heard of their leaders acting. In the vicinity of the great metropolis Heaven, many world overlords were loitering around, waiting to see Tion's misfortune. Ever since news of this place being Tion's territory was spread out, in addition to Tion's terrifying strength, no one dared to appear here. All of them chose to stay far away. The last day of the great metropolis Heaven merging with the Kai Yuan world. Lin Fei sat cross-legged under the starry sky as usual. Lin Fei's originally closed eyes suddenly opened. He stood up and gazed into the distant starry sky. The starry sky trembled as a gigantic warship charged out majestically, emitting a heavenly might that covered the entire starry sky. This was a black battleship that gave off a heavenly might aura. There were only a few people standing on the battleship, and there was a muscular man sitting on a black throne at the center. His sharp gaze pierced through the starry sky, and he gave off an invincible might. Realm Lord, the leader is here. The Kaiyuan Immortal Emperor trembled in the face of this aura. He was the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance, the strongest of them all. Usually, just a single glance at him would cause one to be filled with fear, not to mention the might of the heavens. Quite an extravagance. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was a powerful opponent. A crazy idea popped up in Lin Fei's head. Tion, the leader, has arrived personally. Why aren't you coming to welcome him? At the front of the warship, a middle-aged man expressionlessly spoke to Tion. His voice reverberated through the starry space. Lin Fei grabbed out with his hand, and a massive amount of celestial chi surged over, turning into a huge throne. He faced the leader from afar and slowly sat down. Humph, this emperor's name is not something you can call. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed, and a great sword chi slashed out. The saber slashed onto the middle-aged man's body, cutting him in two, and he fell to the ground. If there's a next time, I'll kill you instead of cutting you in half. Lin Fei flicked his fingers as if he had done something insignificant. At this level, not everyone could call him by his name. This was a provocation. Realm Lord Tion, as expected of a ranker on the Wind Cloud rankings. You are the first person who dared to kill me. The muscular man shot out 2 beams of sword chi. Lin Fei also shot out 2 beams of sword energy from his eyes. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Lin Fei to take a step back. The leader of a realm had to act the way he should. Those world lords in the depths of the starry space all felt their scalps going numb. This realm Lord Tion was too daring, challenging their leader from afar and killing his subordinates. He truly wouldn't shed tears until he saw the coffin. Rumble, the 2 sword intents clashed against each other, neither gaining the upper hand. Lin Fei had obtained the sword technique of the ruler, and his comprehension of sword intent had deepened. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of the sword intent attack from the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance. This was merely a test. Tion, someone said that you are very daring, but I didn't believe it. But now, I believe it. The burly man stood up and stepped into the starry sky, looking up at the starry sky. Ever since I became the leader, you are the first person to be so bold. Not only did you forcefully fuse 2 worlds together, you even suppressed my people. You are the first. Lin Fei laughed uproariously. Many thanks for the praise. This emperor has always been very daring, that's why I have today's achievements. As the saying goes, riches and honor are sought amidst danger. This emperor likes this saying a lot. If the evil leader is here to praise this emperor will be more than happy to invite you up as a guest. But if there are other reasons, then I'm sorry. The evil leader had information on Tion. This young man who came from the lower worlds had outstanding talent. In a short few hundred years, he grew to such an extent that even immortal Emperor Yun Tian-song lost to him. This was something rarely seen in the myriad of worlds. A straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. This seat likes people like you. The evil leader stepped out, causing ripples in the starry space. It's not impossible for you to fuse the two worlds. As long as you can block my attack, I can let bygones be bygones. Lin Fei stood up from his throne, filled with battle intent. This emperor has long wanted to experience leader's skills. Today, I can finally do so. There was no other person in the Iron Blood Alliance who dared to accept the evil leader's words so easily. In truth, the evil leader was having a headache about how to deal with Di Tian. If it was a normal person, he would just kill him. At most, he would just lose his world lord position. But Di Tian was different. Ever since he killed Sword Immortal White Emperor, Green Snake Gentleman, and Qing Manor, he was now a peak immortal emperor. More importantly, Di Tian was ranked 93 on the honor roll. The honor roll came from the two palaces. The evil leader couldn't afford to offend the two palaces. An immortal reverend from one of them could kill him 100 times. He couldn't kill the top 100 on the honor roll. This was what the two palaces meant. The evil leader didn't dare to go against the wishes of the two palaces. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come personally. Di Tian, receive my attack. The evil leader stepped out. A black foot appeared above Lin Fei's head. This was the foot of the evil leader. The moment this foot was unleashed, boundless might could be felt. This was clearly the power of the third level. As this foot landed, the starry space shook and the void collapsed. The fusion of the two worlds was affected. The expressions of the world lords who were watching from the depths changed. The leader was too strong. One couldn't help but admit that this foot was very strong. Lin Fei also admitted that for someone to be able to become the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance, he wouldn't be able to do so if he wasn't strong enough. The people on the warship all had looks of joy on their faces. It was like they had long expected such an outcome. Great Sword Chi's secret technique. Lin Fei reached out and a great sword chi appeared in his hand. He raised his head and stabbed upwards. The black foot blocked this sword. The second sword chi stabbed out and pierced through the black foot. It was like a broken ball that dissipated in front of Lin Fei. The evil leader should be an expert of the third level. If I didn't use the skill strengthening pill to raise my secret technique to this level, I wouldn't have been able to block that foot. Lin Fei thought. Lin Fei blocked the attack. Everyone's expressions changed. The ones who couldn't accept this were the Iron Blood Alliance members on the warship. Especially when they saw the Great Sword Chi's secret technique. They could feel the terrifying might of this secret technique. No wonder Yun Tian-song's Celestial Emperor lost to him. You have surprised me. Even more surprising things are yet to come. Lin Fei laughed loudly, and the 5 streams of sword chi merged into one, which he infused into his sword technique. One sword from the west. Knowing that the evil leader had reached the third level, Lin Fei didn't dare to underestimate him. He used a powerful sword technique. The Great Sword Chi's secret technique was terrifying on its own. When used with the ruler's sword technique, its power rose again. In the starry sky, sword will fill the starry sky. No one could sense where the sword would stab out from. Everyone started to tremble. Di Tian wasn't just strong. His sword technique was terrifying too. There were many sword cultivators here. Facing this sword, they were afraid and felt inferior. Secret technique fused with sword technique. You are very amazing. A black millstone appeared in front of the evil leader. It radiated power and blocked the terrifying sword. His body trembled and he took a step back. There were very few people who could make him retreat. Unless it was a 4th-level expert, they wouldn't just take a step back. His strength has risen to the 3rd level, and he is indeed very powerful. My Great Sword Chi's secret technique was actually blocked just like that. Lin Fei thought. Hua hua hua, the 5 great sword chi were like 5 mountains as they smashed out. Lin Fei wasn't worried about energy consumption, and he used his great sword chi's secret technique to slash out. The evil leader said, "Your power is most likely at the 2nd level. Although, reaching the 3rd level is still very difficult. You're still a long way off from me." The black millstone flickered, transforming into a pair of black gauntlets. Wearing them, he punched out at the sword chi. Bam bam bam. His fists were like streaks of light as he pushed the power of the 3rd level to the limit. The 5 great sword chi were continuously shattered. No matter how Lin Fei used the 5 great sword chi, he was unable to stop the explosive power of the demon destroyer leader's iron fists. The evil leader's attack was very simple. He simply punched out. "Di Tian, you are not a match for me. Your great sword chi might be powerful, but it's still a bit weak in front of me." The evil leader punched out, shattering all of the sword chi. A punch that went straight for the root of the problem, its power overwhelming the heavens. That might not be true. The great sword chi's secret technique couldn't be used. Lin Fei dispersed the great sword chi and extended his 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 heads spoke at the same time, and the 6 arms went up. The 6 arms attacked the iron fists at the same time. Lin Fei felt his 6 arms explode, and only his 2 arms were fine. A terrifying power crashed into him, and he felt his body go numb as he was sent flying. I guessed correctly. This guy's power is only at the 2nd level, but his secret technique is at the 3rd level. It's really strange. The evil leader laughed. That's not a problem. As long as I invite Di Tian over, I'll find out this secret sooner or later. The evil leader believed that the punch just now could heavily injure Di Tian. Although it was rumored that Di Tian's body was invincible, it was a joke in front of an expert like the evil leader. "Evil leader, you're not strong enough." Lin Fei touched the blood and flew up while laughing. "This won't do." Chapter 1384. A strange look flashed across the leader's eyes. Although he was surprised, he thought that Di Tian had used some secret treasure to block his attack. Again. The leader shouted. He punched out with both fists. The starry sky was filled with fist shadows. The 3rd level of power, under the leader's control, was extremely domineering. The void couldn't withstand it and kept shattering. Di Tian was in the range of the attack. Bring it on. Who's afraid? Di Tian looked down on the world and fearlessly faced the attack. Boom boom boom. Under the starry sky, 2 figures flashed past. After the 2 of them, the void under the starry sky completely collapsed. Apart from the sector master, who could barely see them, the others couldn't. They could only feel the starry sky shaking. Invincible physical body. It really is invincible. The leader punched out, shaking the starry sky. The vast starry sky seemed like it was about to shatter. But at this moment, his face was filled with shock. The rumors are true. Di Tian's physical body has reached an invincible level. Even the 3rd level of power can't break his defense. It can only make him spit out blood. Even I can't do that. What kind of body-refining secret technique is he cultivating? The destruction demon leader frowned as he faced such a powerful attack. Di Tian had actually blocked it. "Leader, you are destined to come here for nothing." Lin Fei, who was under attack, kept using his 6 arms to block the leader's attack. He didn't care if he spat out blood. After merging 800 god bodies, Lin Fei's physical body wasn't as weak as before. When the leader's attack landed on his body, he felt numb and itchy. The blood in his body churned, but it only made him spit out blood. It was just a small injury. Lin Fei knew that his physical body could block the leader's attack. 800 god bodies had merged and showed its power. Everyone has underestimated you. The destruction demon leader punched again. It's too early to say that. Block my secret technique first. 3 fists shocks the sky. The leader realized that this couldn't go on. His power couldn't break through D. Tian's defense. He was in a situation where he couldn't lose. The leader used a secret technique. Even the secret technique could not break through D. Tian's defense. It was as D. Tian had said, they had come here for nothing. In an instant, countless afterimages appeared behind the Destruction Devil leader. Each afterimage punched out, and thousands of fist lights fused into a single punch. All of their power merged into one. Boom boom boom, 3 punches. Each punch was stronger than the last, and the might of the heavens was overflowing. What a powerful secret technique. He's unleashing his ultimate move. As long as he can block it, the evil demon leader will be helpless. Lin Fei thought to himself. He felt quite proud of himself. There were very few people who could force the evil demon leader to use his most powerful secret technique. Reincarnation Sword. In the face of such a powerful secret technique, Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate it. The more critical the moment, the more he could not relax. With the true self-world annihilation sword in hand, he swung it. Rays of light flashed around the sword light. The rays of light formed a circle and formed a black whirlpool, blocking in front of Lin Fei. This was a defensive sword. Thanks to the Overlord's sword technique, the sword's power had increased significantly. In fact, its power had increased by more than 10 times. The fist light shot into the sky, and the fist smashed into the black whirlpool. Gotcha! The black whirlpool was shattered by the fist, and its power was greatly reduced. Lin Fei once again slashed out over 100 times, each time creating a whirlpool in front of him. Boom boom boom. After shattering more than 90 vortexes, Lin Fei met them with a punch, but he was also sent flying. He had finally managed to block the fist. The second and third punches came one after another. Lin Fei once again used Reincarnation Sword, dissipating the opponent's power. Although Lin Fei had been sent flying, and his chi and blood were in turmoil, he was not seriously injured. Evil Demon Leader, your secret technique is useless. The attack was very fast, and everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off of a flint. Lin Fei blocked the attack, a calm smile on his face. The evil demon leader really did want to use the secret technique to seriously injure Di Tian. As long as he could break through his defenses, everything would be fine. Now that Di Tian had blocked the powerful secret technique, the evil demon leader knew that it would not be easy to take him down. You're right. You win today. The Devil Breaker leader no longer acted. He returned to the warship. At his level, he understood many things. Di Tian relied on his unrivaled physique and a third-level secret art. He was already in an invincible position. Continuing to fight would only be a waste of time. How regretful. The evil demon leader knew of Di Tian's existence, but he did not care much. From the peak of Immortal Emperor to the third level, it would take at least a few chaos years. And this was a genius. This Di Tian was a monster. The evil demon leader could not find any other words to express himself. Such a potential opponent gave the evil demon leader a headache. He had been prepared to suppress him, but now it was impossible. Evil demon leader, no one can stop the fusion of the two worlds. Lin Fei laughed out loud. This emperor and the leader are not enemies. We'll mind our own business. How great is that, don't you think? The evil demon leader stopped attacking, and instead said such words. The spectators were all shocked. Di Tian was already standing at a height that they could not hope to reach. They could not offend him. The evil demon leader said calmly, "Let's mind our own business." You're smart. Do you think that's possible? Why not? Lin Fei said, because you can't do anything to this emperor. What does this emperor want to do? Leader, how many of your Iron Blood Alliance people can stop this emperor's attack? You're threatening me. The evil demon leader said harshly. Just like what he said, other than himself, no one would be able to block Di Tian's attacks. With an invincible physique, no one would be able to injure Di Tian. In addition to the secret art of the Grand Sword Chi, he could kill anyone he wanted. That's your problem. What you choose is up to you. Lin Fei said, this emperor doesn't want to say too much. Leader knows better than anyone else. The other people on the warship were all furious. However, they could not do anything against Di Tian. Even the leader could not do anything to him, let alone them. The evil demon leader suddenly laughed, then it's like you said. The two of us shouldn't be a match. If this gets out, we'll be laughed at. Lin Fei smiled and said, this emperor likes people like you, leader. If it wasn't for your invincible body, I would have taken you down long ago. The evil demon leader thought to himself. He now saw Di Tian as someone on the same level as him. Chapter 1385. Lin Fei smiled. He wasn't worried that the leader would do anything. That would just be unnecessary. He couldn't say it before because the leader was too strong. When he was angry, he could attack and he wasn't threatened at all. But things were different now. The leader couldn't do anything to Di Tian. Since the two of them were on the same level, everything would be fine. Hearing this, the leader's expression changed slightly, but he quickly recovered. The people behind him stared at him in anger. How could they not understand what he meant? No matter what, the Langya young master was in Di Tian's hands. Snatch? No way. Even the leader couldn't do anything to Di Tian. How could it be so easy to snatch the young master back? Even if they acted, it would be the same. Then I have to thank Dao friend Di Tian for saving me. The leader said. My son has an explosive temper. I don't know how he offended someone. After I bring him back, I will definitely teach him a lesson. The leader didn't need to think to know why his son landed in Di Tian's hands. It was obvious that his son had offended Di Tian, which was why he landed in his hands. Lin Fei knew that the leader would say this. Leader, you came from so far away. Why don't you come to my humble abode and drink some tea? Sure. The expressions of the world lords outside changed. Even the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance couldn't do anything to Di Tian. Also, Di Tian's strength was much more terrifying than they imagined. He used his bare hands to block the leader's attack. Who could do that? Di Tian did it. These world lords all sent the news to their good friends. Such a huge matter would spread sooner or later. This meant that the 10,000 worlds now had another true expert, someone on the same level as the leader. The moment the news spread, it spread like wildfire. The leader's influence in the 10,000 worlds was not small, and he controlled so many worlds. But now, he couldn't do anything to Di Tian, who just rose up. The two palaces had good foresight. Not long later, this news spread like the wind. Di Tian, who was ranked 93rd on the Wind Cloud leaderboard, was evenly matched with the leader of the destroyed demon tribe. What was more terrifying was his body. It was so strong that even the leader couldn't break it. In the end, he gave up and went to Great Metropolis as a guest. Di Tian became famous once again. The 2 palaces, 3 halls, 4 gates. These huge powers all knew about this person. His improvement was extremely fast, and he broke the cultivation records of the 10,000 worlds. This was the first person to cultivate. The Langya young master was placed under house arrest in a courtyard. All of his belongings were taken away, and he had to walk around the courtyard. This was definitely a nightmare for someone as prideful as him. Di Tian, you bastard. Once my father arrives, he'll surely chop you into 18 pieces. No, I'll even capture your soul and burn it with the heavenly nirvana flames for 10,000 years. The Langya young master said with hatred in his eyes. The Langya young lord did not want to continue living like this. Bastard, you're really a bastard. I'll skin you alive sooner or later. After pacing back and forth for a few steps, the Langya young master roared angrily again. Unfilial son, apologize to fellow Daoist Di Tian. A furious roar sounded out as the broken demon leader appeared next to the Langya young master. He slapped out and sent the Langya young master tumbling to the ground. Father, help me teach that Di Tian a lesson. The Langya young master didn't even realize what he had just said. The first thing he wanted to do when his father appeared was to vent his anger and find trouble with Tion. The broken demon leader's face was ugly. He slapped out again, slapping the Langya young master. Unfilial son, do you know what you're saying? Only then did the Langya young master react. After slapping twice, blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Father, the Langya young master didn't understand why his father would slap him. This was something that had never happened before. Fellow Daoist Tion, my son doesn't know any better. I've made a fool out of myself. The broken demon leader said apologetically. He glared at his son. With your temper, you should be lucky that they didn't kill you. You're young, it's normal for you to have a temper. Lin Fei walked out of the void. The Langya young master saw his father and Tion together. His eyes opened wide. What was going on? Why were they together? Didn't father come to take him away? Langya, hurry up and apologize. The Langya young master knew his father's temper. For him to go and apologize, it was definitely because his father was afraid of something. However, the Langya young lord couldn't even open his mouth to apologize to Tion. Tion not only killed one of his subordinates, he even snatched his things away. Now, he even wanted to apologize? Since his father had spoken, even if he wasn't willing, he had to apologize. Apologizing to the bastard he called before made him feel so wronged. I'm sorry. The Langya young master lowered his head. This was the first time he apologized. He wanted to dig a hole in the ground so that he could crawl into it. Actually, it's nothing. Your son is still young and doesn't know much. When he grows up, he will. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and smiled. With his father here, the Langya young master could only hold it in and not say anything. The broken demon leader had high hopes for his son, which was why he lowered his face and came personally. Compared to Tion, his son was really lacking. Dao friend Tion, my son has brought you a lot of trouble. I will personally take him back to teach him a lesson. I won't stay here for long. The broken demon leader said. Aya, this emperor suddenly remembered that to save your son, I spent quite a few top-grade treasures. My heart hurts so much. Lin Fei said seriously, I don't have any top-grade treasures on me now. Leader is so rich, you probably don't care about these top-grade treasures, right? The Langya young master was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. Shameless. You were the one who chased after me. Now you're saying that I saved my life. Do you really think we're easy to bully? Of course. The broken demon leader's eyes twitched. The person who chased after your son is too strong. If it wasn't for my good luck, I probably wouldn't have survived. Lin Fei wanted the broken demon leader to come because he wanted to get some top-grade treasures from him. The other party was rich and overbearing. Giving up some top-grade treasures wasn't a big price compared to killing the Langya young master. Come visit when you're free. Under the starry sky, Lin Fei's voice traveled very far. On the battleship, the eyes of the Langya young master were about to spit fire. He originally wanted to ask for the things from before, but the shameless Tion said, if there was nothing left, he would just take it for himself. Father, that bastard Tion is too arrogant. Langya young master said angrily. That fellow is a shameless person. Don't offend him in the future. Before your father breaks through, you must go against him. The Langya young master was shocked. Father, he is merely a newly risen world lord. Why are you so afraid of him? Even if he is ranked 93rd on the wind cloud list. Father fought a great battle with him. His physical body was unrivaled, and father was unable to break through it. What do you think? The Langya young master's heart shook. He felt as if he had been struck in the head. How is this possible? His strength, anyone who wasn't an idiot would understand what was going on. Father, don't worry. I won't provoke him anymore. Realm Lord, if you extort the leader of the Broken Devil faction like this, what if he holds a grudge? Kai Yuan Celestial Emperor experienced everything from start to end. Before this, he was worried that Tian wouldn't be able to deal with the Broken Devil faction leader. But what happened next caused Kai Yuan's Celestial Emperor to be dumbfounded. Such an expert could crush him with a single finger. Yet, he was helpless against Tian. This was something Kai Yuan's Celestial Emperor didn't dare to believe. Only after the leader of the Devil Break sect left did the Kai Yuan Immortal Emperor truly realize that he has chosen to follow the right person this time around. The resentment he felt earlier instantly vanished without a trace. Following such a world overlord was much better than living among a bunch of other world overlords. I guess he already holds a grudge against this emperor. Lin Fei smiled. However, so what if he does? He can't do anything to me now. He can only swallow this loss. Lin Fei was in a good mood. He obtained 3 peak grade treasures from the Broken Devil faction leader. One was offensive while the other 2 were defensive. The Broken Devil faction leader's heartache was fake. The Langya young master targeted him, so Lin Fei extorted items out of him. This was already giving the Broken Devil faction leader a lot of face. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been killed long ago. After the Broken Devil faction leader and his group left, the spectators dispersed. No one dared to stand out anymore. Tian's name became an existence that they feared. On the last day, a tremor came from the starry sky. The 2 great worlds finally merged together. After that, there would no longer be Kai Yuan's Celestial World. Once the 2 worlds merged, the original Great Metropolis Celestial World started to expand. Billions and billions of miles of celestial energy surged. The entire world was changing. I actually broke through. I also broke through. Immortal King, I'm an immortal king now. Once the worlds merged, the people from both worlds benefited. Those heaven immortals absorbed the celestial energy and started to break through to Xian Immortal. The natives of the 2 worlds benefited unimaginably. Heaven immortals, Xian immortals, these immortals all improved. The stronger they were, the stronger they became. Other than that, the demonic beasts of Great Metropolis Celestial World also successfully transformed into humanoid beasts. These people became even more grateful to Tian Realm Lord after they broke through. If not for Tian Realm Lord, many people who would never be able to break through in their entire lives would be filled with gratitude. The original ancestors of Kai Yuan's Celestial World also benefited. The one who benefited the most was Lin Fei. The moment the worlds merged, dense celestial energy entered Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei did not reject it and allowed it to enter his body. His ancient god power started to rise. Lin Fei's strength rose steadily. So good. The ancient god power that had not risen before was rising rapidly. Chapter 1386. It took 10 days for the 2 worlds to completely fuse. In these 10 days, Great Metropolis World underwent earth-shattering changes. The mountains and rivers were all evolving and immortal energy filled the air. What usually took a month of cultivation was now done in Great Metropolis World in 10 days. The local immortals benefited greatly. Such a huge commotion caused many immortals from the surrounding worlds to boldly seek refuge in Great Metropolis World. Facing so many immortals joining Great Metropolis World, those world lords didn't even dare to make a sound. They didn't have the guts to go against Tian for now. Helplessly, he could only issue an order to forbid immortals from going to Great Metropolis World. Little did they know that with this order, the number of immortals going to Great Metropolis World increased by several times. The immortals could see that there was no future for them in their original worlds. Great Metropolis World was like a rising sun, giving them hope. This was something Lin Fei didn't expect. 10th day. Lin Fei opened his eyes and exhaled. Immortal energy surged like a rainbow. The 2 worlds fusing, I didn't expect to receive such great benefits. The ancient god power in my body has become denser. Lin Fei was filled with power. Now, a breath from him could make a 4th step immortal emperor unable to take it. With an intention of his will, Lin Fei returned to the World Lord's Stone Monument in the Holy Heavens Academy. The time in the Stone Pagoda was accelerated once again. 1 year outside would be 1,000 years inside. 10 years outside would be 10,000 years inside. Lin Fei had already expected the changes in the World Lord's Stone Pagoda. Lin Fei was very excited about such a huge change. 10 years was enough to nurture a large number of genius disciples with large amounts of resources. Lin Fei used his spiritual sense to look at the entire Great Metropolis world. Now, Great Metropolis world was filled with vitality. It wasn't as lifeless and hopeless as before. Half a year after the two worlds fused. At the center of Great Metropolis world, countless mountains flew over, tens of thousands of palaces rose up, forming a palace. In the sky, Lin Fei waved his hand to summon the palaces, forming a palace. Emperor Palace. It's officially done. Among the palaces, above a dazzling Jingguang Palace, there were two Jingguang words, Emperor Palace. This was the sacred mountain of the Great Metropolis heaven from now on. Lin Fei waved his hand once more, sending out array flags into the void. Ripples spread out in the void before finally returning to a state of tranquility. Everyone knew that a spirit formation had been set up in this area just now. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, fellow Taoist D. Tian. Not far away, many experts flew over and congratulated Lin Fei. Lin Fei accepted them one by one and invited them to be his guests. The Imperial Palace. The place where Lin Fei lived again. The Realm Lord's Stone Pagoda wasn't moved over and continued to stay in the Holy Heaven Academy. Meanwhile, Lin Fei stepped down from his position as the dean and handed it over to someone else. With the fusion of two worlds, Lin Fei was no longer an ordinary world overlord. His fame was extremely resounding in the myriad of worlds. When people encountered him, they would have to address him as Dao Friend. Now, no one in the entire universe dared to question his strength. News of the battle between the broken demon leaders had long since spread, and the entire universe was in an uproar. This time, everyone was convinced. No one dared to look down on D. Tian anymore. D. Tian's status was something they had to look up to, and not something they could point fingers at before. Those who had caused trouble for him previously, such as the palace lords of the Wind and Thunder palaces, all came to congratulate him. In reality, they were there to apologize. Now, Lin Fei had the right to do so. A year after the fusion of the two worlds. Just as everyone thought that D. Tian would be quiet for a period of time, who would have expected that the nearest world would suffer again? D. Tian used the excuse that the world was in chaos and the absence of the world overlord to intervene and suppress the internal strife. With this suppression, D. Tian began to fuse the Great Metropolis heaven with the realm heart again. When the news spread, everyone was in an uproar. However, this time, no one dared to say anything. D. Tian was very reasonable, and no one could find any reason to criticize him. As for the subsequent fusion, D. Tian directly said that he was willing. With just one sentence, D. Tian fused with another world. After the broken demon leader of the Iron Blood Alliance found out, he scolded D. Tian for being shameless. He actually shamelessly fused worlds. However, due to D. Tian's physical body, the broken demon leader couldn't do anything to D. Tian. After fusing two worlds, the broken demon leader was very angry and once again descended on the Great Metropolis heaven. Everyone thought that there would be a huge battle, but the broken demon leader didn't attack. The two of them said something, and in the end, the broken demon leader left without saying a word. This had become a mystery. On such a matter, the broken demon leader actually didn't attack. This was simply unimaginable. D. Tian's Great Metropolis heaven directly fused two worlds, expanding once more. The natives obtained boundless benefits. After fusing with the world once more, D. Tian didn't do anything. D. Tian didn't do anything. He accompanied his wife and daughter every day, and didn't do anything overboard. Slowly, no one paid attention to the Great Metropolis heaven anymore. Everyone felt that the broken demon leader had suppressed D. Tian, such that he didn't dare to act recklessly. The nearby world overlords finally heaved a sigh of relief. Facing such a domineering neighbor, the nearby world overlords all felt wronged. How did they end up with such a neighbor? Luckily, this neighbor finally stopped and didn't attack them. However, knowing that immortals were constantly running over to the great metropolis heaven, their expressions became even uglier. This was something they couldn't stop. Before, they were all about the same level of world overlords, but now they were at two extremes. They were so angry that they cursed Tion countless times. I can finally go into secluded meditation. On the highest level of the world overlord stone tower, Lin Fei sat down cross-legged. After the great metropolis heaven devoured two worlds and expanded, the system's first mission was temporarily completed. My power has reached the second stage. Now is the time to fuse it into a new power and push it to the third stage. This was Lin Fei's main goal in this secluded meditation. The strongest thing in my body is the true self Grand Tao. Now that I have immortal power and ancient God power, as long as I fuse them into the true self Grand Tao, my power will become as pure as one. After going through the other world and seeing the ruler's sword techniques, Lin Fei had accumulated a lot of knowledge. Now was the time to break through. Lin Fei wasn't satisfied with the second stage. He believed that after fusing with the true self Grand Tao, his power could break through again. Lin Fei waved his hand, and large amounts of top-quality experience pills flew out. Chapter 1387. Sector Lord Stone Tower's highest level. Lin Fei's closed-door cultivation lasted for 100 years in a flash. In these 100 years, Lin Fei used top-grade experience pills to fuse the immortal power into the great Tao of true self. This fusion was much more difficult than expected. The progress was very slow. 200 years later, Lin Fei fused half of the immortal power and the tree formed by the great Tao of true self grew a lot. Although it wasn't a towering tree, it had a rough outline. Looks like I have to activate time acceleration. If not, this won't do. Originally, he hoped to fuse all the powers within 500 years. Now, Lin Fei knew that it was just a dream. Even with the help of top-grade experience pills, the speed was still so slow. This was indeed a difficult path to walk. After the time acceleration was activated, 1,000 years, he fused 1/3 of the immortal power. For 1,000 years, he fused 2/3. The last third of the immortal power took 13,000 years to fuse the entire immortal power into the great Tao of true self. 13,000 years, it really isn't easy. After a long time, Lin Fei finally fused the immortal power. The tree formed by the great Tao of true self was 1,000,000 feet tall. It was lush and covered the sky. This was the first time Lin Fei went into closed-door cultivation for such a long time. He used a large amount of top-grade experience pills and 13,000 years to fuse the entire immortal power. Now, only the ancient God power is left. The ancient God power was very strong. Lin Fei finally decided to fuse it into the great Tao of true self. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that the immortal power had been fused for 10,000 years. It wasn't the strongest power, it was just a support power. What was truly difficult to fuse was the ancient God power. The ancient God power was too strong. It wasn't any weaker than the great Tao of true self. Lin Fei started to fuse the ancient God power again. The moment he fused, the ancient God power rejected him. It wasn't easy to fuse them. The two powers kept fighting within Lin Fei's body, forming a battlefield. I don't believe that I can't fuse the ancient God power. Lin Fei became determined and threw himself into the fusion. It took Lin Fei 600,000 years to suppress the battle between the two forces. During these 600,000 years, Lin Fei suffered every single day. The two forces clashed, and his physical body nearly exploded. This suppression took 600,000 years. This was just the beginning. Fusing the ancient God power into the great Tao of truth was the truly arduous task. If the experts in the myriad of worlds knew about this, they would surely exclaim in surprise. Apart from immortal venerables, there really weren't many who had such a powerful physique. 1,000,000 years. 2,000,000 years. Year after year passed, and Lin Fei entered the long and arduous path of fusion. Every time, he could only fuse a small part of it. The points in the system began to decrease. Fortunately, a top-grade experience pill could last for a long time. Even so, Lin Fei's speed was still extremely slow. 10 million years. 50 million years. Fortunately, Lin Fei was a fourth-step immortal emperor and had a long lifespan. This bit of time was nothing. After 100 million years, Lin Fei had fused with half of the primordial god's power. That gave Lin Fei hope, and the speed at which he fused with the primordial god's power increased. 140 million years ago. Lin Fei, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. If I don't fuse it now, when will I? Lin Fei forcibly merged the primordial god power that was struggling within his body into his great Tao of True Self. The great Tao of True Self transformed into a towering tree that grew to a height of 50 million zhang. At the same time, endless amounts of True Self energy filled Lin Fei's body. This was an even stronger power than before. Lin Fei extended his hand and grabbed, shaking the void. If it wasn't for the Realm Lord's support, this grab would have shattered the void. Just a little more. Once the power fused, it turned into the unique Great Tao of Truth. Lin Fei's power rose to the peak of the second stage. He was just one step away from the next stage. In order to break through this last step, Lin Fei went all out. Lin Fei used 1,000 years to finally break through. The Great Tao in his body finally reached the third stage. Finally. When the power of the Great Tao reached the third level, Lin Fei realized just how terrifying this level was. This power was far stronger than the second stage. Without thinking, Lin Fei knew that he could kill those fourth-step immortal emperors or even peak immortal emperors with just a breath. World Storm. With the support of the third stage, the World Storm turned into a monstrous storm. Its power was 100 times stronger than before. It changed from a spiritual attack to a physical attack. I didn't expect that the third stage would allow me to enter another realm. Previously, Lin Fei could at most use the World Storm to attack their souls and not their bodies. Now that he used it again, the World Storm was different. It attacked both the soul and body at the same time. The power of this attack reached the third stage. As long as Lin Fei willed it, the World Storm would sweep out. It was much faster than them using secret techniques. Lin Fei didn't expect this. This is great. Once my World Storm appears, even the leader of the Break Devil faction would be fearful. There were very few cultivators who could form a World Storm in the 10,000 worlds. There were almost no World Storms in the third stage. Lin Fei didn't expect the third stage World Storm to be so powerful. It could attack both the soul and body with just a thought. This was truly terrifying. Even secret techniques wouldn't be able to block it. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave. He used a few more years to stabilize his power before leaving the Realm Lord's Stone Tower. He came out of the Stone Tower. More than 400 years had passed outside. Close to 500 years had passed. Lin Fei's divine sense covered the entire great metropolis world. After merging the two worlds, the great metropolis world underwent great changes. Over the past 500 years, a large number of experts emerged. Its overall strength had increased by more than 100 times. Bao Mia is not bad. He reached the pinnacle immortal emperor level so quickly. His power is also advancing towards the second stage. He isn't slow at all. Lin Fei saw Bao Mia overseeing the Arch Palace. His strength improved the fastest. At the same time, he was also the strongest. With him overseeing Kai Yuan Immortal Emperor, ordinary people wouldn't dare to find trouble. Lin Fei's divine sense landed on the Holy Heaven Academy. At this moment, after 500 years, the Heavenly Academy had grown from a few immortal kings in the past to over 100,000 immortal kings now. During these 500 years, the Heavenly Academy had expanded countless times. Genius disciples were everywhere, and on the square of the Heavenly Academy, a statue of Lin Fei had been erected side by side with the Xingtian Immortal Emperor. Chapter 1388. About 500 years had passed in the outside world, but in reality, 140 million years had passed inside. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. Cultivation to become an expert was built up over time. And this seemed to be just the beginning. In the future, the time spent in secluded cultivation might not be less than this. Close to 500 years of cultivation. When Lin Fei came out, Demon Emperor Silence Earth and Kai Yuan Celestial Emperor all ran over. In these 500 years, they had improved a lot. Demon Emperor Silence Earth was already peak 4th step Demon Emperor. With his strong physical body, he could be ranked second in the entire great metropolis world. After Lin Fei came out, he first asked about these 500 years. Luckily, everything was in order. Many people from the various worlds joined Great Metropolis World. They saw its development potential. It was the strongest world in the surrounding world. Master, during the 500 years that you were in seclusion, young Mistress Lu of the Tianyun Pavilion came knocking on your door several times. She left behind the things that you wanted and said that you should contact her when you come out of seclusion. Demon Emperor Silence Earth said as he took out storage rings one by one. Lin Fei kept the storage rings. They were filled with star stones. For someone as poor as him, the star stones came at the right time. Apart from that, Lin Fei also asked about what had happened in the universe in the past 500 years. Sector Lord, during these 500 years of secluded cultivation, something big happened. Kai Yuan Celestial Emperor said. Lin Fei sat on the throne, tell me about it. It's rumored that the immortal court that has disappeared for a long time has appeared once again. Someone activated this supreme treasure of the immortal court and appeared in the 10th level of the void before. That was when the Realm Lord was in seclusion for 200 years. The second time it appeared was 400 years ago. It appeared in one of the 3 most dangerous places in the myriad of worlds. The Cursed Land Celestial Dynasty appeared. This was indeed big news. Celestial Dynasty, that was a supreme treasure. During the war, it disappeared without a trace and never appeared again. Master, Celestial Dynasty appeared. I heard that the 2 palaces sent Celestial Supremes to try to take it down. However, they were heavily injured. There was even shocking news that Celestial Dynasty had a ruler. The 2 palaces had rulers and Celestial Supremes. They were the strongest factions. They actually couldn't do anything to the immortal court. The myriad heavens and myriad worlds are in chaos. Lin Fei said, for the time being, this has nothing to do with us. Even if the sky falls, there are people from the 2 palaces to support it. Lin Fei did not want to get involved in such a big matter. After 500 years of seclusion, Lin Fei had originally planned to relax for a few days, but after a month, the people from the Iron Blood Alliance came knocking. On the sacred mountain of the Imperial Palace, Lin Fei summoned the 2 envoys. These 2 envoys didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of Lin Fei. After more than 140 million years of cultivation, Lin Fei's every move was filled with pressure, making it hard for them to resist. Speak. Leader Devil Breaker, what do you want to say to me? Lin Fei didn't believe that the evil breaker leader would visit him out of goodwill. There must be some kind of conspiracy waiting for him. Our leader invites the World Lord to Iron Blood Alliance to discuss a big matter regarding the land of war. The 2 envoys found it hard to resist the pressure and said. Lin Fei understood. He had been in seclusion for around 500 years. The land of war was about to open. What did this have to do with him? Go back and tell your leader that I am not interested in this meeting. Lin Fei waved his hand. The 2 envoys' bodies shook and they found themselves under the stars. What do we do now? We can only report the truth. Iron Blood Alliance, within a majestic palace. The evil breaker leader sat on the throne and listened to his subordinates' report. This fellow actually didn't come. The evil breaker leader was surprised by this outcome. Could it be that he isn't interested in the land of war? The evil breaker leader didn't have any good intentions in inviting Di Tian to discuss the land of war. Instead, with the celestial court appearing, there was an invisible pair of hands pushing for something. Apart from this, the evil breaker leader received some secret news. The land of war this time was 10,000 times crueler than the previous one. The land of war had always been controlled by the two palaces. Now, an external force was interfering, and this external force was the celestial court of the past. It was said that the celestial court had been recuperating for a long time and had nurtured a large number of experts. They wanted to send a batch of experts into the land of war. This time, the situation of the land of war had become grim. The evil breaker leader wanted to pull in Tion so that he could attract the firepower at the crucial moment. The only unexpected thing was that Tion didn't take the bait. This was a troublesome matter. After merging two worlds, the great metropolis heaven is full of vitality. This Tion is good. Outside the great metropolis heaven, 3 people appeared out of nowhere. Daoist Black Horn, don't look down on Tion. The evil breaker leader suffered a loss at his hands. Helpless, he gave up the world and let Tion devour it. The white-robed Sky Fae ruler smiled. The one who had spoken was the Black Horn ruler. He was an expert not weaker than the Sky Fae ruler. Tion's name has shaken the myriad realms. Moreover, he is worthy of Brother Sky Fae's attention. Who would look down on him? The Black Horn ruler had 2 horns on his head. He wasn't a human but a demon. I heard that Tion has been in seclusion for 500 years. I wonder if he had a breakthrough. The black-winged youth said indifferently, it is rumored that even the evil breaker leader couldn't break his physical body. I really want to see if the physical body of the demon race or the human race is stronger. The Sky Fae ruler smiled, there will be a chance. The 3 of them stepped into the great metropolis heaven. With another step, they appeared in the sky above the Arch Palace. After they appeared in the Sky Fae ruler, the Black Horn ruler, and even the Heaven Hatred Devil Emperor were shocked. I didn't expect a rare chaos array to be set up outside the Arch Palace. He used chaos divine stones to refine the array flags. This Tion realm is really extravagant. The Black Horn ruler said, with this array, I wonder how many people will die. The chaos array was already a top-notch array. They had sharp eyes and could tell the difference of the array with a single glance. It's just a small array. I have embarrassed myself in front of the 3 esteemed guests. Lin Fei walked out from the void. If this is just a small array, then no array in the entire universe can catch my eye. The Sky Fae ruler laughed loudly. The Arch Palace had a chaos array set up. Lin Fei could hide from peak stage immortal emperors, but he couldn't hide from experts like the Sky Fae ruler. Dao friend Sky Fae must be joking. The 3 of you, please come in. From the moment they appeared, Lin Fei sensed them. The 3 of them were too powerful. Lin Fei could naturally sense it, even if they didn't plan to do anything. Even if they didn't plan to do anything, the aura that leaked out was enough to shock people. This is the Black Horn ruler, and he is the Heaven Hatred Devil Emperor. They are my good friends. The Arch Palace, in the back garden under a towering tree. Lin Fei warmly received the 3 of them. The Sky Fae ruler sat down and introduced the 2 to Lin Fei. Those that could become the Sky Fae ruler's friends were usually on the same level. Lin Fei's true self Great Tao was at the 3rd stage. He could already sense that the Sky Fae ruler's strength was also at the 3rd stage. He was already at the peak and was just a step away from the 4th stage. I am Tion. Greetings to the 2 of you. Cheers. Lin Fei raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. The Black Horn ruler also raised his wine cup and smiled. I have long heard of Tion's name. Especially since the broken devil leader was defeated by you. We have to drink together. The Heaven Hatred Devil Emperor also raised her wine cup. Dao friend Tion, I heard that your physical body is so strong that even the broken devil leader couldn't do anything to you. When can we have a spar? Our devil race naturally likes to fight with people with strong physical bodies. The devil race's physical body is very strong. I would like to try. Lin Fei smiled and answered. Good. Straightforward enough. I like your straightforward character. The Heaven Hatred Devil Emperor drank it in one gulp. The Sky Fae ruler heaved a sigh of relief. Between the two of them, he was most worried about the heaven-hatred Devil Emperor. The Devil race had always been very arrogant and looked down on others. Fortunately, nothing happened between the two of them. The Sky Fae ruler discovered that Tian was much stronger than 500 years ago. The energy in his body didn't leak out and became even more mysterious. After drinking for 30 minutes, Lin Fei asked, "Dao friend Sky Fae, you guys aren't here to drink with me today, right?" The three of them became serious when they heard this. Dao friend Tian knew about the battlefield from our previous conversation. This time, we are here because we hope that Dao friend Tian can temporarily form an alliance with us and help each other. Dao friends, you are all extremely strong. I'm afraid that I won't be of much use if I join your team. Lin Fei was shocked. He didn't expect that the three experts would come to invite him to join their team. The Black Horn ruler said, "Dao friend Tian, based on your battle with leader Poemo and not being at a disadvantage, you are worthy of joining our team. Although your great Dao power is only at the second stage, with your physical body, you are able to fight against someone at the third stage of the great Dao power. How many people in the entire universe can you find?" Lin Fei didn't believe that they came to him because of this. "I want to know the real reason." Lin Fei went straight to the point. "There must be some unknown inside story. You should have heard about the appearance of the Celestial Court." The Sky Fae ruler said. "I know. The Celestial Court appeared twice. Could it be that the Celestial Court wants to interfere?" Lin Fei got to the point. "That's right. It is because of the appearance of the Celestial Court. This supreme treasure, the Celestial Court, is overseen by a ruler and has nurtured a large number of experts. This time, they are preparing to send people to the battlefield. Apart from that, the Celestial Court is cooperating with the people of the Forsaken Immortal Land to start a massacre in the battlefield. This was also the reason why the Sky Fae ruler came to them. They are also cooperating with the Forsaken Immortal Land?" Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. The Forsaken Immortal Land was a special place. It was rumored that when the Celestial Court was defeated, many experts were too strong to kill and were exiled to the Forsaken Immortal Land. The Forsaken Immortal Land was where many experts were exiled. Some were even exiled when the Celestial Court was still around. Chapter 1389. Let me think about it. The Sky Demon Realm Lord revealed the secret. Lin Fei was shocked. There were so many twists and turns. Now that he said it, he was shocked. The Immortal Court's foundation was unimaginable. It was no wonder that even the rulers couldn't obtain this supreme treasure. The experts of the Forsaken Land of Immortals were preparing to interfere in the Land of War. At this moment, Lin Fei was enlightened. It was no wonder the evil demon leader, who wanted to kill him, would invite him to discuss important matters. If he guessed correctly, it was because the Immortal Court and the Forsaken Land of Immortals had interfered. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to agree. He arranged for the Sky Demon Realm Lord and the other two to stay in the palace. "Do you think Tian will agree?" The Blackhorn Realm Lord asked after Lin Fei left. "He will, he definitely will," the Sky Demon Realm Lord said with certainty. This time, the Immortal Court has reappeared. The experts of the Forsaken Land of Immortals are taking action. The Land of War is no longer restricted by the two palaces. Tian will definitely attend such a grand event. No one will reject it. The Heaven Resentment Devil Emperor said. Tian is the same kind of person as us demons. At such a young age, he was able to set up a formation of this level. Even I want to compete with the experts of the Immortal Court and the Forsaken Land of Immortals, let alone someone like Tian. The three nodded repeatedly. The Immortal Court had once ruled over the myriad worlds. The Forsaken Land of Immortals was an ancient existence that exiled many peerless experts. Among them, there was no lack of peerless experts like the Immortal Venerables. There were even rumors that the strongest expert of the Forsaken Land of Immortals could face a ruler and not be defeated, becoming the strongest Immortal Venerables. This supreme treasure of the Immortal Court is unimaginably powerful. It can actually pass through the Forsaken Land of Immortals and cooperate with the experts of the Forsaken Land of Immortals. A bloodbath is about to begin. The Immortal Court, the Forsaken Land of Immortals, the myriad worlds are about to fall into chaos. Lin Fei returned to the palace to digest the news from the Sky Demon Realm Lord. Be it the Immortal Court or the Forsaken Land of Immortals, they were both famous existences. Lin Fei had heard of them before. The Immortal Court had even sent people to recruit him. Should I go to the Land of War? Lin Fei thought. Subconsciously, Lin Fei yearned for the Land of War. There was only one chance every 10 chaos years. This time, not only the people of the two palaces, but also the experts of the Immortal Court and the ancient Forsaken Land of Immortals would be sent there. The Land of War would become a place where the wind and clouds would gather. Even Lin Fei himself was tempted by such a rare event. Go, we must go. As Lin Fei was hesitating, the great Tao of quintessential self in his body emitted a monstrous battle intent. The towering tree shook non-stop. I cultivate the great Tao of quintessential self. How can I shrink back? The great Tao of true self emitted battle intent. Lin Fei made up his mind. He was definitely going to the battlefield. 2 days later, Lin Fei found the Sky Demon Realm Lord and told him his decision. I knew fellow Daoist Di Tian would agree. The Sky Demon Realm Lord heaved a sigh of relief. There weren't many people at this level who were worthy of them recruiting, and Di Tian was one of them. He was the kind with the most potential. In the future, he might even break through to the 4th level. Perhaps, he might even become an immortal paragon. The Immortal Court, the Forsaken Land of Immortals, is a place where experts gather. It only happens once every 10 chaos years. It would be a pity not to go. Lin Fei said, since the 3 of you are here, I can't let you return disappointed. The 3 laughed. Di Tian, there's no time like the present. Let's compete with our physical bodies. Is it our devil race or your human race that is stronger? The Heaven Resentment Devil Emperor took a step forward. Her battle intent soared into the sky. Let's go to the void. Lin Fei laughed. He tore open the void and charged into the endless void. Straightforward. The Sky Demon Realm Lord and the Black Horn Realm Lord laughed as they walked into the void. The 5th level of the void. The 2 of them tore through the void. The void gales whistled over and were sent flying by their bodies. Large areas of the astral gales collapsed. The 2 of them are so fast. Boom boom boom, the Sky Demon Realm Lord and the Black Horn Realm Lord arrived at the 5th level of the void. In the distance, the 2 of them were fighting. The Heaven Resentment Devil Emperor's strongest aspect is her physical body. Di Tian's physical body is invincible and can shake the myriad worlds. The 2 of them are elites in terms of physical bodies. I wonder who will win. The Sky Demon Realm Lord said. From the looks of it, the 2 of them are evenly matched. The Black Horn Realm Lord said, there are very few humans who can cultivate their physical bodies to this level. I really wonder how Di Tian cultivated. The void was constantly collapsing. Lin Fei and the Heaven Resentment Devil Emperor transformed into 2 giants. They charged forward with their bare fists. Their fists collided, creating towering waves that crushed the surrounding void. Killing fist art. The Heaven Resentment Devil Emperor was very confident in her physical body. She transformed into a giant and attacked crazily. However, she felt like she was hitting a hard rock. No matter how she attacked, she couldn't break through this mountain-like physical body. Finally, the Heaven Resentment Devil Emperor used her tyrannical fist art. Her attacks became sharp and fierce. Di Tian's physical body is very strong. He forced the Heaven Resentment Devil Emperor to use this supreme fist art, the killing fist art. The Black Horn Realm Lord said in shock, with the 3rd stage of strength and the killing fist art, he killed countless experts and created the illustrious reputation of the Heaven Resentment Devil Emperor. If we recruit Di Tian into our team, it will only be beneficial for us. The Sky Demon Realm Lord had high hopes for Di Tian. Now, you should understand how strong Di Tian is. The Black Horn Realm Lord's initial doubts disappeared. Kill, 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 kill. The Heaven Resentment Devil Emperor used her shocking, killing fist art. The sky full of killing intent transformed into a black river that surged forward. Lin Fei faced the Heaven Resentment Devil Emperor's fist art with ease. He used his 6 arms to attack left and right while defending from the front and back. He never fell into a disadvantageous position. No more, no more. Dao Friend Di Tian is too monstrous. The Heaven Resentment Devil Emperor couldn't do anything to Di Tian after using the killing fist art. Her eyes were filled with shock. This was the first person who could easily block her killing fist art. If Dao Friend Heaven Resentment uses her full strength, I might not be able to block it. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said. After fusing 800 divine bodies and facing the Heaven Resentment Devil Emperor's killing fist art, Lin Fei's divine body suffered a certain amount of damage and was still far from collapsing. The strength of the devil race's divine body was also beyond Lin Fei's imagination. In terms of physical body, our devil race is inferior to Dao Friend Di Tian. The Heaven Resentment Devil Emperor shook her head. All along, I thought that the devil race's physical body was incomparably strong. Only now do I know that there is always someone stronger. Fortunately, I am not Dao Friend Di Tian's enemy. If anyone encountered an enemy like you, I believe that person would regret it. That's right. Ha 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 ha. After a round of sparring, the Sky Demon Realm Lord and the other 2 left together to prepare for the trip to the Land of War. After sparring with the Heaven Resentment Devil Emperor's flesh, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the level of his divine body. Ordinary 2nd stage strength couldn't shake him. Except for 3rd stage strength. The Land of War is really something to look forward to. The experts of the Immortal Court and the Forsaken Land of Immortals are everywhere. With my current strength, even if I encounter a 4th stage expert, I can block them for a while. They can forget about killing me. Lin Fei thought to himself. If I have enough supreme grade points, I can upgrade the Great Sword Chi's secret technique and push my strength to the 4th stage. However, I don't have enough points now. The starstones sent by the Tianyun Pavilion's Lu Ziyue were still not enough to satisfy Lin Fei's consumption. Unless he went to collect a few more mountains of starstones. This was impossible. Lin Fei didn't believe that it would be easy to encounter such a thing. Half a year later, the messengers of the 2 palaces came to the great metropolis Heaven and delivered an invitation. It was an invitation to enter the Land of War. Other than the Realm Lord, the top clans, and the first-rate clans, outsiders couldn't receive this invitation. After receiving the invitation, Lin Fei didn't have time to check it. The Tianyun Pavilion's Lu Ziyue came to visit. Miss Lu, long time no see. Lin Fei received Lu Ziyue. That's right. You've been in seclusion for almost 500 years. It's really long. Lu Ziyue looked at Lin Fei with resentment. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. What kind of gaze is that? It's as if I did something to you. Fortunately, my wives are in seclusion in the stone tower. If they see you, they might say something. Miss Lu, I wonder why you came this time. Lin Fei went straight to the point, afraid that Lu Ziyue would bring up other matters. He, Lu Ziyue giggled. Our Tianyun Pavilion plans to make a deal with the Realm Lord. A deal that is beneficial to you. A deal? I'm quite curious. Lin Fei didn't believe that the Tianyun Pavilion would be so kind as to make a deal with him after the messengers of the 2 palaces left. Lin Fei wouldn't believe that there was nothing fishy about this. I believe that the Realm Lord must have received an invitation from the 2 palaces to the Land of War. Our Tianyun Pavilion's deal is very simple. We want the Realm Lord to bring a few people to the Land of War. Lu Ziyue said with a smile. You guys are quite well informed. The messengers of the 2 palaces just left and you already know. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. I'm curious about what you guys can use to move me. The Land of War requires an invitation to enter. An invitation letter could bring 10 people. No one knew how many invitations the 2 palaces had sent out. One could imagine how precious the quota brought by an invitation letter was. Naturally, it's something that the Realm Lord is satisfied with. Lu Ziyue whetted Lin Fei's appetite. Other than our Tianyun pavilion, not many people in the entire universe can take it out. Then I'll have to trouble Miss Lu to take it out and take a look. Lin Fei said with a smile. Here you go. Lu Ziyue took out a box from her storage ring and pushed it into Lin Fei's hand. He opened the box and saw a map inside. Lin Fei thought it was a map at first. When he took it out, his expression changed. He looked at Lu Ziyue and sighed. You came prepared. I wonder how many people you want me to bring in. 3 people. 3 people, Lin Fei could still accept it. On the day of departure, you can bring people over. Lin Fei couldn't refuse the things on the map. However, I'll say this first. I only want to bring them in. I don't care about anything else. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. Lu Ziyue stood up. Next time there's such a good thing, you can come to me. As long as it's not an exorbitant demand, I can promise you. Lin Fei put away the map. Whether the things on the map are in their original positions, it's hard to say. That's a place 10 chaos years ago. It depends on your luck. Lu Ziyue said again. My luck is pretty good. Lin Fei smiled and asked, I wonder if your Tianyun Tower has any information about the Immortal Lyceum and the Forsaken Land of Immortals? As long as you can afford it. Lu Ziyue smiled like a crescent moon. I believe the Realm Lord won't care about this. I want the most detailed information. Price is not a problem. The battlefield gathered the strongest forces of the 10,000 worlds, including the Immortal Lyceum and the Forsaken Land of Immortals. Lin Fei naturally had to do his homework and prepare for a rainy day. Lu Ziyue is really evil. Fortunately, experience pills are not worth much. Lin Fei pretended to feel pain in front of Lu Ziyue and paid a large amount of experience pills to obtain several detailed information, including the Immortal Lyceum and the Forsaken Land of Immortals. 2 palaces, 3 gates, 4 halls, these top forces. Lin Fei also obtained a set of detailed information. What Lin Fei cared about was the Immortal Lyceum. There was very little information about the Immortal Lyceum. The first set of information was about the Immortal Lyceum. The information collected by the Immortal Lyceum was far more detailed than the rumors in the outside world. The Tianyun Tower's records were very detailed. Currently, the Immortal Lyceum was controlled by a ruler who could use this supreme treasure. The exact origin was unknown, but it was recorded that this ruler was an immortal venerable who broke through to become a ruler. Under the ruler, there were a total of 16 immortal venerables. This shocked Lin Fei. The Immortal Lyceum had collected a lot of resources to nurture 16 immortal venerables. In the entire 10,000 worlds, there were only 36 immortal venerables in name. Privately, there were less than 100. The Immortal Lyceum had 16 immortal venerables, about 1/6 of the total. The information even recorded that the ruler controlled the supreme treasure of the Immortal Lyceum. This supreme treasure could travel through the void. Even a ruler couldn't suppress it. It was equivalent to a moving fortress with invincible might. A ruler, 16 immortal venerables, and more than 1,000 experts below the immortal venerable realm. There are at least 100 people who are close to breaking through. This is a shocking force. Lin Fei was shocked. No wonder the Immortal Lyceum's ruler wanted to cooperate with the Forsaken Land of Immortals. Once they cooperate, they will have the power to resist the 10,000 worlds. The Immortal Lyceum's information wasn't very detailed, but compared to the information in the outside world, it was much more complete. Lin Fei flipped through the information on the Forsaken Land of Immortals. This information was much more detailed than the Immortal Lyceum's, and the overall strength wasn't any weaker than the Immortal Lyceum. The strongest experts in the Forsaken Land of Immortals were the 3 strongest immortal venerables. They were exiled for 100 chaos years, and back then, they had the combat power of rulers. The Forsaken Land of Immortals caused their strength to plummet, leaving only immortal venerables. There were 3 such immortal venerables, Dao Sha, Rongzhan, and Limitless. These 3 strongest immortal venerables had combat power comparable to rulers. Other than the 3 strongest immortal venerables, the Forsaken Land of Immortals had a total of 23 immortal venerables. Their overall strength wasn't any weaker than the Immortal Lyceum, but they couldn't break into the Forsaken Land of Immortals. Flipping through the information on the Forsaken Land of Immortals, Lin Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The Immortal Lyceum and the Forsaken Land of Immortals working together could be said to be a powerful alliance that could resist the 10,000 worlds. Chapter 1390. In the boundless starry sky. A black warship exuded a powerful pressure as it traveled. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. The 2 palaces are really annoying. Why do we have to go to their territory for no reason? On the deck of the warship, Heaven Grudge Devil Emperor had a displeased expression. Why don't we just open the door and enter? Why go through so much trouble? Black Horn Boundary Lord and Sky Fae Boundary Lord both laughed. Everyone hopes that it will be convenient. However, this time is different from the past. The experts from the Immortal Court and Forsaken Land of Immortals are interfering. The 2 palaces will have to show some means to threaten them. Sky Fae Boundary Lord stood with his hands behind his back and laughed. At this moment, Lin Fei and Sky Fae Boundary Lord were heading towards the designated location. They had been traveling in the starry sky for a month. 3 months later, the warship stopped traveling in the starry sky and entered a great world. Heaven Primordial World, we are here again. After the warship entered the great world, Sky Fae Boundary Lord kept the warship and explained, Dao Friend Di Tian, this is the location of one of the 2 palaces, Absolute Heaven Palace. In order to respect the Absolute Heaven Ruler, no warship or flying treasure is allowed to fly in the sky. Lin Fei had read up on the Skyen's sovereign. He was the strongest of the sovereigns, and was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest. Understandable. Lin Fei nodded. Let's go to Absolute Heaven Palace now. Sky Fae Boundary Lord laughed. The 4 of them tore through the sky. Heaven Primordial World's strength was beyond Lin Fei's imagination. Along the way, Lin Fei used his divine sense to scan Heaven Primordial World. Apart from that, Heaven Primordial World's barrier was abnormally strong and unaffected by power. In Great Metropolis World, Lin Fei could shatter the void with just a little force, but it was not possible here. Along the way, there were many immortal emperors. 3rd step and 4th step immortal emperors could be seen everywhere. Peak immortal emperors flew past from time to time. They did not react to their appearance and instead had a trace of arrogance on their faces. What arrogance! The moment the Heaven Resentment Devil Emperor entered the Heaven Primordial World, she was extremely displeased with the people of the Heaven Primordial World. One day, I will also become a ruler. The Heaven Primordial World was huge. The 4 of them were all experts at the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm. After flying for half a day, they finally arrived at the Absolute Heaven Palace. The closer they got to the Sky Absolute Palace, the more experts rushed over. Every one of them exuded the aura of a powerhouse. Before he reached the Sky Palace, Lin Fei met an old acquaintance, the leader of the Broken Demons. When the leader of the Destruction Devil Legion saw Di Tian mingling together with the Sky Demon Realm Lord and the others, a look of surprise flashed through his eyes. He was shocked by Di Tian's methods. He was actually mingling together with the Sky Demon Realm Lord and the Heaven Hatred Devil Emperor. These 3 people were all on the same level as him. Dao Friend Di Tian, long time no see. The leader of the Destruction Devils greeted. Thank you for your concern. Lin Fei replied. The 2 of them chatted for a while. Before they left, the leader of the Destruction Devil faction took the initiative to remind Di Tian, fellow Daoist Di Tian, when I came here, I received news that someone is eyeing your slot. You must be mentally prepared. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. Thank you for your reminder, fellow Daoist. Lin Fei cupped his hands. That fellow wouldn't be so kind as to remind me. He definitely wants to see me make a fool out of myself. Lin Fei silently mused, who knows, this news might be intentionally spread by the Destruction Devil Legion. He wants to see me make a fool out of myself. Lin Fei watched as the Destruction Devil Legion leader left. On the other side, the Destruction Devil Legion leader coldly laughed in his heart. Humph. I can't do anything to you, but I can find something for you to do. With so many world overlords and experts, I want to see if you will hand them over or not. Hee. Di Tian's fleshly body was invincible. The Destruction Devil Legion leader temporarily had no way to deal with him. Previously, he couldn't take down Di Tian and became a joke. After obtaining the invitation, he intentionally spread the news. The Destruction Devil Legion leader truly wanted to see Di Tian's sorry state. That Destruction Devil fellow is so arrogant, he's full of evil tricks. He must be the one who spread the news. The Heaven Hatred Devil Emperor looked at Di Tian. How about we get rid of that fellow? He has long been an eyesore. If you and I act together, I guarantee that he won't be able to return. Lin Fei hadn't known the Heaven Hatred Devil Emperor for a long time, but he knew that this fellow had a heavy killing intent. He had to maintain a clear mind at all times and had done many things such as murder and arson. There's no need for now. Lin Fei shook his head. I do have the qualifications, but not anyone can take it away. If they dare to come, we will kill them. Even if 1 or 2 of them die, the Absolute Heaven Palace won't say anything. The Sky Demon Underworld Lord stopped the two from continuing. Di Tian, you really have to be careful. The Destruction Devil Legion leader knows many world overlords and peak experts. The battlefield only happens once every 10 chaos years. Many peak immortal emperors want to try their luck. The Black-Horned Underworld Lord also said, Destruction Devil isn't too honest. He isn't little friend's match, so he resorted to such a vicious scheme. We have to be on guard. As long as we are here, they won't dare to act recklessly. The Absolute Heaven Palace is right in front. A 1,000,000 zhang tall black giant statue appeared between heaven and earth. It held a huge sword in its hand, and a desolate aura covered a radius of billions of kilometers. The Sky Demon Underworld Lord had a solemn expression. This is the statue of the Absolute Heaven Palace's ruler. Lin Fei was shocked. Even though it was a stone statue, he could feel a vast power from the statue. It was as though the statue in front of him wasn't a stone statue but a living person. What was even more shocking was that no matter how hard Lin Fei looked, he couldn't see what the ruler looked like. Ruler. Lin Fei thought. In front of this statue, Lin Fei once again felt insignificant. He couldn't help but sigh. Apart from rulers, ordinary people wouldn't dare to erect a 1,000,000 zhang tall statue. The immortals in the radius of billions of kilometers, apart from the outsiders, were all filled with fanaticism. They were fanatical believers. Sooner or later, I will also become a ruler. Lin Fei retracted his gaze and clenched his fists tightly. The Absolute Heaven Palace had already sent people to welcome them. Sky Demon Underworld Lord, I didn't expect you to come this time. Are you planning to enter? A peak immortal emperor from the Absolute Heaven Palace received the Sky Demon Underworld Lord. It seemed like the two were acquaintances. If I don't take risks, I will be old. The Sky Demon Realm Lord laughed. He introduced this peak stage immortal emperor to the Blackhorn Realm Lord and the others before introducing the Blackhorn Realm Lord and the others. Greetings, Daoist Song Lang. The three cupped their fists. Immortal Emperor Tsang Lang was dressed in a grey robe. He was a deacon in the Absolute Heaven Palace, and his status wasn't low. He smiled and greeted them one by one. Then, he smiled and said to Lin Fei, Daoist Lin Fei, you are really young and promising. At such a young age, you have already killed Sword Immortal White Emperor and Gentleman Green Snake. You are even ranked 93rd on the Wind Cloud list. You are an outstanding talent among the younger generation. Daoist Song Lang is overpraising me. Lin Fei smiled.